What's going on, everybody? Welcome to this Saturday edition of the Aaron O Show. What's going on? What's going on? Sophisticated jerk. I start the show in silence, my friend. The first few minutes, I start the show in silence. And what it does is it helps people get comfortable in silence, right? So, the hardest thing for most people to do is speak when they cannot hear anybody else. Uh, I think Fatty even talked about it when he first started streaming. He had to play music in the background because it sounded weird. Just the sound of his own voice bouncing off the wall and no response. So it's a skill that you have to learn to get comfortable in silence. And so I start the show a few minutes in silence to get comfortable, uh, to think, to prepare mentally for what might transpire. So that is what it is, my friend. That is why you couldn't hear anything initially, because I like to start the show that way. So what you'll see me do is just glancing. I might be trying to make sure I have a certain window closed or set up to make sure we have the stream locked, loaded, ready to go. And also any last second thoughts. If I want to shift gears, if I want to change what we're talking about, if I want to lead with this, uh, all those thoughts are going through my head, right? And so that's what consistency and practice will get you to do. How's everybody today? How's everybody doing? Welcome. You guys have entered. Some call it the one of the most, I don't want to say that word. Welcome to the Aaron O Show. I got my guy Kojak in here. What up? CJ Investing. What's going on, Brody? What's going on? What's going on? I got Empress Carmen, Mr. Dylan. What's going on? Sean, what up? Shouts out to the UK. Yeah, we're gonna keep working. That's what we do. Granville said I heard Nestle bought water out yesterday before closing. There's a lot of consolidation going on in the markets. I haven't read that, but that's normal. Companies just buy each other up all the time. Nick, what's going on, bro? That's normal. That is normal. So I don't even get caught up on that. It's a lot of stuff going on in these YouTube streets, and you know me. You know me. What's going on, TEC? You know me. I'm trying to move away from whatever's going on over there and do what we're doing over here, right? Uh, I will quickly say, you know what? No, I'm not going to address that. I'll wait till a later time before I even need to address that because I don't think I'm going to have to. Shout out to the American Negro. He says, I recommend the alkaline water pound carry on. I'm with you. I have alkaline water a lot of the times, but lately I've just been drinking a lot of spring water. But I'm with that. Definitely need to make sure I get my hands on some alkaline water for sure. If you have a specific brand that you recommend, please let me know, my friend. Because when it comes to water, I rarely discriminate. Uh, I rarely discriminate. If I'm down bad, which could happen because you know, I just I don't, I'm struggling right now. But I'm not all the way down bad. I'm hanging on. I'm burning out my credit card and just running up the debt. You know how that go. And so I'm not willing to drink out of the faucet right now. But when I am down bad, and I mean down bad, I will drink out of the faucet. I don't want to have to go back to those days. You good, fatty bro? I appreciate it. Hold it down. Do what you do. I'm just watching. I know you're doing what you do, brother. Uh, but that is the truth. I drink all kind of waters. Down bad, I'll drink faucet water. I recommend y'all not to do that. So do not be down bad. Okay, do not be down bad. When I'm doing well, I like to surround myself with spring water and water, away from that tap. You get a little bougie, just a tad bit bougie, just a little bit. Uh, but I'm open to all type of waters. Because when you visit people, when I go to my brother's house, he drinks that essential water, I think. Yeah, he be having essential water and he be trying to hand me the weak stuff, right? So I steal his water when he ain't looking. And I'm the big brother, so ain't nothing he can do about it. Nothing he can do about it. He just gotta take that. So he'd be like, yeah, some water. He's like, some water in the refrigerator. I'm like, word? Okay. He said, those ones at the bottom is mine. You get the ones at the top. I go, word, okay. Then he take his eyes off me. I open that refrigerator. Look at the top one. And snatch that water. It is what it is. You ain't gonna hold off the good stuff from me. You just gonna have to deal with it. But that's what it is. So shout out to you. I appreciate it. I will look into that uh alkaline water that you guys are recommending. It's been a crazy last couple hours. I wanted to have a conversation about some of the things we discussed earlier and where it took my mind to, right? Nah, nah, nah. Look here. I'm not in Michigan. I'm not in Michigan. Uh, I don't rock around with that water. See, in California, right, we pay very, very high taxes. And within that high taxes comes not having to drink water that come from Flint. I'm not saying we better than people from Flint. I'm saying we don't have to be subjected to the same style of water in which they receive. So no, that's out. Sophisticated jerk. We're not drinking that water. When I'm down bad, oh man, you actually make a good point. You going down bad, you might got to drink that Flint water. Nah, I'm gonna just come on YouTube and beg for money. Forget it. Nope, I'm not drinking that Flint water. I will beg. I will be shameless and I will beg. I'll do it. I'm ashamed usually to do it, but I will do it, right? So, we did a stream. We talked about the dynamics of the gender war and things like that. And Steven Crowder came up, and I know Fatty's covering it, and a lot of other people. Angry Man covered it. I think I saw him talking about it briefly on his thumbnail. And we're just getting into a crazy environment. So I just wanted to sit back and just ponder, run my mind, and I go, we're just in weird spaces. I want to ask y'all this question. Do y'all think leadership has a gender on it? Does leadership have a gender on it, or is leadership a human quality? Do we attribute it? Do we tie it to a particular gender, or leadership is just, hey, doesn't matter the gender. You can be a leader just for being a human. Because that's what I'm trying to understand, right? As I try to indulge in this conversation, I'm trying to figure out, is there a gender tied to leadership? And if there is a gender tied to leadership, then it would make sense why we continue to struggle. It would make sense. Let me ask you guys this. Is cooking tied to a gender, or is it a human thing? You got to know how to cook because you're a blank, or should humans know how to cook? What is it a gender thing? Is it a human thing? This is when I start to think that the reason that we're conflicted so much is we're so tied to traditionalism and things of the past. We're so tied to traditionalism, things of the past, it's preventing us from evolving currently as we ascend towards the future. Because so many things are tied to traditionalism, so many things are tied to the past. And so when I ask y'all this question, I say, hey, are we really attributing leadership to a particular sex? Is cooking a requirement of a particular sex over the other? Is it a human thing? How do we identify these things? That's the question. Because that's what ultimately we have to figure out. I think that's where the confliction is starting to happen a lot. And I become overwhelmingly conflicted as I try to actually listen to people, try to actually engage in these conversations and say, hey, what are you actually saying? Does this present a problem? Is this a roadblock? Is this what's preventing things from occurring? Right? I think that the reason why we're struggling a lot is this: we're holding men and women to old traditional views. Women still want men to do old traditional things, but they want them to adjust their views, which is very difficult, I've noticed. I think it's very difficult. I think most things, like they say, it's hard to fix a broken adult, or they say a broken man half the time, but it's easy to address the children. You start with the children, you won't have to fix a broken adult. And what that means is, if we keep holding on to traditionalism, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't, I'm just having a conversation, then how do we allow people to evolve from what we thought and think who they should be, right? For instance, if we don't look at women as leaders and they are actually doing things that leaders do, they're actually in competitive spaces, how can they ever have that opportunity to lead? How do we know if women actually can lead or not if we don't ever actually give an opportunity to see them as leaders? Now, I know we want to say that women are leaders, but leaders of whom? Because we say men lead all, women can lead who? That's the complicated question, right? If you say a woman, if a woman leading you makes you a simp, a beta, it definitely will discourage people from wanting to see women in leadership positions and roles, right? You cannot remove yourself from certain environments and go, she's a leader at work, but when she comes home, she's not a leader here. It's very hard for humans to do. That's the reason why men don't do it. Men leading at work, they tend to lead at home. Like they don't just go, well, I quit now. I'm going home. I don't want to lead no more. Like, we're, a lot of these roles are static, and it's hard as humans to flip back and forth. You know, we talk a lot about compartmentalizing, and it sounds good, and some of us can do it to a certain degree, but I'm finding that as these conversations go on, we're stuck in the past. And I know, talking to John the Baptist, he's not happy with that. John the Baptist does not like the fact that we're changing and moving and evolving to different ways in which society used to run. And that's always a conflict between older people, younger people. I'm not saying he's wrong. I just noticed that's happening to the point where he's giving up hope. Man, I give up. It's not a good thing. And I think that it's important that we possibly move past the prospect of tying everything to genders. There will be no involvement if we continue to tie things to gender. Now, here's the complicated part. That tends to affect every facet of life. So other groups of people that say, hey, I'm genderless because I don't want to be judged based on a gender, starts to make sense. Starts to make sense. I actually would understand why somebody say I'm genderless, because they don't want to be judged by a gender. Whether right or wrong, it makes sense to why that one would think such a way. Are we capable of removing ourselves from the conventional way that we think to allow people to think differently? Or if we try to hold on to certain traditional things in the past, that will seep into other areas of life. If we want to say men do this, that, they're going to have a hard time letting go of other things because you've already identified what a man is. Same thing for women. As the environment changes, as the people change, we must change. Do I know what that change looks like? No. But I know what's not working, not allowing people to change. I think one of the hardest things that happens with people is that we don't allow for them to change. It's complex, right? Because women will say, "I've made a mistake. I deserve to change." We'll talk, but I'm not talking about Black China, just the action of wanting to change. Of course, we're going to excoriate them and say, "Nah, nah, we don't believe you." But we're steadfast to that inability to allow people to change. Even when we say, "Well, watch and see, wait and see," our mind is still like we're still making judgments on them. We're preventative. Like, I'll give you a short example, right? When you grew up with somebody and you've known them since they was 9 years old, right? And when they were 9, every single day they wear duck shoes, right? They had these little ducks on their feet, right? For 2, 3 years in a row. Like, man, you always wearing those duck shoes, right? What you're going to do is give them a nickname. You might call them Quack. You might call them Duck Person, whatever the case is. But 20 years later, you're going to still call them that. Don't be playing with me, Ducky, right? Because we're steadfast to trying to remember for people for how we remember who they are instead of who they become. And so we come into this weird, twisted place, right? So I present that because I think we're so tied to the past that it prevents future. So let me give you, I remember seeing, I forgot where I saw it, but I remember seeing a person holding a sign, right? They were holding the sign, and the sign said, "No, we don't want blacks. We don't need blacks. Blacks go away," right? And they proceeded to interview this person. And I'm guessing you guys can attribute this to a lot of things, actually. And they asked the person, they said, "What's the issue? It's not okay to be black. Black is wrong. It's not okay. Black is wrong. We need to get rid of it. Get it away from us. We want it gone." It got to me thinking, is that wrong? Is that wrong for someone to say, for someone to feel, so for someone to think? Especially if they grew up on argumentatively traditional views. Argumentatively, if that's what they were bred to believe and see and think and grow up and see, if that's who they are and we want to hold on to tradition, how do we get rid of it? At some point, we have to, and I know you're not going to like it, burn it all down. At some point, we're going to have to burn it all down. At some point, we're going to have to burn it all down. That is the only way that we're going to actually see change. It's the only way. Have to burn it all down. Now, I don't know how many of you think that's wrong for that person to say such a thing, to feel such a way, to think such a way. Uh, but a lot of people would say it is. You would think we've come a long way, right? You think we've evolved to a point where we don't have to think like that. You think that people have shown enough of what ignorance is and how we shouldn't make those false judgments and how doing that and being that is just wrong. Hmm. That's the claim, at least. I'm focusing on trying to see the involvement in people, right? Trying to see changes, right? I think it's important that we start to get away from attaching certain things to gender because if we stop, we can allow women to evolve more. We can allow the men to evolve. Now, I'm not saying that you guys are going to like it, but if there is an involvement for women, if there's a change in role, if women don't want to be stuck at home, stay at home moms because they're better at working and making money, and they find a man who is better attributed to focus on children because he enjoys that a lot for whatever the case is. Us us trying to destroy that possibility is hurting involvement. I'm not telling you you need to be that type of man. I'm saying the way in which you ridicule a man that says, "Hey, I'm good with my wife making the money. I want to be at home with the kids," will allow women to actually evolve and say, maybe this being tied to the child role is not so seemingly only on the woman. Maybe this whole theory that men have to do this, and that is no longer necessary. Like we say, men having to provide, protect for women. Well, women can do a lot of that stuff for themselves in a lot of ways, but we never talk about how that impacts or changes a man's role. We say the woman's role has evolved because of their demands, their views. Well, it's safe to say the man's role is going to have to evolve. Do we know what that looks like? No. But it's safe to say it's going to have to evolve. And it will start with no longer tying traditional things to people. But I don't know. I don't know. But what I would like to do is discuss the impacts, right? So I often think that men with money tend to have a higher burden to society. Men with money tend to have a higher burden to society. If you do well, your family wants a piece. You need to make sure you take care of your community. And if you broke, well, they just grateful you don't rob them. Just the truth. Now the question is, do rich women have a burden to society? I always wonder why do women need to be rich? Why? Why do you need to be rich? Is it because you'll do what rich people do? Uh Miss Bliss, I have no idea how we combat people's belief system. I'm merely challenging the conversation and giving the perspective, but I have no idea how we combat people's beliefs. Uh, I think having conversations and being open minded helps, but I don't know. I think it helps. What's going on, Vandy Rule? And the reason why I say this is because I kind of have an understanding of the contribution that rich people give to society. I'm not saying they're good people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a heavy burden that tends to be placed upon people who have more than, right? And I understand the burden that comes with a man with money, but I don't know the burden that comes with a woman with money. You know what's interesting? I was reading this article. Let me see if I can find it. One sec. Yes, give me 1 second. I believe I can find it here. Let me see here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So, this is something I want to talk about briefly. Uh, you know, two football players just signed the two largest contracts in NFL history. Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Uh, they just signed the two largest contracts in NFL history. And the success of those contracts were heavily uh, made possible by women. In Lamar's case, he fired his agent and hired his mom. As you don't know, Lamar Jackson is a black man. He went to the University of Louisville, and he's been doing pretty well as an NFL quarterback. There's been an evolution of the quarterback in the NFL. Now, white quarterbacks are taking a backseat to black quarterbacks. It's kind of scary to watch this change, but it's happening. But within those contracts, uh, specifically black women were the focal point in getting these contracts complete and done, right? And what it allowed was for two black prominent men of success to put their trust into black women to do what's in their best interest. And in Lamar's case, he decided to hire his mom. And as we know, the dynamics with mother-daughter, mother-son relationships, she executed a contract which netted him to be essentially the highest paid player in the NFL, right? And in Jalen Hurts' situation, he had an agent. She contacted via social media, and she has helped him bring home the bag, right? And it brings that argument: hey, do black women really care about black men? Da, 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 da. And it's an interesting situation, right? I want to talk about this in particular here, right? There was, let me see if I don't know if I want to highlight it too much, but I'll show it briefly. There was a woman, she's 43, and she opened a bar that only plays women's sports. It only plays women's sports. And she done really well to the point where it brought in about $1 million in 8 months. Brought in about $1 million in 8 months. Which is interesting because they only play women's sports. Now, she's a huge women's sports advocate, and she had a vision and she acted upon it. But here's the most important thing about it was this. She had the idea, but she couldn't get a loan. She had the idea, but she couldn't get a loan. You know why she couldn't get a loan? Because the banks wouldn't loan to her. You know why? Because she was a first-time entrepreneur, and it was an unproven idea. Nobody does this. Nobody goes to a bar to watch female sports. But I say that because I often talk about how women have to be women's best advocate when it comes to sports. It turns out, though, this woman obviously is not only into the sports that women play, but into women as well. So it makes sense that she would advocate. So if there are women that play sports, it would make sense why they're supportive of other communities, even heterosexual women. They're like, hey, if you can benefit me, why not? That's why they're staunch supporters of every single community. You don't often hear heterosexual women being overly outspoken against. They might say it briefly, but they're not overly going to do it. They're not overly going to do it. But I know there was a bar that failed miserably. And I think it was Australia. They had the man tax. That didn't work out. But this one with female sports is doing decently well. Don't know how that will persist, but I'm noticing a shift. Women are starting to support what they need to support instead of being so reliant on men to do it. Now, as we go down this path of traditionalism, the past and things like that, I want to attack the thought of what is a rich woman's debt to society. What is responsibility for rich women? We know what it is for rich men. What is it for rich women? When you're a rich woman, does that change anything? You know, I have this video I want to play. I want you to watch it. Have a look. You know, it's just a little fun. It's Saturday. It's Saturday. I have this video I would like to play for you guys. And it is titled, Should Rich Girls Pay for Dates? Should rich girls / rich women pay for dates? You got the bag, you got the money. Should you pay for the dates? Now, I'm interested in knowing, what do you think women with a lot of money will say? L.A. Wilkes, what up, Brody? What do you think they'll say? Do you say they'll think, yeah, or no? What? And mind you, these women are from Nashville, Tennessee. So just give you some insight where this particular video is taking place. What do you think these women think when they have the money to do such things? What do you think their mindset is? We're going to break it down. We're going to break it down.
If a girl is like filthy rich, should she pay for the first date?
Yes.
Really?
Wait, is it a guy and girl relationship?
Guy and a girl.
No.
Well, right off the bat, I'm going to start that over again. Make sure you guys understood what was.
If a girl is like filthy rich, should she pay for the first date?
Yes.
Really?
Wait, is it a guy and girl relationship?
Guy and a girl.
No. The guy should pay.
What's the difference? You switched up real quick.
Well, that started off just fine, right? Well, is it better for a man to be a woman? Why do they get away with that kind of mentality? How do they decide these things? How? I really just don't get that part. If it's a woman, I'll pay for her. If it's a man, no. How are you making that distinction?
What's the difference?
The guy is the leader. Whereas if
It's pretty sexist of you.
Oh, stop it.
If a girl's like filthy rich, should she?
Now notice, she immediately said, because the guy is the leader. And then when he said that's pretty sexist, she said, oh, stop it. But is it not? Aren't you making a distinguishing thing by identifying just because he's a man that he's the leader? I don't know.
She pay for the first date? What do you guys think?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Be a gentleman. Who cares?
What about being a gentlewoman?
Okay, I am so into women empowerment, but I think it's just like a kind thing, like the guy should pay for the date.
It shows like your respectfulness.
I think it would be really respectful if a girl just paid for the date. I think that would be really cool. I'd be down with that. What do you guys think, by the way? You in agreement?
Yeah, first date, you're asking her out. You got to pay. Like, that's just how it goes.
If she doesn't cook, should she make up for it by just paying for the date?
Oh, that's bullshit. She doesn't cook. I don't cook. I can't cook. I can cook ramen. Don't listen to him. Listen to them. If a guy asks, like, I want to take you on a date, but you're going to pay. Like, that's pussy ass shit. Don't do that.
I think for sure they should pay because we're all the same, right? So girls should pay for sure.
Well, that's my husband, and that's not how it went. He paid for my food the first time.
Should rich girls pay for the first date? What do you guys think?
No.
No.
Never. Absolutely not.
Why not?
No. Because that's a guy's job.
What if she makes more money? She has all the money.
Chivalry has not died.
Yeah, you're asking about Texas.
Our guys pay for everything.
Texas girls are polite, so wouldn't they want to pay for the first date?
No.
Or the second or the third.
Is he getting a second date if he doesn't pay?
No.
What if he's a 10?
No.
I'd say yes.
Really? Yes. Okay, she's definitely a 10. Okay,
If I was rich and I was on a first date, I'd pay for it.
you would pay for it? Okay, we have another 10 here. Let's fucking go. Should rich girls pay for the first date?
I think you should split it, honestly. But I'm also single, so.
Try splitting the check and now you're single?
Men! Men!
I think you should try that on the first date. Just say you're single.
Men! Men!
I think you should try that on the first date. Just say men and see how it goes.
I do.
Does it work?
I get what I want, yeah.
As Snooki once said, that's why the lesbian rate in this country is going up.
Yeah.
As Snooki once said, that's why the lesbian rate in this country is going up. Because men.
I just think
Once said, that's why the lesbian rate in this country is going up. Because men. Said, that's why the lesbian rate in this country is going up. Because men.
I just think
Now, what did I just hear? I heard her going down the street screaming F men, right? Totally understandable, totally acceptable, right? But here's the thing. You know what I hear a lot about? It's a lot of guys on the DL. It's a lot of guys on the DL. But the lesbian rate is going up. It's going up. And it's going up because F guys. That's why it's going up, because F guys, because guys don't want to pay for a date. That's your reasoning? It's getting scary. It's getting scary. Very, very scary. Hello, Miss Amber. How are you? Hope everything is well. I'm just sitting here learning why the lesbian rate is going up. I know that you're not, but I know it's going up. I just don't understand why? Why are you so mad at men, but the lesbian rates are going up? But if you're with a woman, you'll pay for the dates. But if a man don't pay for the dates, F men. What are you holding men to? What's your standard? What's the thoughts? What are you holding them to? Man, she's so comfortable to say that, man. She's so comfortable to say that. Isn't it scary how all the men, right? All the men are like, no, you pay for the date, even if she rich, even if she rich. The women entitled to the mentality, absolutely pay. There was a couple women that said I pay, right? Because they're like, hell yeah, if I'm rich, I'll do it. Makes sense to me. When I ask a woman, what you want to be rich for? So I can buy things, take care of my family. Why does the family always exclude a man? Why? Why do you think men are ever going to evolve and adjust to what women are trying to become if everything you're trying to become is an exclusion of men? I don't know. The only thing I know is she said F men multiple times on camera, not afraid to lose her job, none of that. Thinks it's funny, entitled, but supposed to be in Tennessee for not Nashville with this thought process. With this thought process, this is what she's saying. Man, I tell you, something's going on.
On the first date, whether she's rich or not, if you ask her on a date, you need to pay for the date.
So are you basically saying equality ends at the paycheck?
I'm saying men should pay for everything.
They should pay for everything, no matter how rich you are.
the man needs to. I don't know. I grew up poor, so it doesn't matter to me.
Equality does not mean by paycheck. Equality means we're badass bitches. We're gonna get that free drink.
We literally give birth. Like what? Like
Now here we are. Equality has nothing to do with the paycheck. Equality has nothing to do with the paycheck. I could have sworn y'all said men get paid more money. It's not fair. You're talking about money, talking about a paycheck, and supposedly men get paid more money, and supposedly that's not fair. So is it tied to a paycheck or not? Because I'm not sure right now. I'm not sure. But is it tied to a paycheck? Is it tied to a paycheck? I'm starting to think that it is. Now, what did she say there for you guys for why I paused it? I'm sure you heard what she said.
We're badass bitches. We're gonna get that free drink.
we literally give birth. Like what?
Equality means we're badass bitches. We're gonna get that free drink.
We literally give birth. Like what?
You notice that she said, we literally give birth. Why is that their favorite line? Why is it that their favorite line? We literally give birth. Now, let me be honest with you. What if you don't give birth? You know what y'all tell us? Y'all tell us a lot of conflicting information. Let me give you an example. We're women, we give birth, we deserve this. Okay, but if a woman don't give birth, if she can't have children, is she a woman? She's still a woman, she still deserves. No, you just told us you give birth, respect it. So if a woman don't give birth, you're literally telling us we don't have to respect it, correct? No, you got to respect her too, to equal respect for her just as well, whether she gives birth or whether not. Man, confused? Yes. Confused? Yes. Okay. Why we can't listen? Why it don't make sense? Why when y'all say y'all want a man that is emotionally intelligent and you run into one, i.e. my guy Cheeky Banner, I wouldn't necessarily consider myself intelligent at all, but I do have a rather good control of my emotions. This part don't make no sense. This part makes no sense at all. Women that give birth need to be respected, and women that don't give birth equally as respected. No deal. No deal. We ain't taking that deal. I don't like that deal. I don't know about the men. Maybe y'all like the deal. I don't like it. Not a fan of it at all. Not a fan of it. And let's be honest, can we say something that's truthful? Most women are actually delaying to not even giving birth to children. Y'all actually don't even want to have children. I got a video for that too.
Like, have you ever gotten an IUD? Have you gotten an IUD? If we went and took a shot right now,
Getting an IUD is the worst pain in your life, and that's why women deserve the world and men deserve nothing. I don't care.
Okay, men deserve to get nothing.
Yes.
No.
Yes. 110%.
No, they should not.
Why? You have all the money.
Because they should still pay. What's it called when
Chivalry?
Chivalry.
Now, here's another confusing thing. The man said yes. She said no, you should still pay. He then gives a very, very fair response. You have all the money. I have noticed, and it's just my opinion, the reason women go too hard at broke men is because they can't pay for something. But when they get a rich man, they definitely don't want him to be cheap. In their mind, they say, you know what? You got money. You should pay. You got it. It explains why they don't expect a broke man to pay for something. He ain't got it. He ain't got it. So you understand why I don't like him. He ain't got no money. He can't pay for nothing. Okay, fine. So then you say you want a guy with money. We go, it makes sense. But now you have the money and you don't want to pay for something. How does that make sense? You can't make these things up. If you have the money, you're supposed to pay, just like you expect a man that has the money that's supposed to pay. That's why they have the money. We ain't asking a broke The conversation does not say should broke women pay for dates. We are giving you the most, how would you say it? You are absolutely getting the best position to be in to pay for a date. You're literally rich. You are rich. A man is giving you an excuse to pay for a date. So when you tell other women, why? Because I'm rich. So other women can't say nothing bad about you. You can literally say, because I'm rich. But you know what in turn you say? Nah, it don't matter. It don't matter whether you're rich or not. It don't matter. Granville says a bunch of Safari sites talking, shaking my head. Well, I haven't really paid attention to how they look, be honest with you. I should have, but I'm more focused on the statements. Cheek Nick 23, just wait on it. That's offending. If not, we'll push it to 2024. Hopefully Cheeky runs for president because we need a real president holding it down. Because stuff like this, it really hurts men's feelings, you know? To think that women care so much about men that even when you rich, you spit on us. Even when you rich, you spit on us. It's almost hurtful.
Should not be dead.
But wasn't chivalry a thing when like women couldn't work and like they didn't have any money? You know what I mean? I like that point.
I guess, but then men should just be, I don't know, working harder to beat us then, so they make more than us. I don't know.
If she
Working harder to beat us then, so they make more than us. I don't know. Working harder to beat us then, so they make more than us. I don't know. Working harder to beat us then, so they make more than us. I don't know.
If she wants.
Now, do y'all know what men do with competition? Did you hear what she said? I didn't know. Working hard so they can beat us. Oh, so we competing against you. So you want us to compete against you, beat you, and then feed the loser. Let me see if I got this right. Compete with you, beat you, just to feed you and to give all our spoils back to you. So we beat you. Oh, you lost. And now we have to give all our spoils to you? Bad deal. We literally was just talking about it the other day. Oh, homeboy Blaze, just wait. We literally was just talking about the other day, right? Black people complaining about reparations. They lost. They lost. Now, how does it look for you to compete, lose, and then say, but now you got to pay me? It sounds good, but it ain't working. It sounds good, but it ain't working. Here's the bigger point to why it's not working. Normally, after we beat you, you work for us. So after you lose, now you go in the kitchen and cook. I beat you. We won. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm worried. I don't know, but I'm a little worried, just slightly worried, slightly, because y'all want to compete with you and you want us to beat you. How do we nicely compete with you and want to be nice to you? I don't know. Most times we don't want to be nice. They don't even like the basketball players being nice after they beat each other.
To go on the date, she could pay for it. Not like ruining a relationship here or something? No.
No. He's still going to pay for the rest of the weekends.
Should rich girls pay for the first date?
No.
You're a gentleman, huh?
Sure.
If the girl wants to, like, she can, I guess.
Yeah.
But
You want to?
I mean, I would, I guess, talk to him and be like, we can split it, or like, I can pay.
For the record, she's lying, and she would totally not be okay with that.
No, I would be okay with it, but I'd just be like confused, I guess.
I think that 2022, we're preaching equality. Therefore, equality should apply in every single scenario. That said, she should pay for the first date if she has more money than the men. No questions about it.
I'm going to try not to ruin a relationship here. Should rich girls pay for the first date?
Sure, why not?
'Cause who wants to pay for a date? That's why not.
It's a man's worth it, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, really? Okay. Where are you guys from? 'Cause who wants to pay for a date? That's why not.
It's a man's worth it, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, really? Okay. Where are you guys from, by the way?
Miami,
Okay, so chivalry's so.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay, really? Okay. Where are you guys from, by the way?
Miami.
Okay, so chivalry's so.
I'm just gonna have to admit, she got me weak. She sounds so sweet and soft and genuine too. That's what I do. You know, I analyze very well. But notice what she said, which every other woman had the opportunity to say. And also, this is why it's frustrating, right? All of those other women had the same opportunity to say if he's worth it. Because what do us men say all the time? Y'all over here paying when she gonna get bust down by Pookie and Ray Ray for the free. She gonna take your money back to the hood with Pookie and Ray Ray. Why you paying? Because you don't have to pay for a woman that wants you. They don't have any obstacles for a man that they want. They only have obstacles for a man that they don't. So she clearly said, hell, if he's worth it, why not? Which is what should have been the exact answer of all those other women. Should have been the exact answer of all those other women. If he's worth it, why not? But instead, they looked at him like, you work for me. You do this because I'm a woman. Even though they'll say you the leaders, even though they'll say y'all above them, somehow you still supposed to serve them. But in their right mind, the truth will come out. And this is the truth. If a man is worth it, I will gladly do it. And you rich. So think about it. You mean I have to put you in the best position for you to have to take all the restrictions off of you, to do what's in your best interest, to pay for a man. I have to make you rich to do it. And you still willing to spit in the man's face and go, no, you should do it. But if we say you shouldn't work no more and be relying on us men to decide things like Steven Crowder, you only have one car in this house. Yeah, you only get one car. No, CC, I'm not fooled by the sweetness. See, because I don't play those games. I may seem like a nice person. Maybe sometimes I am. But I would not stand for this type of stuff. I'm willing to be pretty chill, but trust me, I have a line. I have a line, and most people don't play with it. Because I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, Cheeky, I'm with you, Brody. I'm with you. We about to get there. We about to get there. Shout out to Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. So powerful that they're destroying themselves. Oh, we watching in real time. Because you know why people are like, oh, that's just the white women. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. We will hear from all arrays of women throughout this show. I'm literally right now, what we're talking about is traditionalism, past things, right? Holding on to the past, right? That's what we're talking about right now. And in the context of why is it a man's role to pay for things? I'm not saying I have a problem with it. All you have to do is tell me why. And if you tie it to traditionalism, okay, ladies, take a second. You're going to realize that while I was speaking on the panel the other day, I was speaking to Brittany B, okay? Now, in our conversation, I use this word. Still. I used the word still, and she did not like it. And she said, why use that word, right? And I said, because in the context of the conversation, based upon what I understand how people think and speak, it fits. And she agreed. So mind you, understanding I'm using language in which people understand and what they think words to be, and the actions is what I'm going to tie it to. There's reasoning for my madness. There's reasons for why I do some of the things I do, and you're going to see it play out soon. Okay? I am very happy and humble. That girl is sweet. I don't care what none of y'all want to say. I don't even care because she said the right thing. I'm just happy she did. I'm just happy she did. Flora says, why does your argument come across as bitter, though? Well, let me give you an answer. This is why Anton liked to stunt for questions like this. Let me just tell you, me, myself, I am extremely, I'm very grateful for life. I'm grateful for all things. I don't take things for granted. I don't take friendships for granted. I don't take relationships for granted. I don't take life for granted at all. Nothing about me is bitter. What I like to do is have conversations. What I like to do is point out hypocrisies. And often the case, I try to get people to see the perspective in which they claim they're speaking from and to put it in real time. And what I'm showing you is that even when you have an opportunity to do the right thing, you still do the wrong thing. Even when you have the opportunity to do the right thing, you still do the wrong thing. Like, instead of you saying, why do those women think it's okay to say F men and men deserve nothing and keep their jobs? Why do you think women feel so empowered to say some of the most disrespectful things about men, get mad if they respond or say anything disrespectful, but then keep their jobs when you in your turn think other men should lose their jobs? Miss Flora, I have time today, Flo. I have a whole lot of time and a whole lot of water, thanks to my people. Shout out to the water fund. I still got to get some more cases, but we rocking and rolling.
Dead Miami. What do you guys think? Should a rich girl pay for the first date?
No.
So no.
Yeah, women's rights.
Women's right to pay for the first date.
No. Women's rights to get
That's contradictory.
Women's rights end at paying for dates.
exactly.
I don't think they should. If they want to, they can. Should if they don't have to.
Do you want to?
No.
Should rich girls pay for the first date?
No. No, they shouldn't.
Why not?
Because it's up to the man.
But when that was established, women just didn't have any money, and now they do.
But under no circumstances.
And now they do.
But
She's kind of cute too. You see, the problem is women presented with logic, cogent arguments, and they still resort to this. Flora says, cheeky, my daddy is a nice man, actually. Try again. Okay. Try again, huh? Now, this is the hurtful stuff, right? Because he actually said something in which women complain about. He used their own logic within the conversation. The example given was this. That's when women didn't have their own money. Now they do. And she went in her head and said, we do be complaining we had no money back then. And we say now things are changed because we have our own money. So how do I respond to this? Just say but. Because when I don't agree with your statement, I'm just going to say but it's still a man's job. Because y'all can't deal with somebody bringing you the facts and the statistics and the arguments that you present against you. So y'all revert back to, well, I'm a woman. I'm supposed to be. Let me not cancel myself just yet.
under no circumstances, the man has to treat you right. Doesn't matter whether how much money the woman has, the man needs to pay.
Should the woman treat the man right and pay for the date?
No.
One moment. Moderators, do me a favor. Time Daryl Long out for the simping. There will be no simping this show. Moderators, time Mr. Daryl Long out consecutively. Thank you very much. There will be no simping today. None at all. Are you triggering the ladies again? I don't believe I am. I believe I am having a fair conversation with the women. They believe. Fantasy Island Girl said they prepared to have these conversations. They rock and ready. Black Beauty said, when I pull up on it, we down to have these conversations. I can go toe to toe with the men. That's what they say. I'm making them stand on it. I just make them stand on it. And you guys can decide who delivers a more complete, cogent, and clear argument. That's it. Real women don't compete, they complete. We talked about that already. Now, if you won, if you got you a man, salute. But if you looking for a man, you're going to get to stealing. And Brittany B said that is competing. I call it stealing. She calls it competing. I don't care what you call it, but that's what oh, no. Moderators, the simp god back in action, think he's slick. There will be no simping today. Please put the simp god in timeout consecutively for the disrespect and simping on the elite level. We are not having it today. No, no, no. There will be no simping today. No, no, no. I'm not having it. No nonsense today. No, no, no. We're not having none of that simping today. I shall not have it. No, this lady just said, what did she just say? What does this woman just say? Let me play it here. Let's see.
They do.
But under no circumstances, the man has to treat you right. Doesn't matter whether how much money the woman has, the man needs to pay.
Should the woman treat the man right and pay for the date?
No, the woman can treat the man right, but not with payments.
Do man's feelings just not matter?
The woman can treat the man right, but not with payments.
Do man's feelings just not matter?
No, the woman can treat the man right, but not with payments.
Do man's feelings just not matter?
The woman can treat the man right, but not with payments.
Do man's feelings just not matter?
No, they totally matter.
Except when it comes to paying?
If they don't want to pay, they don't need to ask anybody out.
I mean,
now I want you guys to notice. She said, except for payment. Now, Cheeky Banner, my guy, I know you're around. What are we paying for? If they don't have to pay and we have to pay, what does that mean? Except for payment. Does that mean we paying for you? Because if we gonna pay, we want to get what we paying for. And I hate to tell you, okay, let me give you a better idea. Everybody take a moment and walk with me for just a moment. Walk with me for just a moment. If you're, ladies, if you're, if your parents said we haven't seen you in a while, right? Let's just say you're a millionaire, right? You're a millionaire, right? You done well. And your parents say, man, we don't see you that much. We should go out, right? Y'all go out to a nice, expensive restaurant. Should your parents have to pay? Should your parents have to pay for y'all going out together to a nice restaurant after you became a multimillionaire? I'm just wondering. Should your parents have to pay? Should your parents have to pay? I genuinely want to know, should your parents have to pay? Should they have to pay? Don't get shy now, ladies. I'm interested in knowing. If you, multi-millionaire, your parents say, I haven't seen you in a while, we should go out. And you go out to a nice restaurant, should your parents have to pay? Not so outspoken now, huh? You're afraid to answer that question, huh? You know what I'm going to see? A lot of you women say, I'm fine with paying for my parents. I'm fine with paying for my parents. So why won't you pay for the guy? What's the difference? What's the difference? Because if you try to sell to me, well, my parents, they raised me, so you got to pay them back for raising you. So you owe your parents for raising you. So when your mom say, I gave birth to you, does that mean she has a point? I gave birth to you. You owe me. Does that mean she have a point? Because tell me, why should your parents not pay? Why are you willing to pay for them? What is your reasoning? Is it because ultimately the difference is you get to sleep with the guy and you're not going to sleep with your parents? Is that what payment is for? I'm just trying to understand. Ding, 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 ding. Exactly what I figured you'd say. Ultimately, the guy wants some and he need to pay. But since my parents don't want none, we will happily pay for the dinner. Thank you. So now that we've established that most of y'all think this way, that's what the payment is for. That's why that young, black, beautiful woman, I gotta say beautiful before I get in trouble, because all them other women I said was attractive, right? Y'all be like, oh, you don't like black women? I know what's gonna happen. So they got to pay for it, right? That's what it is. Now we established why we're paying for the date and what we expect to come. So now in conversations, we don't want to hear, you can't pay for that. That's not what we go to dinner for. Yes, it is. And Miss Renee Stevens, you are an experienced woman. You are not a young woman. Okay. So, oh, it is a good example. You just didn't like how I set the example up. It is a very good example. You can, if your parents ask you to go out, you most likely gonna pay, especially if you're a multimillionaire and your parents not. You're the rich one and they not, you gonna pay. We all know, just like you'll pay for your children. Oh, I'll pay for my family, I'm rich now. But if you go out with a man, he gotta pay. The difference is, like Renee Stevens said at the bottom, ultimately, we're paying for that. And we just want y'all to be honest about it. We tired with the lies.
Talking like Elon Musk's daughter, like, what do you think?
I'd still pay for it.
What do you girls think?
The girl. I mean, if you're filthy rich, why not?
She's a 10. There we go. Do you guys think rich girls should pay for the first date?
No,
No, so you're always paying?
always.
Trust me, there's no girls around here. You can tell the truth.
I'm married, so it doesn't matter.
What if she doesn't know like a lick of cooking, and does that make a difference?
No, because then I'll cook.
South Georgia, born and raised, we always pay.
Should rich girls pay for the first date?
No, absolutely not. Guy always pays first.
I think that whoever asks the other person on the
Yeah.
date should pay.
I agree.
That is such a cop-out because you know that they're never getting ass on dates.
Yeah.
A cop-out because you know that they're never getting ass on dates.
Yeah.
Such a cop-out because you know that they're never getting ass on dates.
Yeah.
You see why we have trouble having genuine conversations with women? Because they do this. It depends on who asks for the date. So, ladies, y'all know y'all don't like asking men out for dates, and majority of y'all gonna say it's a man's job to ask me out on a date or I ain't going. And y'all know that, just like that blonde girl was gladly ready to admit when the man challenged her on it. You know, men always the ones that ask primarily. Yeah, so that's why she set that play up. Tired of this BS. I'm tired of this BS. It's not cool. It's not cool. But y'all gonna keep doing it. We know. Y'all gonna keep doing it. Save yourselves, black women, and divest. Why divest? What this got to do with black women? What this got to do with black women? I don't know. I think this is a woman thing, but if you want to make it a race-specific thing, boy, oh boy, y'all cannot help it. Fine. Go ahead and divest where? To the guys in the video in Nashville, Tennessee, because they pay for the dates and they're gentlemen like. If this is the case, right, and there is a area in which the men pay for all the dates and stuff, y'all stop complaining. Y'all know exactly where they're at. Just go there. Go right ahead and go there. Let me push through this.
Would you pay for the first date if you made more money than him?
I've done that before.
Did he get a second date?
He did get a second date.
He did?
He did. I've done that before.
Did he get a second date?
He did get a second date.
He did?
He did.
So it works. Okay.
No, because I feel like it has nothing.
All right. So we already got a winner. She paid for the date and he got a second date because he was worth it. Now, ladies, some of y'all still in for the streets because y'all afraid to pay for a date because y'all heard if a man don't pay for a date, he really don't like you. How many times have men told you, I slept with her on the first date and we married now? I know y'all want to believe these lies, but ladies, I'm going to warn y'all. Men feel like when they have money, they don't never know if you really there for them. So they don't trust you, right? And to hear women that are rich, not just got a nice job, rich, sit there and say, I ain't paying for nothing. You got all the money. You got all the money, okay? And you still don't want to pay. This is why we have troubles. This is why we tend to have a lot of conflictions because you don't want to pay. Why not pay if you're rich? This is why I think Tyrese shouldn't have to pay $200,000 for no goddamn child support. And I have some of the most clearest reasoning because when a man is in the home, he don't have to pay no damn child support. He could spend $1,000 a month on a kid, even though he's worth $50 million and ain't nothing you can do about it. Talk about they're afforded the same lifestyle or nothing. It's BS. It's a way to shake men down that's doing well. Fantasy Island Gallon says, my man is from Tennessee and he is like those guys in the video. Is he now? There was a couple guys in the video, but you say, so pretty much he's the guy. Well, no, Fantasy, I'm going to leave you alone because then I'm going to ask you where your ex-husband is from. Is he from Tennessee? And then I'm assuming he's not like those guys in the video is why you left him. I don't know, Miss Fantasy. I'm just saying, Fantasy, if you rich, you still not going to pay is what you're saying, right? If you rich, you still not going to pay. I'm telling you now, this is why men going to continue to dog y'all out. Y'all going to get dogged. I know.
Nothing to do with their wealth initially. It should be about the statement that the guy wants to make to the girl despite her whatever she's naturally equipped with, right?
What if she can't cook at all? Does that maybe mean she has to pay for a date?
How does that align?
Yeah, I don't think that aligns.
Chivalry.
I don't know if that works.
Cooking has nothing to do with gender. Anyone can cook.
What is paying though?
Paying doesn't. It has nothing to do with gender. Anyone can cook.
What is paying though?
Paying doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. Anyone can cook.
What is paying though?
Paying doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
You ever got that gotcha? You got that gotcha moment? That was the gotcha moment right there for you guys. I know y'all guys are wondering, that right there was the got you moment. That was the gotcha moment right there. Cooking has nothing to do with a gender. Why does paying then? And then she goes, paying doesn't. Then why did you just say the man should pay? See, that is one of those moments where gotcha. I ain't got my day. Somebody give me that Dave Chappelle me. Gotcha. Yink. Right there in that moment. Gotcha. 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 All those women kept saying, that's a man's job. That's a man's job. That's a man's job. That's a man's job. The second he says cooking, reject. I reject thee. I am not your slave. I am not your slave. No, 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 no. I'm not going to cook for you just because I'm a woman. Whoa. So I'm not going to pay just because I'm a man. I'm not going to pay just because I'm a man. Man, I tell you. Keep holding on to tradition is why we going down this path we going.
Should rich girls pay for the first date?
No.
She doesn't know how to cook at all. Should she maybe pay for a date? Yes.
Yeah.
If she's so cooking is where we draw the line.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, as you see, we tie gender to things all the time. It just so happens to think that we only want to tie it when it comes to responsibilities of men. We only want to tie it when it comes to the responsibilities of the men. Don't worry, I'll get to you. Victim Olympic says, and Becky in them too. SYSW. But apparently, they're not having these problems because all the men are being relatively fair. Oh, sure. We'll pay. Fine. But the thing that I caught there was this: women feel extremely comfortable to say F men. F them. You don't deserve nothing. And the men feel pretty uncomfortable to admit that rich women probably should pay. They like, man, I don't, even if I'm in my last $10, I'll pay just because I don't want you to think less of me as a man, even though you rich. That's how scary the world we live in right now. That's how scary the world we live in. I would definitely pay for a date with my man, but he wouldn't let me. Fantasy Island Girl, that's another trick that y'all keep trying to trick us with. Why? The only reason you're probably willing to pay is because you know he definitely wouldn't let you pay. That's the same cop-out as saying whoever asks for the date should pay. When you know the majority of the time, almost 96% of the time, the men are going to be the ones to ask for the date. So if you know he's not going to let you pay, it's easy to say, I would definitely pay. I don't know why y'all women use these tactics. I don't know why y'all use these tactics. I genuinely do not understand it for the life of me. Donating to Cheeknik 23 Fund, hosted by the Victim Olympics, Sugar Bum, and Flora. I don't know. We're gonna have to revote that. I don't know about Flora. She been hating a long time. Me and Sugar Bum, we cool. You know what I mean? That's cheeky baby mama, so it's cool. But Flora ain't putting no work in over here with us. She's what y'all call was she one of those grifters? She just grifted over here. She a grifter. We can't put her on the ballot yet. Traditionally 50-50 modern man pay. What you mean by that, Queen Lady E? Traditional 50-50 modern men pay? I don't know what that means. Traditional 50-50 men. So there are traditional 50-50 men, and then modern men pay? I'm so lost by that statement. I'm just slightly frustrated at which women feel the comfort to say some of the things in which they say, and have the audacity to say men are complaining about women online. Shameful. Now, tying to the past, traditionalism holding back future development, right? Now, earlier we talked about where I seen a person holding a sign up that says no more blacks, black is wrong, go away. And they interviewed him. He's like, being black is wrong. We don't need no blacks. Get up out of here. It ain't right for you to be black. It's wrong. And most people in that thought quality is outrage. And they usually are outraged because racism is wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Moderators. Daryl Long said he still don't know how to shape up his conversation. Please put Daryl Long in timeout consecutively for the simping. We are not having no simping today. Settle. Nada. There will be no simping today. My apologies. But that's what I've noticed. You know, I'm scared of black people. And specifically, I'm scared of black women. I am scared of black people, and specifically, I am scared of black empowered women. Sherwin Thomas says it's extremely easy for women to pay for dates. All they have to do is slip their card to the server without the man knowing. No excuse for that. She knows that. Sherwin Thomas, shout out to you. Appreciate it. She knows that. They absolutely know how to pay for dates. They know how to. They're the best cheaters. They're the best cheaters. They don't get caught. They know how to be sneaky. They know how to put their friends, the man's name as their girlfriend's name. They know exactly what they're doing. But they're perfectly fine with taking advantage of men because they're men. Shout out to AO. A woman paid for the date when I went to the bathroom. Facts, bro. Listen, man, listen. We acting like we asking poor women to go out of their way to spend some of their hard-earned money. We talking about rich women, and they still don't want to do it. And the one honest woman, well, they all honest because they don't want to do it because you ain't worthy enough. But the very honest, sweet woman said, if they're worth it, why not? Because the truth is, she's right. If a man's worth it, why not? Do you know how worthy a man would have to be if the large majority of women think men ain't worth nothing and I ain't paying for no damn date because he a man? And then a woman will say, I think he's worthy. Well, goddamn, that must be one hell of a man. One hell of a man for a woman to deem him worthy for her to pay for that date, while the rest of them saying, the black woman on that particular video said, under no circumstances should you ever pay for the date. That's what she said. Under no circumstances. It don't matter if he lost his card. It don't matter if he lost his job. It don't matter if he's a great person. It don't matter. Under no circumstances should you ever pay. She was the only one to say under no circumstances. The rest of them said, no, the man should pay, the man should pay. But she definitively said under no circumstances should you pay for a man. She stood out there. And like I said, shout out to Darren Walker. He says, they are not the best cheaters. Men don't investigate like they do. Well, call it what you want, but if identifying men's behavior to not being investigative is one of their skill sets to make them better at cheating, that is actually a skill. It reasonably is a skill of a woman to know, we know men don't do this and do that, so we're going to outskill them. Because they could be lazy like men are, but they're not. So it is somewhat of a skill. And let me assure you, Mr. Darren Walker, you may not be an investigator. I may not be an investigator, but a lot of men are. A lot of men are extremely controlling. Give me your phone. Where you going out with? Trust me. And listen, I don't find nothing wrong with men being controlling. You're supposed to control your woman. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care how offended y'all get. You don't get a man if he don't get to control you. Yeah, I said it. You don't get a man if he don't get to control you. You're going to do as you told, or you're going to get gone. And if you want to deal with a guy that ain't going to tell you what to do, ain't going to push your hard line, go get with him. But for the majority of the guys that I know, you're going to do as you told, or you're going to get gone. Don't get confused by guys arguing on the internet and stuff. It's a lot of guys that don't play. You're going to do as you told, or you're going to get gone. If you want to play that game, or who can be for the streets longer, find out and play. But the smart women know better. My man, yeah, he run things. I don't mind. But you're going to learn. You're going to learn. But like I said, Miss Cece, shout out to the women in the UK, because Cece happened to be one of my favorite. But it's not going to stop me from saying what needs to be said. Black women currently empowered are extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous because they say things. I've had women come on, they say things like this. Black people can't be racist. I have so many women in this chat often saying black people can't be racist, right? So you know what I went and did? I went and done some research. And mind you, this will tie into the point why I use language in context in which the person that applies it understands it to be. Language in context and how is it applied is how I utilize it. What they believe racism is how I use it in context. And I'm going to present to you what that means. DJ, please play the video. Oh, wait, I'm the DJ. I don't have nobody in the black band. I don't have nobody playing DJ for me. I guess I'm my own DJ. But before we get to the video, I'll shout out to my guy, Jonathan Bonneville, where he says, I believe women should never pay for dates. Well, I don't give a damn what you believe. I also believe women should be in the kitchen. Okay, now I believe what you believe. Modern women want traditional women benefits without actually being traditional. And they gonna get it too. And they gonna get it too because all those women down in Tennessee was acting reckless, disrespectful, F men, they don't deserve nothing, laughing, giggling, think it's okay to talk like that. Let a man talk like this. All y'all love canceling Tommy, don't y'all? Y'all love Tommy need to go. He got to get up out of here. I had never ever seen nothing Tommy ever done till he pulled up to one of my shows. All I ever heard was people say his name, but I never knew nothing about him. But y'all want to cancel him. Y'all want to get rid of him. Why? Why can't he say what he wants when there's women literally walking around like that saying men don't deserve nothing? And they here to pay for our food and do as we say. And even if we rich, we still gonna step on you and you still gonna do it because we say so. And we have children. And the women that don't have children get to step on you and do as they say, even if they don't have children. And we just gonna roll over and take it. No, we not. Shout out to the American Golem LLC. Says, I don't mind if you take the modern or traditionalist route of dating. What is the issue when modern women want traditional men? Stay in your lane and deal with your own ideologies. Now, I understand what you mean, but there is no lanes anymore. There is no lanes. We're living in the wild, wild west where a woman can tell you that a woman that has children, that can birth children, needs to be widely respected because she can give children. And in the same breath say, even a woman that can't have children needs to be equally as respected. So it was really no point of saying anything about children if they get the equal respect. So we live in the wild, wild west, okay? So I get your point, but we're in the wild, wild west where women can get away with things like this. And it's getting scarier because women are getting away with things like this.
During this video, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? It is okay to be white.
No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white.
No.
No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white.
No.
No comment.
No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white.
No.
No comment.
I see. It's not okay. It's terrible. It's quite a statement because when they had signs and said, when they said it was wrong, but now it's not. Okay, let's see if that's just a one-off. Let's see how powerful this movement has really become.
Yes, it's okay to be white.
Really don't care.
Yeah, it's okay to be any color.
It is okay to be white.
Disagree.
You disagree?
Yes.
It is okay to be white.
Disagree.
You disagree?
Yes.
Shout out to the young black man that says, yeah. And then the white man that says, I disagree. We've got to the point where white people are afraid to acknowledge that they like being white and they want to be white. That's how far we have gotten. If she African, she pan, that's offending. Oh my, listen, you already know them diamond mines. If you in the chat and you are from Africa, we coming from reparations from y'all too. See, I very much don't actually think that we're going to get reparations, but I damn sure don't mind y'all demanding for it. See, I benefit from it, so I don't mind. But the Africans, yeah, y'all owe reparations too. Y'all don't just to get pal up on the white man. Y'all got paid too. So Sierra Leone, all those blood diamonds, we want that. We want coal mines. We coming for everything. If y'all want to start a problem, we'll start a problem. But we ain't forgot. We have not forgot that y'all owe as well. I just kind of shocked that we have convinced them. Oh no, don't worry, Fatty. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, we'll see. I'm shocked that we have convinced them that it's not okay. This is crazy. But y'all think that this is cool. But it gets even better.
I mean, that was a hell of a question.
Yeah, because it's okay to be black. It's okay to be orange. It's okay to be pink.
I don't even think that should have to be a question. We live in a really odd time where we have to ask that question, you know.
No, y'all got too much. Yeah, y'all got too much.
Want to be
white.
That's awful.
No.
Okay, so why is that? Why is it not okay to be white?
Y'all have the race as a people. Y'all have done too much. I would rather
people.
Yeah, as a whole. And it's a group of people.
Too much good or too much bad?
Too much bad. The majority is not. Is like bottom of the barrel, really.
Really?
Yeah.
And why do you disagree with that?
It's the whole privilege thing.
Bottom of the barrel, huh? Bottom of the barrel. We told every day, black women tell us, black men every day, y'all at the bottom. But that woman right there, that black woman said, white man, ugh. Y'all bottom of the barrel. Y'all at the bottom. Who want to be that? Interesting. And her friend next to her supports the idea. And y'all think this is actually okay. She knows she's being filmed. She knows that black people are judged as a whole by individual actions. We all understand that. This is why y'all say optics matters. We need to control media, because we all know that black people as a whole get judged on individuals. That's how our community specifically work. This white man right here who says, oh no, it's wrong because of, privilege and all this stuff. He don't speak for all white people. If he spoke for all white people, we would have reparations by now. We'd have them. But the problem is what those women are saying is exactly how their people actually feel. And they tell you the truth in this video. Let the footage be played.
It's just, time to give it to other people.
It is okay to be white.
Are you guys white? I'm white, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you guys out here. Why is asking the question? I don't care to be myself.
No, but at the end of the day, yeah, it is. It is okay to be like
you, dog. What are your guys' thoughts about people that are responding to that saying they disagree with that, saying no?
When the people say it like that is, I don't know.
I think they racist when they say that.
Yeah. Say it like that is, I don't know.
I think they racist when they say that.
Yeah.
And you gotta live and let live.
I don't know.
I think they racist when they say that.
Yeah.
And you gotta live and let live. I think they racist when they say that.
Yeah.
Now, as I told you, I speak to people in the language in which they understand and in which how they speak in context. She knows what she believes racism is. And she used the word into her understanding that what they're saying that is not okay means you're racist. Those are her own words, based upon her understanding, based upon the language in which people speak, in which I tend to utilize and say, I'm going to speak in which the way you understand it. She said it, not me.
And you gotta live and let live. I think it's better with white and chocolate. And, I think it makes our world. We all different flavors, just like ice cream.
What should white people do about that?
There's not much y'all can do, but just gotta deal with it.
What should I do about that, do you think?
Try not to be white.
You're right.
That's all you can do at this point.
Is it okay to be Asian?
Nah, you don't want to be them either. Nah.
How about black?
Definitely that. That's it. It's all you could be. It's the coolest thing to be. I mean, you really, after that, you talking bottom of the barrel, really. Asian, that's probably worse than being white, ain't it?
I feel like it's okay, yeah.
Is it okay to be Asian?
Asian? Yeah. Of course, because I'm Asian.
A lot of people that we would speak to today would call what you're saying racist.
Yeah, I am racist.
Are you serious? Or are you
100%.
racist?
Yeah, I am racist.
Are you serious? Or are you
100%.
So you just don't like white
Racist.
Are you serious? Or are you
100%.
So you just don't like white people as a whole?
No.
It's just a matter of color, and color shouldn't come in the way of anything.
That seems pretty fair.
It is very fair, and that's how life is supposed to be.
You're white, obviously. What can you do to change that saying it's not okay to be white. What can you do to change that?
Fund the United Negro College Fund. Leave your inheritance to African American people. You know, like the beaches, give them back the property that was stolen from them, African Americans particularly. But yeah.
Are you yourself planning on giving your inheritance to African American people?
Do all sorts of that stuff already, yeah.
Why do you think some people are saying no to that question?
I don't know. That's probably a personal issue within themselves because it's okay to be whoever you are.
Do you hear that within your own life at all or no?
No, I don't. That's weird. I mean, we're all the same, man. We might be different colors, but man, we all bleed the same color. We're all equal, man.
It's not okay to be white.
Yeah, they said that. Yeah.
People say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that they're not the judge at the end of the day. God is. And if he's okay with you or myself, then we should also agree.
Should we be judging people based on the content of their character and not
Yes.
the color of their skin?
No, you need the color of skin is very important.
By the way, do you agree with her?
Yes, she does. I have a black son. I don't want my son come home with no white woman at all. He know better.
Do you tell him that?
Yes.
How old's your son?
21.
And he's not allowed to date.
Not he could date who he want, but they can't come in my house, and I'm not gonna have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby grandchild. That's what I want.
All right, everyone, let's take a quick moment to talk about today's sponsor. We all know
Could y'all imagine if somebody else was saying this? Could y'all imagine if somebody else was saying this? It would be a problem. But if the protected group says it, it's all good. That's right, JB. I said that they ain't my sponsor. They are not my sponsor.
Okay, you can be white, black, purple.
Of course. I'm white.
I think to a reasonable person such as yourselves, the proper answer to that question, is it okay to be Asian, black,
Yes.
brown,
Yes.
whatever,
Yes.
is yes.
But in other words, we're saying is we really don't.
I do care, and I
She
say
care,
yes.
but me, I don't really care.
Yeah. The reason why we're talking about this is a recent Rasmussen poll asked that question to Americans. Do you disagree or agree with the following statement? Is it okay to be white? They did find that only 53% of Black Americans said yes to that. Why do you think that is, in your opinion?
I think because I think they're racist. You know, they just
You really
like.
think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I think most don't get up and think about another race. It's more like they think about us. You know what
Yes,
I mean?
we do. We get up and think about another race. Yes, he do. He lying now. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Get up and think about another.
Right.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. I think most don't get up and think about another race. It's more like they think about us. You know what
Yes,
I mean?
we do. We get up and think about another race. Yes, he do. He lying now.
really don't.
Yes, we do.
Well,
Oh, she has got to be my favorite. She tell it like it is. He a liar. Yes, we do. Yes, we do complain. Yes, we do say this. Yes, we do say then white men better come fix this. I pay too much money on this, Randy. Better come fix this. Yes, they do every single day think of other people, other groups all the time. They would love to think that it's the opposite way around. Oh, yeah, we always thinking about y'all and y'all little rap music and dancing, da 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 da. But y'all don't like the truth. Y'all don't like the truth because if I say it, I get in trouble. So I'm gonna let these people say it.
I'm not sure that's even really a part of the conversation because it's just a question, right?
Well, the question is, me anyway. I mean, can't think about another race. I spend my money just like they do. You know what I mean? It's all about me come back to the self-centeredness. You know what I'm saying? I got to worry about me. I can't worry about them.
I think it's okay to be somewhat self-centered, but you would answer the question. You would agree with the statement, though. Is that correct?
I would.
Yeah. Only 53% of Black Americans said yes to that poll. Does that surprise you or no?
No.
It doesn't surprise me.
Not really.
It does.
Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Why do you guys think that is? Because that's obviously problematic.
That's me.
Not really.
It does.
Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Why do you guys think that?
Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Why do you guys?
Now you see the young girl with her after she says black people are really racist, which we probably proven that a bunch of times already. She shakes her head no. The reason she shakes her head no is because she knows it's wrong. And you're not supposed to do that, especially if you're going to complain about somebody doing it to you. But you can't challenge her. You can't challenge that woman next to her. She's going to probably knock her head off. You ain't going to challenge me in front of these white folk. Better not say nothing. Y'all might not see it. That little girl looked terrified.
I just think that is because that's obviously problematic.
Oh, maybe they're thinking about like a mind state instead of the color.
So maybe just
white mindset. Well, if you
Color.
So maybe just obviously problematic.
Oh, maybe they're thinking about like a mind state instead of the color.
So maybe just
white mindset.
I don't know what's going on, but these women asking the right questions. What is this white mindset? He just talking, trying to cover up for his peoples. Yeah, maybe they wasn't thinking about the color. They think about the mindset. Cap, they think about the color. What is this mindset? Cut, go to the next scene. Cap.
Well, if you would have asked me if it's okay to be black, it's like the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, why would it not be? I mean, it's just like kind of saying like it's okay to be black. Like
it's the exact same thing.
Exact same thing. There's like teaching people that are like, oh, this one's bad, putting the others down. It's not right.
What was the results in the white people?
White people was 81% said yes. I think across the.
It's about them.
Right. I mean, yeah.
I feel like it's not okay to be racist.
It is okay to be racist. But white people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people has put that foundation down, and it's just normal. I am scared of you.
Are you scared of me?
From my perspective, that shouldn't even be a question.
It's a dumb question.
The fact that you're asking that says a lot about the fact that you got to ask that as a question. The fact that was a question in a poll
in and of itself.
In itself is a concern.
I think
What do you
comes
think's going on there?
from it comes from their background of the information being spread of like what our ancestors, the lineage, the history, and also it just comes down to what's being poured into their minds. If someone's drilling into your mind a certain a way or a previous occurrence or anything like that, yeah, if they're telling you that, then eventually you're gonna believe that, you're gonna become that, even if you don't know all the facts. You know, you're just going off of, a lot of people these days are followers, and so most of them are just following the crowd.
I can see why.
You can see why. So why do you think that is? What's going on there?
Privilege. It's a problem with privilege. Black people have a problem with privilege, and white people have privilege. So they assume that being white is bad and being black is good. You know, just being completely biased, honestly. Just being completely biased.
What's this privilege that you talk so candidly about? What's this privilege? Why do I always hear about this privilege? What is it? What's this privilege? I've yet to be told what this special privilege is that these people have. Please explain it to me and make it make sense. Don't talk around it. What is this privilege? Prove it, because it sounds good. But all I hear is, oh, we're conditioned based upon the past, always telling us about slavery. That's why I said stop talking about it until you get to a point where you're not letting your mind be conditioned. You're a critical thinker. But of course not. I'm wrong for saying that every time. One Queen Lady E says, traditionally, men and women work together having each other's backs. But modern men are to pay for everything. We're not to blame. Blame society. Well, society will suffer whether you can blame it or not.
But it's okay to be any color, any race.
Today, white people have privilege.
Yeah. I live in Texas.
You live in Texas.
Yeah.
How do white people have privilege today, do you think, over black people?
Over black people, jobs. Definitely jobs. Definitely in the job market. If I go into a corporate setting, I look a different way. I have tattoos. I look like this. I always say, I'm smart. I have a great job, but I work at home.
Do you think that everyone with tattoos can look different in a workplace?
Yeah, I do. Not just one race. Speaking specifically just about myself in general, I know how I look to some people.
And if that's alive and well, that sort of racism that's resulting in white privilege, if that's the case, why are Nigerian Americans making more than white Americans?
Honestly, I have no idea because I don't know enough Nigerian Americans to actually make an honest assumption. I can't even make an assumption off of that because I don't know.
Do you think that viewpoint of, it is not okay to be white, don't you think that's kind of a genocidal viewpoint? Like what do they do? They can't do anything about you can't change this.
You cannot change who you are. You cannot change.
You can't change your skin color. You can kind of change who you are.
You can't change. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You can't change your skin color for sure. You can't do that.
So what do white people do about that?
But the perspective of how people look and treat others. That's what I feel.
I think everyone can work on that.
Oh yeah, okay. I agree.
Is it racist to say that it is not okay to be white?
It's racist either way it go. Either way it go, either saying it's not okay to be white or not okay to be black.
Well, that's a great point. Either way it goes. If you say that about brown people, Asians, white, black, if you say that it is not okay to be, one skin color,
right?
That's a racist thing to say.
Right. Yes, right.
They just gotta get better as a whole.
They can't do that. It's too late. There's nothing that can help them. It's too far gone at this point.
Everybody's allowed to be here in their own skin. Everybody. This is our world. This is what
What can y'all? What they gonna do if people think like that? Are they trying to change the people to think like that?
I'm sorry. Could you clarify what you mean? You're talking about
people that think that
the other 50% that think that.
What do we do about that? It sounds like something needs to change, whatever it may be. Whether it be white people not believing it's okay to be black or black people not believing it's okay to be white, we have to work to bring people together. As for what we can do about that, one thing that we can do is move away from identity politics, polarizing the country when it comes to race-based politics. I think that's absolutely unacceptable, and I think it's divisive. That would be my first step.
That's how they stay in power, though. You know what I mean? Their game they playing now on race-based politics is win at any means necessary. If they gotta hurt their own, it's just that they're getting so much money now, and then they want to pass it on, and they'll never give that up.
It's a lot. It's a good question, but it's
They're
a
not
lot.
gonna give it up though.
Yeah.
Democrats ain't giving that up.
Democrats aren't?
No.
Who does more race-based politics in the United States? Democrats?
Yeah.
He know their politics stuff, so I'm not
Everything
into
racist.
politics.
Everything, which is not.
You heard her say he know that politics stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's OG Charlie. He know the politics. Now, CC says, I wish they asked this question 50 years ago. Why? Why do you wish that they asked this question 50 years ago? Why? Why? Why do you want a question to be asked from 50 years ago? You know why? Because it ties into the titling of my stream. It's traditionalism and the past holding back future developments. For you to identify that you would like this question to have to been presented 50 years ago means that you're connecting it to the past, which literally ties into my point. Everything that's stopping from the future is being tied to the past. I hate to tell you, but white people ain't doing this stuff to y'all no more. I know that's scary, and I know y'all think y'all gonna wake up and they're gonna be water hose spraying you down, and there's gonna be a man talking about we will reach the mountaintop, but we ain't there no more. That's over. Ain't no white person stopping y'all. This is why y'all still talking. This is why y'all still running your mouth. This is why y'all still saying these impossible things that are just not accurate. White privilege. Somebody come up here and explain to me what white privilege is, please. Cogently. Don't just throw out some old what. Please explain to me what white privilege is, okay? Well, JB says privilege is just an excuse used by mediocre individuals to justify their failures. This is why they can never point to concrete and tangible manifestations of said privilege. Well, fair enough. Since we have the simp God himself here to explain to us where I'm off at, where traditionalism in the past isn't possibly holding us back, and also this white privilege things that still exist. To that, you say this. What is it? What is it, Mr. Simcott? What are you talking about?
Oh no, Aaron. No, you're completely right. The only thing that hold people back today is their own excuses, their own inferiority. They make excuses. I agree with JB. You didn't think I was gonna say that, did you?
Well, I wasn't sure what you were going to say, because I mean, depending on at what point in the conversation, it could be something different.
Well, exactly. Like when it comes to paying for the dates and stuff like that, I mean, I think even then, if a man has the money to pay for the date, just pay for the date. It's not a big deal. Even if she makes more money, just a little flex don't mind. A little flex never hurts. But traditional, I think most women today are traditional. JB will know. Look at he's married, right? So he will understand, and he's married to a black woman, so he understand the black woman is God. There's plenty of black women who are submissive. They just need somebody who is more or less like a JB, right? Responsible, working, hardworking, providing, right? Women not settling for bum ass niggas no more, Aaron. That's all it is.
They not settling for them no more?
No, not in the long run. They might use them for a dick. They might get a bag off of them, but they are not under no circumstances settling for them for life. Yeah, it's not. They're not doing that. Unless you want like a Leslie Jones low tier basic bitch.
You love that Leslie Jones. If you want to understand why you're a failure, find a mirror and look into it. Stop blaming white folks and letting them live.
Oh, this is about race? I was doing like a white and black thing today?
Well, technically, it's about both.
Okay.
Technically, it's about both, right? Because what I've noticed is that if there is a white person that has a sign saying it's not okay to be black.
Yeah, I don't see white, like, if you wanted to go to school, Aaron, what white person could stop you? If you wanted to open a business, what white person could stop you? If you wanted to open up a nonprofit, like, what white person, black person could stop you? Those are more or less just excuses for people trying to ignore their own inferiority.
Keisha, what is it you believe I don't believe? What have I said that you don't think I believe? Just because you think it's triggering, all I'm highlighting is hypocrisy. What I highlight. So it's not about if I believe what I believe what I say. And that's why I craft these shows the way that I do. I believe that there is no such thing as white privilege. I think people are delusional. So
do you think there's a such thing as pretty privilege?
Yes, there is pretty privilege.
Okay.
But I still think it's restrictive. It's not a guarantee, right? So like there's this claim that if you're white, you got the skin for the complexion, you can get a guaranteed outcome, and you can't.
The right complexion for the protection.
Yeah, you can't get a guaranteed outcome. Just doesn't work that way. I think that you can get like nepotism in many different ways. I think black people are just upset because they want black privilege. Because I've noticed every time they say, well, my people can't do it, so neither can yours. It's not that they don't want you to do it, it's that they want the same opportunity to do what you're doing, even if it's wrong.
Oh yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. That ties back into like the jail sentences that even person like myself, I would say, there are cases where black people are being sentenced to twice the jail time. But Nathan Daly, shout out to Nathan, black cop or whatever, he had a good reason for that. Maybe more black people should become judges. We have a Supreme Court judge here by the name of Kyra Harris Golden, black woman. And, instead of complaining every day about the white man, she decided to, get up and do the job. So at the end of the day, you're either going to do the job, become a part of the solution, or you're going to complain about a problem that you can't solve, and you're going to ignore your own inferiority and blame somebody else, whether it's the white man today or a black woman tomorrow. That's how I feel about that whole situation.
Now, look here. All right. You already in enough trouble for trying to get Bumpkin out of jail, okay? I'm going to have to tell you this. white people that have a head start in their generations to have privilege, it's not a lot of them. It's not a lot of them. I know you want to believe there's a lot of them, but it ain't a lot of them. So it's not enough to even be warranted this conversation. It's not a lot of white people that have a head start. There's a very small amount of them. And it's actually not a problem for people having a head start because we're trying to give our offsprings head starts. So it's not that you have a problem with it, because you don't.
Somebody in the chat, Aaron, said that you and I both have pretty privilege. I think because you're light skinned, I'm just handsome. So
I don't think nobody said that in the chat.
I think her name was Flora.
Flora is nothing but a troll. Okay.
Oh,
Flora is a troll.
I think it's Flora's sugar bum.
She is nothing but a troll. You think that's sugar bum? I don't think that's sugar bum.
No?
She's nothing but a troll. And I definitely do not have no privilege at all. Zero privilege at all. None. Settle. None at all. I have no privilege. It does not exist for me.
Now, I think one of the good things that men need to learn is, like, you control your own fate. You are the master of your own fate. It's really just that simple. I mean, of course, Aaron, if you're a Christian and if you're a member of Islam, then of course bow to Allah and praise Jesus. But at the same time, even in those retrospects, God said that He was Alpha and Omega. But everything in between, like, you make up on your own. Like, God's not gonna save you if you're doing crack every day. You know what I'm saying, Aaron? And like, bro, I was reading the Bible today, right? It said faith without works is dead. So like, you can pray every day. If you're not putting in the work as the next person, I'm of the belief that he cannot be he could be a heathen, Aaron, but he putting in more work than you. So you're gonna lose. A lot of these people, they complain about shit that they can fix themselves. If you want to make more money, stop your bad habits, save money, right? Stop spending money on fucking bullshit like Jordans. If you can't afford it, stop going out and eating every day and buy groceries. It's simple, small shit, bro. It's a lot of complaining going on, bro. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, John the Baptist says, is future development and optimism destroying humanity and family values? No. I don't think future development and optimism is destroying humanity and family values. I think that family has evolved over time, and what it looks like is evolving. We as people are more mobile than we ever have been. We don't like to attribute change to outcomes, but it exists. If I can get from here to Detroit in 6 hours, I'm doing things that people 50, 60 years ago could not do.
Facts.
So I'm a different person. I have a different thought process. Now everybody is moving and mobile. Everybody. So we don't have a stagnant society. People can move. And so families are no longer where you write your name on the mailbox that says the Jackson family. And people go, oh, that's the Jackson family. Don't happen like that. It's evolved. And people's hesitation to allow evolution to occur, to allow women to be leaders, to respect them as leaders. Now, I can't tell you what to do, and I can't tell you if you should do it. What I'm indicating is that our inability to allow it, to foresee it, to allow it to persist, it stops the evolution from occurring. And that is what's stopping the development, because the change is going to happen, whether we like it or not. Give you a short example, right? All it takes is time. I talked about Lamar Jackson. I talked about Jalen Hurts earlier, right? Now, the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, black man. 2nd overall pick, another one. 3rd, another one. White quarterbacks are now getting left on a board, when that used to not be the case. They used to say black men were not smart enough to play the quarterback position. Now evolution has occurred. The game has changed. And they say, well, we need the blacks now again. So I'm just telling you, women, like in that video, said you need to compete and make more money so you can pay for the dates. They don't want the evolution to be, well, now that we make more money, we should pay for the dates. They are still fighting that. And if they continue to fight the change, men will continue to combat the change as well. We're not meeting each other.
I don't like that though, Aaron, because like some stuff should stay the same, right? Like men, they don't like modern women. That's the evolution. That's where women have evolved to, right? And men complain about that, these new ways, these new feminist ways of thinking, that's a more evolved way of thinking that women would say. Women working more, women becoming CEOs more, women being out earning men. That's all modern. But men are telling women every single day, we want you to be more traditional. Just like Steven Crowder. I don't care if you want to go drive, go put on gloves and start working and walk my dog. That's what men are telling women that they want. But the problem is men are also saying we want to we want to accept certain things. We want women to accept certain things that are more evolved, while meanwhile we're not going to accept the evolved version of women. And that's the problem. Men have to accept the new version of women, the feminist modern version. She might outwork you. She might be more educated, but maybe you can use her education for the family, right? Together, y'all can be like a power couple, like Jay-Z and Beyonce, like Barack and Michelle.
Okay, let me just read the super chat. I had my wife create an Excel sheet of all of our expenses, followed by how much we need for specific goals that move the family forward, and it's fire. No doubt. Shout out to my guy Darren Walker, been rocking me for a long time. Shout out to him. Now, when you say the men are not allowing women to evolve, what about the evolution of women are men denying or don't want them to do? What is it that they're doing that we're saying no?
I think that when I hear men say stuff like women are choosing education over relationships or over family, Aaron, that's one of the things that I don't understand. Like I said, there's a Supreme Court justice woman. Her name is Kyra Harris Bowden. She is doing things here to keep Black families safe. With that being said, because I heard Angerman say, well, if she didn't get a STEM degree, it don't matter. Well, she got a law degree. And now she sits in one of the highest seats in my state, and she can protect citizens, whether it's myself, other men, other women, other children, right? In ways that somebody who got an engineering degree couldn't. So she's using her education. And when we have men spreading propaganda saying, well, get a STEM degree, I don't understand that either, because then she's going to out earn you definitely, because most Black men don't have STEM degrees. But nevertheless, you're telling women to not become educated so they can go home and put on rubber gloves and clean up a mess that you made. I think that's disingenuous and is it's counterproductive towards a nuclear productive family, a healthy one.
Well, I don't think men are telling women not to be educated. They're saying be skeptical in which the career path you choose, because what they're finding is men have to go back and pick up the pieces of women that make bad mistakes. Like they'll say, oh, I got this bad degree and I don't even get to use it, and I pay all this debt. And they're like, well, you shouldn't do that. That's dumb. I don't think they're telling women not to be educated. I think women are finding out. They did a poll recently that said most people are not even working in the field in which they studied. So I get what you're saying, but I'm still trying to figure out what about the modern women are men having trouble accepting? What is it that about them that men are like, no, we don't like that. We don't want that.
I think how women dress too. Like recently, the Sierra thing at the Oscars, people were very upset about that, Aaron. And I think men are trying to control every aspect of women's lives, what they can learn, what they can what they can wear in public, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand it, because I can't blame men for that, right? Men want to have the same results as like the Arabic community, right? Where there's submission completely. But then men don't also want to behave like those men. They don't want to be abstinent and not have sex until marriage, right? They also want to tell men, fuck after a coffee date. Like buy a woman a cup of coffee from McDonald's and then she's supposed to like bust it down. But then at the same time preaching that women are for the streets and she should have kept her legs closed. They're confusing the audience is what they're doing.
I don't like to make comparison about other cultures, and the reason is because there's a such thing called the cultural enclave, right? Which it means having a culture inside of a culture, meaning I can live within a community but be totally separate from them and create my own community within. That is what a cultural enclave is, right? It's very common of certain cultures to be able to do that. And so when we compare ourselves to other cultures, it doesn't actually correlate very well because we're not doing those actual actions. We're not. We're not.
You mean like the men are not doing the things that those other men are doing so they can keep that stability of that culture intact?
No, those women are not those women. So,
Okay.
so it's like those men are not those men, and those women are not those women. So you're not going to get those outcomes. Like I don't see no black women specifically wanting to be like Indian women, Asian women, white women at all. They vehemently want to go against that. I don't want to be like them. I'm my own. I got my own flavor. I got my own sauce. Now, I'm not saying they should be, but then they shouldn't expect to get the outcomes that those women get.
Okay.
And the same as if men don't want to be like those men, they can't get the same submission from those men, from those women. I don't have any argument or problem with that.
But I don't really hear like black women saying they want to be treated like Arabic women or anybody else. I just hear them saying we don't want to be abused. We want our children cared for. We want to have healthy communication. We want to have love in our household, stability, right? And some kind of tradition that we can pass on to our seeds.
So
and
the problem is women are horrible communicators. Horrible.
You think so?
Me and Cheeky have proved it plenty of times. They're horrible communicators. They actually want you to think for them. They actually want you to make decisions for them. They actually want you to read their mind. We've proven it time and time again. Most of these women are not effective communicators at all.
But that's called leadership.
What do you mean effective communication has anything to do with leadership?
If I, like you said, women want the men to make the decision for them. Women want certain things. The women want the men to lead. Just that simple. So if she has to come into the household and make all the choices, her commentary should be nothing but like in addition to the plan. The man should come up with that plan. She shouldn't be doing the same thing that you're doing. Like you making decisions for her. That's like me saying this, babe. What state should we move in? What school should we know? No, I should be coming up with those things. I should know what curriculum I want my children to learn. Anything additional that she add in should be just that. Additional. It shouldn't be her having to figure out the problems of the family. Why have a man in the household at all if that's the case?
So what you're saying is it's a man's role to fix the problems of the family.
Naturally, I believe, yes. I mean, whether you are reading the Bible or you read the Holy Quran, it's stated almost principally that the Holy Trinity is God, the man, and then the woman. So I believe that God made it that way for a reason.
Okay. If you see, that's now we're gonna get into conflating points, right? But let me read the super chat. Be educated and help the family. Unfortunately, a lot of women are saying they want the degree to only help themselves. John the Baptist is asking, evolving into what? So we're evolving into a different time period in which women don't
John the Baptist evolving.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to leave John the Baptist alone because he don't play no disrespect. So you have to understand, women don't want you to be a leader. They want 50-50 control, and they want a override in certain conditions. They don't have an effective because my husband says so and that's what it is. You don't have women running around saying that. They effectively want a change. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't want the change, but with that change comes an evolved man. Men don't want to die for kids that are not theirs generally. And if we have to, we want evolution of what we want in return for that. They're like, no, take the same stuff that you used to take before we had more power. No, y'all got more power. Y'all renegotiating. We got whatever power we got, and we gonna negotiate. Women are ineffective communicators. That's just the facts. We talk to women all the time. I even drop everybody else. I have a one-on-one with them that struggle getting their point across. I'll replay. I'll basically respond to exactly what they just said, challenge them on it, and they get stuck. And they go, well, Cheeky got a video and it just of two women saying, well, I understand the logic, but no, well, I just don't think that's right. Every chance that they have an opportunity, they just can't say, well, I'm actually wrong and you're right.
I don't know. I was just on Queen Sheba's channel, and I'm pretty sure you know about the young lady by the name of Shanquella Robinson, who passed away in Mexico. The lead attorney on her case, her name is also Sue Ann Robinson. And the women on that panel were very articulate. And being able to speak with them, they seemed very, very, very articulate. I think that sometimes in these spaces, women are pushed to answer questions a certain type of way. But if we really just like, if we bring in some of the best people like in all of our communities, again, I'm pretty sure we can bring in a Queen Sheba, like B. Taylor. She's also an award-winning journalist in Texas. Again, Sue Ann Robinson is the lead attorney on the Shanquella Robinson case. The lead detective on the Freddie Gray case is a woman. If we were to bring those women in, if we were to bring in the former Atlanta mayor, Keisha Bottoms, we can probably have a better dialogue than some of the women who may be in this space to pander to like some of you guys, or some of the women who really just here to like to troll, like my sister Sugar Bun.
That is a good statement. Are those women married? Because
some of them are, yes.
Because what we often find is a lot of those women that are in those positions where they have to dedicate a lot of their time to everybody else but their family, the same thing you saying that they don't want to do, they're doing these roles, and you want to utilize those women that you're saying that we shouldn't want. Now, Kai is saying I'm being disingenuous. Okay, the idea that all or most women can't articulate themselves is ridiculous. You can't count conversation on these panels as your proof. No, I use real life. I use real life and real outcomes.
Is that Cheeky's Kai?
I think so. Okay. No. If you think I'm going to just use conversations on the panels only, no. Use your family members, use your cousins, use their.
What about like in the work environment, like the women you work with, Aaron? How do they communicate?
It depends, right? It depends on the dynamic, right? So, if for me, like if you're highly respected at what you do, they'll communicate better because they tend to might need you more. You might have certain values to them. But when I talk to them on a personal level about their family, their husbands, and things like that, and I hear how they think, I'll be like, oh, that relationship damn near about to die. I literally have conversations with women. I say, you know what? You got that all wrong. You thinking about that all wrong. And then I'm like, go home and try this. And you know what happens? Magically, I tried it and it worked. It works. Why do men work that way? Yeah, because if you study men, which we've proven over time and time again, the reason why women are upset and argue is because they don't want to study us. They don't want to learn us. This is why they get so frustrated when they find out men don't like these things. And they get upset. Well, why do you not like the things that we want you to like? Because we're not capable of that. You didn't say what we're evolving into and what it looks like. So I'm sorry, John the Baptist, Daryl Long jumped in. So what we're evolving into is it's complicated because it's not clear. And the reason why it's not clear is because we're in the way of the evolution of the evolvement, because we don't know what it's going to be because a lot of factors are in the way, i.e. we're holding on to the past. We're holding on to experiences then which are preventing us from building in the future. Women have changed. Men have changed. Society has changed. Environments have changed. And which we try to hold on to is this. Well, our nature is still the same. Well, if your nature ain't get out there to run out there and chase down animals with spears and kill them, your nature has changed because the environment has changed. You can adapt to the environment. People are different. That's what I'm saying. And we don't know if women actually want to lead the family. The only thing they know is we not going to let them. What happens if we let them? You call a man a simp. He ain't a real man if he want to stay at home with his kids. That is putting a stronghold on possible evolution. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm not saying it's actually going to be beneficial. I'm saying we do not know because we're strong. We're holding on so tightly. We're not allowing for a change to occur. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to be good. It's different to learn men's language and to talk to him to suit his conversation patterns. Most women only do that for men that matter to them, not for random men out on the streets. They don't even do it for men that matter to them. They don't even do it for men that matter to them. They don't. And let's be honest, most of y'all don't have a man that matters to y'all. Most of y'all single. And if y'all black, y'all really single.
I don't know. I feel like like if that's Kai, I don't really know her, but most beautiful women have multiple options. They're just waiting for the right man to prove himself committed, to prove himself the ability to provide, and to prove himself the ability to be competent enough and spiritually aligned with God enough to
Then they
lead
better
her.
be virgins. Because when you get out and start spewing, they're waiting for a competent man, and because they have all this character and they're women of God and all this stuff, and they sinning, go throw holy water on my face, throw me in the water. No, men don't understand that. This is the confliction. Men are simple people. Present the logic of the conversation, and we will work on that baseline. That's all you have to do.
I don't know, Darren.
That's why you a virgin? No. All right, we done with that. This is why those conversations happen, because we don't know how to deal with telling us information that don't correlate properly. Now, shout out to my guy, Gary Grant. He says, you are correct, Aaron. Women do have a problem in communicational skills. I absolutely know that. You know why? Because I don't have a problem. And when they try to communicate with me, they get shut down because they're used to dealing with men who cannot communicate effectively. And I see it happen all the time. Most of their conversations are word solid. Keep up the good work. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it.
But
yes,
see, I'm not sure if you're a Christian. I know out there in California, you guys live a more conservative lifestyle. But like,
no, Californians are extremely leftist.
It's crazy, right? But in the Bible, it says that the man should love the child, the daughter of Jesus, like her father does, like Jesus does. And 1 John chapter 9, he says, if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to confess, right? We are then cleansed of all of our sins and unrighteousness. And see, if men can learn, right, to forgive Black women the way that God forgives Black women, then they will move on with a more healthier spirit. But when you're trying to condemn Black women for something they did 50 years ago, right, that might be a problem.
Okay, well, we can talk about that. Let me respond to John, though. He says, so are we evolving? To a certain degree, we're having to evolve into that. Whether we like it or not, whether this battle that Disney has going on with the governor of Florida, whether you like what's coming on TV or not, whether they wanted to let slaves go or not, it happened. It's going to happen. So I'm not talking about right or wrong. I always tell you I don't do that. I say what is. And I'm telling you we're evolving to that state where, yes, we can no longer tie it to certain things. And we're just pigeon-toed, holding ourselves on to the past and traditionalism, and it's hurting the development of the future. That's all I'm saying. That don't mean the future going to be great. I don't know. But the past ain't so great either. That's why people want to change. That's what I'm saying. Now, I think, Daryl, you said letting women get away with something that happened 50 years ago and still
No, I was saying for like learning to move with the spirit of forgiveness as Jesus does. And once you learn to move with that spirit, you can have a healthier heart and a healthier foundation to build your relationship upon. And most women are going to follow a man that's being led by God, truly led by God. So yeah, that's how I feel about that. Especially Black women who are in the church almost every Sunday. Right, that's just the facts.
In the church with whom? Other women? Is there any men in there for them?
The pastor and the deacon might be.
The pastor's definitely dropping it off. You're absolutely right. Pastor is definitely violating, and women mess with pastor. So you're absolutely right. Now, I'm not saying
Catholic churches, perhaps.
I'm not saying you shouldn't forgive women for their past. Okay, I have no problem with it. But you know what? I'm not mad at a woman that says I have my standards and I'm not dropping them. Okay, Lolo Jones, don't drop and be a virgin until you die, until you find that man. I'm with you. The problem comes in if a man has standards and he says, I ain't dropping it. If you got a pass I don't like, stay away from me. And you know what they'll say? That's not fair. No,
do you advocate for men to be virgins till marriage, Aaron?
Say that again.
Do you advocate for men to be virgins until marriage?
I advocate for men to be virgins for marriage. No, because women don't want men to be virgins.
Exactly. And in order for men to get that practice that you guys talk about, they have to go out and slay pussy. But see, the problem is this. Men want to be sexually active while shaming the women that they're sexually active with. And that's the confusion that women are having, saying, well, how are you shaming me and calling me sinful when you just ate my pussy?
Nope.
And so that's what women are saying.
No,
Yes.
what happens is you are just there to be used. And then you get out of line and go, respect me as a woman. No, I don't respect you as no woman. I'm here to use you up the way that you deem to want to be used. So
But see, then men cry about it, like, well, she used me for money, she used me for D, and then they start crying like, like babies.
I have not run into a man that say he got used for the D yet. And they cry about it. Most men say, please use me for the D. Now, maybe that's this new age stuff. Shout out to John the Baptist. He says, are we evolving into an abandoning kids and elders in the community? No, but the community is evolving to what it looks like. It's no longer you live down the street and I live over here. We're a community. We've expanded what community is because of the invention of social media and the internet. It's evolved. So we don't know what that newer community is going to look like. Sharon Thomas says, Aaron, this is not correct. Women have been leading families for decades, and the outcomes of their leaderships are what we have today. Sharon Thomas, that is not correct.
It's not correct at all.
Women have not been leading families because there has been no man there. And it requires, you can literally look up the definition of family. It requires a man and woman and children. They have been leading children. They have not been leading a family. And y'all let them trick y'all. And you know how they like to have those pictures of the black family. It's just a woman and the children on the TV commercials and ain't no man around. No, a man is required for family.
And this type of bandit behavior is the problem. Saying, go ahead. Sorry. Let's respect Omar first.
Yeah, that's my brother. Omar says, laughing out facts, bro. One is the same as 30. If you're not a virgin, you're not a virgin. You're going to get treated like you're not a virgin. I'm sorry. I know some men will be like, oh, it's only 2 or 3 guys, and they'll try, but you're not going to be respected the same way as if you're a virgin. I know women going to cry. I was a virgin. He still did me dirty.
These men are making these women Jezebels.
No, they're not. Because I could put it in the chat right now. Hey, yo, ladies, let me get with you. Just let's have some fun. You know what they're going to tell me? No. They actually, it's one of the greatest lies that we love to give. Men are doing these to, they actually want to do these things. They actually are running out of their way to get around men that they desire. And then they find out that was dumb. I probably shouldn't have done that because he doesn't want what I want, but I still wanted him. None of these women are told that they have to do these things. They want to do them. And we give guys like you will give them grace and say, yeah, you know what? It's cool. We know that you have a past. I forgive you. No.
I don't believe that.
Oh, no. Keisha, don't start. Don't start. Don't you dare start. Now Keisha want to play. Keisha want to play. A family is a group of da-da-da. No. Family requires children, which requires a man to make. Now, if you want to go adopt a family and call that family, fine. No argument for me. But if that's your argument, because it still goes to my point, that women have been leading families, they have not, because there's been no partner in those relationships. They are leading the children. These hoaxes, like a tax season car waiting brand new outcomes. F these axes. That's quite aggressive language, my friend there.
Let me ask you something, Aaron. Why do you think that most African American children are really raised by black women? Why do you think that most of these bandits, they can't even say the Supreme Court without stuttering? Why do you think that we have, and this is a lot of questions, right? So this, you can answer this or not, but I mean, like, we can look at the 4th grade reading level again. I was listening to these men, right? These bandits on Fight Club, right? Where you was up there, Aaron, and they was talking about resumes. So I said, you know what? Kyra Harris Bowden, she is a Supreme Court justice, right? Graduated with her law degree, right? Now I want these same bandits that claim that their resume is stacked, right? I mean, God, the resume is stacked. I want to see what their resume look like compared to hers, and let's just bring them up one by one and see who actually can lead the community. Because what's usually happening is these men are claiming they have the resume that they don't. They claim they have the work ethic that they don't. They claim that they're community activists, but they're not. No, and I agree with John the Baptist. Men should have one wife. Why on earth would a man need more than one wife, Aaron? See, but John the Baptist, men want to betray God as well, And we have Christians acting like they're Muslim. It's ridiculous. Now, if Omar said he wanted multiple wives, do you? But if you're not in the Nation of Islam, or if you're not in the faith Islam, I see that as a problem. If you claim to be a Christian, but you want to have more than one wife, you're on some Steven Crowder shit, and I hope that your wife divorced you. Speaking of Steven Crowder, shout out to his wife. We're sending her healing energy after 10 years of being in an abusive marriage where she couldn't even drive a car. So, I mean, Jesus
That's
Christ.
not an abusive marriage.
Oh, my bad. I thought I saw a video of her like 8 months pregnant and she couldn't even leave the house without his permission. That's what I thought I saw. And he said he never loved her and stuff like that, but I might be wrong.
So what?
You don't think that's important to love your wife, Aaron?
No.
Why not?
Is it a requirement for her to marry you that you have to love her? See, I'm a simple man. I use simple analogies and simplicity. Is it a requirement for somebody to marry you? Do you have to love them?
A requirement? Like,
yes.
like a job?
Like, in order for you to get married, does it require you to love them?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. You know you're lying.
You mean like happily married, right?
No, I didn't say happily married, because nobody can actually define if somebody's happily married.
I mean, if you want to get married just to say you're married, then you can get married like just because. There's like people get married so they can like get into the country, right? So there's a lot of different reasoning behind a marriage. Like if you saw that movie called The Passport or something like that.
I know. I did not ask why people get married. I said, is it a requirement for marriage?
Oh, no, but if you want like a happy marriage, I would say yes. In my opinion, yes.
Okay, but why does the marriage have to be happy?
If it's not fulfilling you, then why would you want to be in any kind of union that doesn't fulfill you at all?
Because you made a commitment.
Commitment to
see, you actually the reason why marriage is getting destroyed, because you saying if you ain't happy, girl, go ahead and leave your husband because you deserve to be happy. Forget, even though you said whether I'm happy or not, this my husband.
I mean, yeah, because I think you can't have a healthy relationship without love and happiness, right? Like you need God's love to shine upon your family so that can be transferred and trickle down, and like from the father to the mother to the children.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the whole point.
Let's stay there.
And John the Baptist is here. John, it says in the Bible, God is love. Am I wrong, John?
But no, you're not wrong. You're not, but you're
See,
not over
God
there.
is love.
But you're not right either.
Okay, break it down for me, sir. Break it down, please.
What do you think love is? I didn't call it talk. What do you think love is? And I don't want to get to the circle. I don't want to spend 30 minutes on a circle argument either.
No.
I just want to.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I think love is duty, right? Love is responsibility.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You said God is love. So
yes, sir.
God actually loved somebody, and He showed His love by killing off the Amalekites.
Yeah,
He killed women and kids, babies, unborn babies, but that's still love. So what do you? So I mean, is that the same love? Is that?
I don't want to get caught up on that. So
I don't want to. I didn't want to either. I just wanted to answer this question directly.
I think that's a terrific way to show love. Like if you're willing to defend your family and blood by at all costs, then that's love. It's like the Flash going back in time to save his mom. Like that was real.
I just want to make sure you understand what you're saying. But I want to move on to address what Aaron was saying. Aaron, I think the conversation of course I know you're not wrong because you are right. We are evolving, and it is going to shape up the way it's going. But you said you don't care how it's going to evolve. I think you said you don't care how it's going to evolve. You just want the progression to keep going, right?
No, I'm saying I don't know what it's going to evolve into, but I'm saying I know progression is going to come. Whether we resist it or not, that's fine. But it's preventing us from identifying what it's going to evolve into so that we can adjust. So it's like we playing tug of war and we losing, but slowly losing. They pull us over that line. And so women are saying, hey, we going to be this way. We don't want to stay at home and raise kids. We want to work. I know it sounds crazy. I don't want to be told I'm a bad mom because I don't want to be stuck in the house with those kids all day. It's driving me crazy. And we think those are bad women. And I'm saying maybe they're not. I know traditionally it sounds like they are, but maybe it's evolved to a point where they're like, I have to admit, maybe I'm not built for that. And I do want children, but I kind of want them how men typically have it, where, you know, they take care of them, they come home, they show them love, but at the same time, I leave, go to my job where I feel I'm more confident and enjoy much more time at, and I have a husband who really, really enjoys that, because there are some men that do. So I'm not saying that's right. I'm saying that is what is happening.
No, I don't disagree. I know you're not making an argument what's right and what's wrong. You're looking at what's happening. And so my question to you is, if it is what's happening, is there anything worth fighting for? In your opinion, is there anything in life worth? Is there any tradition or anything in life that need to remain the same and don't change?
I don't. Sure, I'm sure there are some things that we could
No, I'm
find.
asking you personally. I don't want to hear those some things. I want you to give me a specific thing that's worth saving and fighting for. Because you get his general statements. I want you to give me something specific that you would literally die and fight
Black
for.
women. I would die for all black women.
Yeah, that's not about to happen. I would say for me, something that I don't want to change is for men's ability to be the type of man that they want. Like, if they want to be a controlling man, they should have the right to be a controlling man.
Okay,
I don't
so
like.
in your opinion, you think men should have the right to be what they want to be. So now my question to you is, if they start taking that away, would you fight for that? Would you fight against that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so if you're doing so, then you're fighting against progression.
No, I'm literally agreeing with you on that. I'm telling you, there are men that are fighting that progression.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you.
No, so
You are
okay.
literally.
So
Go ahead.
here's the thing, right? I'm only fighting that progression if I'm dealing with someone that doesn't want the progression, that does want the progression. There are women that I actually like it like that, and you have to identify a woman that agrees with that. The problem is we push out a standard of traditionalism and say everyone should be this way. When it's wrong, it needs to be on an individual base, and that's the complicated part, because we actually want to control people's individual lives and say, Dwayne Wade kid doing what they want to do. That's wrong. I say, I don't give a damn. Do what he want with his family. And y'all say, no, the imagery is wrong, this, and
My
that.
bad.
That's what I'm saying. I understand the context of, if there are men like you, Aaron, that kind of want to have that control. I'm not saying me controlling, but want to hold those rights for you to be how you want to be a man, then you're going to fight the progression of the involvement. I don't disagree with that, but I'm only going to fight for that for the people I'm dealing with. I won't fight for it to happen across the board. There's no reason for that to exist.
But okay,
I think we should always leave children out of it too. Dwayne Wade's a great father.
But to your point, though, you're only fighting for, you're still fighting for ultimately what you believe in. What you're trying to do is now tell you're trying to limit how. Okay, so if you believe in fighting for your personal and those in your circle, that's your ability to fight for that. But now what you're trying to do is you're trying to tell people who are traditional, you shouldn't fight you shouldn't fight for. You're trying to tell them how they should fight, because the title of your show is saying it's traditional. It's traditional, the past holding back future development. So basically what you're challenging is you're challenging people who are a traditional stance. And you're saying the way you think and the way you believe is actually keeping us from having future developments.
So no. So I hear what you're saying, right? What I'm saying is that I don't know what the outcome is going to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know there are traditional men that want to hold on to their traditional values. I'm not mad at that. But then they can't stop other people who don't want to hold on to their traditional values. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying, like, hey, but I have to fight against the counterpart. Well, that's
so you're saying, hold on, Aaron. So what you're saying is if we want to accept the fact that like if we want to get women to accept the fact that men don't want to be 50-50, for example, like men don't want to pay all bills, men want to be able to go have on rent with women, right? Then women, like, I'm kind of confused because I'm just confused all around. Men need to accept the fact that women are not just these traditional women that's gonna like basically settle for you being a bum ass niggas making $10,000 a fucking year, Aaron, right? But men are not learning, John the Baptist. Men want these women who's sitting at home all day, like Stevie Crowder. He's the latest example. Like, go home.
Hey Sim, I'm not trying to be rude. I want
No, you good,
Aaron
Aaron. You're
to
OG.
I
OG.
want Aaron to explain it so Aaron can actually
Yeah, make that bandit answer.
make it clear and concise. Make it clear and concise of what it is, because I want you to be clear and concise on what you're saying.
Okay, so you're asking me, right? What
Mhm.
I'm trying to tell you is that I don't really personally look at on an individual scale what individuals can do, right? Now, I think every individual should have their right to try to decide what they want for their lives. But at the same time, you're going to fight against people that want something different for them. So that's why when you say you have to be around people that think like you and act like you, fair. But when Daryl Long is telling me we have to forgive women for their passes, this, and that, that's not a traditional thing to do.
Yes, it is.
So,
God been
so
forgiven
hold
since
on,
the first day
hold on, 1 second.
of earth.
Give me an example. Give me an example, a direct example, what you're talking about in society, like Daryl's trying to do a few minutes ago. Pick an argument or fight that people are fighting against that we shouldn't be changing.
Pick an argument that people are fighting against that we shouldn't be changing. Okay, very, very short and simple. That women should lead the home. Do you think
women should?
Are you okay with women leading homes?
Leading or leaving?
Leading.
You know me. You already know what I'm gonna say about that one.
No, he's traditional. You know that.
No. But that's the point. Your answer should be women shouldn't lead your home, but I'm perfectly fine with women leading other homes if they want to.
Why would that be my answer if you know me?
But that's where I'm standing with it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're
okay. I got you. I see what you said. Okay, I see what you're saying now. So you're saying if I'm traditional, you want to fight it. What you're trying. You said I'm part of the reason why women are not leading homes. I'm the reason because I'm so traditional. I'm holding back future development of women leading homes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And I will fight that fight because, like you said, you don't care about what's wrong or right. You only care to see progress happen. I care about wrong is right, and I care because I don't think all progression is good progression. I don't think all progress. I don't think all progress is good progress.
I'm with you, John the Baptist. That's like when men decide to both 50-50 with women. That's low vibrational.
How do you identify that? Because at some point we didn't think black people could do certain things, and they proved that they could. But if they didn't get the opportunity, because at that time that wasn't the way it's supposed to be, how would we ever have learned that?
John, can I give an example of this? Because when men were paying all the bills and leading their homes, they didn't have to worry about women putting them out. They had to worry about welfare and the people putting them out.
Okay, but your example is bad, because are you saying that women need to go back to let men pay all the bills and they don't have no money and let us control everything?
I'm saying that if men were leading by default, that women would have no choice but to do that. But because men are coming to situations with nothing to even present to a woman, but still want submission, and she has to go half on bills, it's going to create a dynamic sooner or later where she might want to put you the fuck out her house.
How did we get to that point? Okay, like even
men start to be lazy.
Even
Darren knows.
No, that's not what happened. It's not that men started to be lazy. It's because women didn't want that deal. It's not about laziness. Women said, I don't want it, and I'd rather be single.
All right, so Aaron, there's a scholar, and John the Baptist actually was the first person that I heard speak about this. His name is like Dr. Kawanza Jumfufu. He wrote a book called Counter the Conspiracy to Destroy Black Boys, where he was saying that like it's like black boys were trying to become basketball players and Michael Jordan, but there was 100,000 computer science jobs that none of them were qualified for because they didn't go to college.
And they were fighting for 400 jobs. I'm familiar with it.
Exactly. And they were fighting for 400 jobs that would last 10 years or something like that. And you might be Antoine Walker and lose all your money, or you might be Allen Iverson and keep all your money. But you know who? Hey, listen, Aaron, you know who is smart? LeBron James. He realized earlier, let's marry Savannah, the black goddess, and not cheat, build my family up, and do things and do things the right way. Now he's a billionaire.
Wait. You know LeBron married her after he had children with her, right?
He had what?
He married her after he had children with her.
But they were still focused on building their family together, and he provided everything for her.
I don't disagree, but that wasn't the traditional route.
Yeah, but I mean, he's from Ohio. I mean, you gotta give him a break. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear what Daryl said about the finances, right?
Thank you,
So
Darren.
I looked up, just some jobs that people can think because we keep telling black men, or a lot of black men are getting mad because women want them for their money or whatever, and then they start getting mad at other people for saying, okay, go hustle and get some money. So I just pulled up some jobs that they can get that'll pay them over 100,000 a year, because that seems to be the universal amount of money that these women be wanting, right? So over here I have veterinarian, aeronautical engineer, psychologist, physician assistant, software engineer, podiatrist, astronomer, oncologist, nurse practitioner, pharmacist, etc. Right? So a lot of these you can get this done in 4 years, and then there's more on here you can get in 8 to 12 years, whatever. So instead of complaining, why don't we just look up some schools, right? Men in the chat, look up some schools.
Wait.
Right?
Hold on, Darren.
I'm
AL
confused. What
says,
point was you making?
Cap, I'm
Sorry.
about to find out in 1 second. Cap, those women still kicked out men even when he was paying all the bills. Read your history and pay attention to normal people in that history. So you can pay all the bills, she still kick you out and take your money. So
no. So it's if you look up the actual stats as far as why people get divorced, one of the top reasons for divorce is because of finances, right? Is that a real stat or no?
Yes, sir.
It's no longer the top reason, but it's one of them. And the problem is we cannot trust those statements of why people get divorced because they're instructed to lie. Like like lead attorney has talked about, they've been instructed to say this to get more money or say this to get out of the situation. It's not a complete understanding.
But if not making money, if not making money is the reason, right?
I'm sorry.
That's not going to benefit them in court because they're not making enough money, because it wouldn't increase their child support. The lawyers are trying to get them to increase their child support, right? So if the man not making enough money, that excuse is not going to really do much.
And Darren, I just want to add too. Look at what we just saw Steven Crowder wife go through. Imagine if she had her own money. Now I don't have to ask for a car at 8 months pregnant. I can go lease my own vehicle. I should be able to. My husband is worth $21 million.
Why don't she have her own? Wait. Why don't she have her own money?
I believe.
I'm not cool with. Hey, look, I'm not cool with that situation though.
No, yeah, it's giving narcissist. It's giving controlling. But to answer your question, Aaron, I believe she doesn't have her own money because she came into the situation trying to be a submissive wife and trusting her husband, right? But he used his economic power over her to enslave her and say, "Oh, you want to go get some snacks? You want to go see a doctor? You can't do nothing until you walk the dog. Until I tell you what to do, and I never loved you, but do what I say anyway."
Wait. You don't have a right to tell him what to do with his wife.
Did you say that?
No, I don't. I don't.
Just said biblically she's supposed to do as he says. You just said it. I heard you. Want me to replay it?
But this is where we mess up, right? And all three of us. Well, I think you don't have children, Aaron, but I know me and John the Baptist does. I'm not sure about you either, Darren, but I'm going to assume you might, right? Cool. So when we do stuff with our girl while she was pregnant, if it can harm the child, we're responsible for that. And that behavior that he exhibited was completely harmful to the child that she was pregnant with, right? The added stress, the added emotions. These are not things that's healthy for a pregnancy, especially in the third trimester. So with that being said, he not only has broken his vow of marriage, he's broken his vow to his own bloodline. Because let's say she had a miscarriage, right? None of us want that to happen, right? We have to be careful with how we're treating people, especially, listen, 1 in 7 women experience postpartum depression. She's probably experiencing postpartum depression and real depression and anxiety and a number of other different things while walking around on big ass feet, carrying a baby, her uterus going crazy. I mean, we have to show some compassion, and he failed to show any, and that's why he's getting a divorce today. That is not what you do in the name of God. When you take those vows, Aaron, right, you're supposed to love somebody through sickness and health. It says that in the vows, love through sickness and health, through everything. He said, "I never loved you. You broke your vows, sir." And he got what he deserved. I'm happy for her. She is in a better place now. I'm sorry, Darren. Had to let that out.
So, Daryl, you plan on getting married one day?
Of course.
Let me ask you this, because I hear a lot of people talk about like leadership in the household and all that,
Yes, sir.
and it's a lot of women that can't be led. But I'll say this: I don't think men really know what type of men they really are until they have a woman that, especially during these times, right, where they following them based off like it's their choice, they're not forced to follow them. You don't really know what type of leader you are until you have a woman that can follow you for a long period of time, right? I mean, I've only been like we're coming on 8 years, right? My wife's been like following my lead this entire 8 years. What's his name? Anton's wife been following him for over 20 years.
20 years.
There's a lot of people that claim that they're good leaders or whatever that's never been married or haven't been married for a long period of time, and I don't think that they know what they talking about until they actually have to manage a household. You a manager. You managing your wife's feelings. You managing your kids. And when you say, oh, it feels controlling, right? Well, I call myself controlling. I don't care about no negative connotations. Connotative way, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. I'm controlling, right? But my wife like me controlling. As a matter of fact, at the very beginning of our marriage, I was trying to get her to,
Here comes trouble.
I was trying to get her to
got S
do
in his name.
most of whatever she wanted to do, but she, we was actually having a harder time when I wasn't as controlling as I am now.
But while she was pregnant, could you describe your treatment of her?
While she was pregnant, so I treated her pretty good, but to me, but there was a time like for a couple of years she couldn't get over the fact that because when we got married, I was only making $11 an hour.
Okay.
I wasn't getting paid. I was the bum dude that everybody be talking about, right? So I needed her to
love
work.
each other.
Yeah. But I needed her to work. But here's the thing. She held resentment for about 2 years. We had our first son, right after we got married. He was a honeymoon baby, right? And she felt resentment for a couple of years because of that. And even though she resented the fact that I needed her to go right back to work or whatever she did with what I said, but I can tell she was a little different, as far as her behavior towards whatever it was that I told her to do or whatever. She stopped kind of trusting me. So I had to gain that trust back. It wasn't me simping or anything, but I was trying to,
Oh, it's okay if you were simping. It's okay.
Can I jump in for a second?
Hold up. So anyway, when she got to a certain point where I started actually asking her, I remember Aaron talking about how women are bad communicators. I just didn't understand how she wasn't trusting what I needed her to do or what I was saying. And I had to actually get her to actually communicate what her actual problem was, and we started doing better because of that. But you never know what type of leader you are, like I said, until this type of stuff happens. When women are pregnant and hormones is crazy, sometimes, especially your first time having a kid, you think that they trying to use them being pregnant as an excuse sometimes. You don't know because
I missed it. You said your wife stopped trusting you. Why did she stop trusting you? How did you earn her trust back?
So she stopped trusting me because I don't think she felt like I had her best interest at heart. It was like a me against her type thing. It wasn't no really bad arguments or nothing, but whenever I told her to do something, she thought I was trying to be. She didn't like how I said stuff or whatever, right? It seemed like I was being disrespectful or whatever. And here's what's crazy. I'm still that way, but now she takes it different. But it's because I had to learn how to communicate why I talk the way I talk. I had to learn how to communicate with her about or care about her feelings on certain things. So I'm still talking the way I'm talking. I'm still being the way that I was. But the difference was I wasn't listening to her.
Okay,
right?
I want to
Remain
make two.
stoic
I want
while
to
you
make
was
2 points. I want to make
masculine.
2 points. One point that was made in the chat. A young lady said, "I don't like controlling, but I like for a man to lead me." If a man is leading you, he is controlling you. You can't lead something without controlling it. Second point I want to talk to Aaron is I want to ask Aaron a couple questions. Aaron, and maybe that just depends in general.
Hmm.
No, Aaron, actually Aaron, because this subline that you brought up. Do you think there's a problem with marriage and family today? Marriage, family, society today? And in your opinion, why do you think we have a problem today? If you think it is,
Do we have a problem with marriage, family, thing today?
let's just say society in general. Like, we won't even do marriage. We won't even do the normal marriage talk.
We
Let's
we,
just do
we no, we have a problem with marriage in society because it's no longer a necessary thing for relationships. I'm not saying you shouldn't get married. I'm not saying marriage is a bad thing. It's just no longer a necessary requirement. Society doesn't view it as a necessary requirement. Women and men don't review it that way. Uh, you're starting to see them speak on it more often. And most of the people that are married are older people, and they present their values and views from an older time.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't like the construction of how marriage works. Men don't like the construction of how divorce works. Marriage
Mm-hmm.
is very good for men. Divorce is bad. Marriage is apparently not good for women, but divorce is good for them. So
Mm-hmm.
it's the opposites that work for one another. So men are saying, well, it's not worth me getting married because it's a high probability I'm going to get divorced. And women are saying, I mean, it's not worth getting married because I am going to divorce him and I don't want to fail. So the only reason women don't want to get married is because they don't want to fail, but they're perfectly fine with the outcome of divorces. They're perfectly fine
Okay.
with it.
No, no,
Okay.
I
So
disagree.
so according to that, then, all right. So according to your argument, so basically we're in a perpetual state of progression right now, and we're in this like this floating in between this thing that I don't know what we're transforming to, what we're going into, but we're actually going through a change right now, a progression, right? A progression. And so one of the things you started based on what we're saying now, why is women love to be divorced and men love to be married, is because we are transitioning and no one likes what's happening. So now you got women that want to lead the family, as you said earlier, and you got men who don't want to lead the family anymore. So now we're in this perpetual change. What do we do while we're in this perpetual change? Because I'm going to admit this is kind of this is kind of new, not knowing what we're supposed to be doing.
Hmm.
So guide us, since this is your topic today. Guide us into how do we handle this while we're trying to figure out how do we keep women and kids and men and people in general safe while we're going through this change that we don't know what it is and how it's supposed to look.
Well, one, it's hard to do that because defining what safe is complicated. Uh,
Correct. Okay.
most people have a right to do what they want for their family,
Hmm.
especially if it ain't against the law. Whether we like it on a personal level is irrelevant. It's their family. And most people are choosing to do vastly different things in which was traditionally accepted. They doing all kind of wacky stuff, and we just got to sit there and accept it. And that's where we're headed. And I think a lot of the pushback.
So so why are we going through this transition? And I'm not even gonna say that one. I'm not gonna say that one. So while we go through the transition, you're right. You can't guarantee safety, right? You can't guarantee safety anything, pretty much. But it gives you a better chance. Okay, if I know the traditional role, I can't protect you 1%. Let's just say on the scale, I probably can do 70, 80%. But now, if you take tradition away, I now can't protect women because women now want to be leaders. So now that she's a leader, my 70 may be reduced to 10 or 20. I mean, a 20 or 10. How do we navigate this space now?
Stop bandit behavior.
Um, I think we have to get to a point where we have to understand that we might not have that answer. So, like, it's very similar to women not wanting to get married because they're afraid of failure. It's us accepting we don't know the answer to something. We just got to go through it.
Hmm.
We like when people ask questions, what was here first, the chicken or the egg? We don't know. No, people don't want to say they don't know. They want to argue whether it's the chicken or the egg. I prefer to say I don't know. Like
I
when
agree
you
with you.
don't know the answer to something, you should accept it and say I don't know. The issue then comes with the fear of going through something in which we already have a system in place, we're already used to it, and evolving and changing it to something that's unknown is uncomfortable. It is extremely uncomfortable. And what I'm saying is, well, I actually see women are not going to stop working. I actually see women are going to make more and more money. I actually see women view men as dollar signs. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't. What I'm saying is, okay, if you're going to view men as dollar signs, and if your dollar signs are more, right? Because I played the video, she said, the white woman said, women got to outwork us. I mean, men got to outwork us so they can pay for things. So they view that as, oh, you need to do these things because that's how they view the concept of it.
They be lying when they say that, man.
They
be lying.
Aaron, no, see, Darren, they don't be lying. You see, I said this to Cheeky one day when they said, "Oh, women are looking at men as money." Yeah, fine. And guess what happens, right, Darren? The women be hanging around men, right? And it be a dude who getting more money, right? And he gonna say this to him: "You broke ass nigga, I'm getting more money than you. I'm better than you," right? And she gonna be sitting right next there, right, Darren? What does that signal to her? That there's hierarchies, and the men know it. They have no problem calling the Dusties the Dusties. They have no problems telling you, right? And I had used it with Aaron, and this is just like for fun now, right? But I remember when Dark Blake came up and he was talking, and Aaron was like, "Show me your bank account, Dark Blake."
I never experienced that before.
Right? And Dark Blake was like, "But Aaron, we were supposed to be debating." He was, "Well, I debate you. Will you show me your bank account?" Because there is a hierarchy in these socioeconomic classes that we exist in within the United States of America. If you want to refuse to acknowledge it, it's probably because you're in the lower one and you're broke, right? But again, there's too many examples in this space to use of the men that talk about their wealth and the people who talk about their wealth when they're shitting on other people. That, hey, he has more money than you, so why are you even talking about him? Men acknowledge it, but they want women to not acknowledge it. It's giving
no. We
denial.
actually that's not the case. Hold on, let me read the super chat. I love being married. Can't wait to have the fourth wife. I look at divorce as an opportunity to get a new wife, probably younger and less expensive. Ooh, we love to get those expenses down. Change the law so you get the benefit of marriage without being married on paper. They are already doing that. They are evolving the laws right now, as we say, to get benefits without being married, in which you used to have to be married. They're already changing that. Aaron, your generation of men are entitled. I know you put is, but you meant are entitled. Sure. If that's what you want to believe, then they are entitled. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I think Aaron, the point you was making earlier, I do believe that I think there are certain times when people are afraid of change, and change. I think some change needs to happen, and some change doesn't.
I'm sorry, I missed AL's.
I'm about to hit up. Okay, go ahead.
I'll be quick. He says marriage is failing today because there seems to be no purpose or difference in doing so. It's presented as an expensive long-term relationship. I kind of understand what he means by that, because there's a clause to escape. I can leave this marriage whenever I want. And ain't nothing you can do about it, Darren. Nothing. I'm leaving. And thank you for changing your life, becoming a better man, but it's too late. You did it 2 years too late, and I've been harboring some ill will towards you because when I was pregnant, I ain't forgot. You yelled at me that one time about the jelly that was in the refrigerator.
Aaron, do you want to keep a woman that don't want to be kept?
Do I want to keep a woman that don't want to be kept? No.
Exactly. So why? Like, I don't understand men who do. If a woman don't want to be there and she's telling you that, why threaten to do something?
Can I answer?
Weird.
Can I answer that?
That's why men said marriage is no need. That way you
can answer that question.
Whatever the hell you want.
I just got two things. Hold on, John. I just got two things. I think men need to work harder, and learn how to communicate. And I think women need to learn how to work with who they choose. That's all I got to say. I think a lot of these women don't know how to work with the man that they chose to be with, and then the men don't want to learn how to communicate or at least get her to communicate. Once you can get her to communicate, now you have everything you need, because now you know what she really needs and what she really wants. What she really wants matters after you give her what she needs. When whatever she says she wants, right? A lot of times it's cap. A lot of times it's cap. If you learn how to give her what she needs, she gonna appreciate you so much for giving her what she needs, that what she want, if you don't give it to her at that particular time or whatever, it ain't gonna shake y'all relationship up, because she know and she feel everything that she needs to feel. I could tell my wife no anytime. Anytime. She might have a little attitude, not talking to me, but I can see it in her face. She might have a little attitude for about 10 minutes. Then she gonna come back and lay on my lap or something.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
And if you got good pipe game, half of the issue is gonna be solved right there.
That's a false narrative. We're gonna keep on going though. Anyway, though,
this guy, man.
But yeah,
healthy sex life matters.
So you asked the question. You asked the question earlier. Why would a man want to keep a woman that don't want to be kept? Sim, got this question you asked, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm not doing
So you shouldn't. Did you just drop old dude?
No, he dropped on his own.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not saying a man should force a woman to stay with him. This is what I made this argument. I'm not saying this all. I'm saying why a man would. Because there are certain men who are honorable and understand that a woman on her own is left to fight against the world, and because men should ultimately care about the safety of women and kids and those who have
What's
been
the
left.
deal, Aaron? What's up, baby? On this motherfucking Saturday, nigga. On this motherfucking Saturday, nigga. What's up, Nick?
What's going on?
The kids outside. See the kids outside? They outside.
Yeah. So like I was saying though, there are men who would want to take care of kids. Take care of. Hold on,
bunch of them, man.
Hey, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on 1 second, man. I'm still talking.
What y'all got going on today, man?
Can he not hear?
Huh? I just got on
I'm
the
talking,
screen,
man.
baby. What's up, man?
Hold on. Hold on, bro. Hey, man. Hold on 1 second. I'm talking. Yeah, like I was saying though. Go ahead, man. I let y'all rock out with though.
No. Finish your point, please, sir.
No, there are certain times with men in history where there are certain men in life who understand that women should not be left to fight against the world. So a man who would want to keep a woman is because he understands that for her safety, he don't want her out there fighting against society alone. But now, should you make her stay? No, but that would be the reason why a man would want to.
And I think that women don't want men to stay if they don't want to stay either. And I think that's effectively why we said forget this marriage stuff. Leave when you want. You keep your own job, have your own paper, and when you leave, you ain't gotta say you ain't got no monies. Leave me, and I ain't gonna feel bad that you leave me with your monies.
But so, Aaron,
that goes against the manosphere.
But Aaron, but to the point you're making though, when a woman leaves a man, not only do courts, but it should be traditionally. So for example, like say my wife left me, whatever we have, it's no question she's taking half because we've been married for so long. She's taking half. She only had to take me to court for it. First of all, we built it together. She was with me the whole time. So therefore, if she did leave, there's no fight. There's no reason why. There's no fight for her to get it. Because we built it together.
I don't have a problem if you want to give her half. I don't give a damn. Like that's fair. She probably, in your eyes, have earned it. I don't disagree with that, right? But let me ask you this, right? And because you're a little bit older, so it's older. How about she take half, right? And then she also wants you to pay alimony until she get on her feet. What is that? How does that sound?
It doesn't sound fair. It doesn't sound fair at all.
See, so that's what I'm saying. That's an option as well.
Correct. So I'm not. I guess the point I was trying to make was.
How is that not fair, John?
So because she gonna have another dude in there smacking it while he paying. That's why.
I mean, yeah, she probably been getting mediocre dick for the last 10 years, pushing out babies, living like Mrs. Crowder, and now you want her, like a woman who can't even get a car. Now she got to go out into the world and be broke on some Diary of a Mad Black Woman stuff. This is how y'all create
No, I
bitter
didn't.
women.
Hold on, hold
No,
on.
he
I
was
didn't say.
saying
Hold on.
half is fine,
I
but
get.
half with
I,
alimony is excessive.
it's too
Like,
far. I gave
That
her.
should
We
be an
gave.
option.
We gave her half. We gave her half to walk. For example, like I don't believe in divorce. Period. I'm just on speaking on. We don't speaking on just in general here. If she decided to leave, there's no fight. She takes half. It's not even a fight because after 28 years or 30 years, whatever the time frame is,
Years by my
she
high.
deserves that.
can I
So,
ask y'all a question?
go ahead.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
well,
Were you done?
let me read this super chat real quick, Venus, and then I'll get right to you, though. Marry a woman from Perry Unlikely says, marry a woman that does not want to be a leader. That's hard to say because they'll hide it. If that's an issue, people are marrying and don't really know each other. Men will wife a chick who gave it up on the first night, accept success. Well, that's the thing, Perry Unlikely. People have the option to marry whoever they want. There are no requirements. Just say yes. That's the point that I'm saying. Go ahead, Venus.
Because it's a lot of men up here. I had a question, right? Because men don't want to really get married right now. So I wanted to know, is money the main reason behind that? Is it fear of being left? Is it?
No. So in my opinion, the main reason is that I know I can keep my end of the bargain up. I know I can. We can't trust you guys to do it. And because we can't trust you guys to do it, because y'all prove over and over again, I don't care what I said. It's over. I don't want to be with you no more. I know men will be unhappily married. Unhappily married. And a man will tell another man, bro, you gonna have to grind that out. You know what I mean? You took a vow. A woman will tell another woman, girl, if you ain't happy, girl, you gonna go ahead and leave them. And if enough women get in your head to tell y'all that, that's what's gonna happen. So since we know y'all don't really stand on nothing, and everything that y'all supposed to stand on is the contingent on what we do, which is somewhat fine, but then you got to pick the guy that's fair to, and y'all don't do well at that. Leave whenever you want to leave. Take your money whenever you want to take it, and we ain't get married because you ain't got to have none of mine. Because I don't want to have a reason for us to get to dislike each other, hate each other. You equally going your own way. When people break up and you ain't take no money from them, they don't feel old. It's more than fair in life. But when you make me have to commit to something and you take from me, no, that's not good.
So it is about money then.
It's not just about money.
Hold on. So Venus, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is your name Rude by Venus?
Really?
No, I'm just not. It's not. I'm not trying to commit. It's not a sneak attack.
I think
It's
you
just
know
fun.
why, if you're asking. But I am a Taurus.
I actually don't know.
Okay,
I
I'm a
don't know.
Taurus, and every house in the zodiac is ruled by a planet, and Venus is the planet that rules the house of Taurus. That's why.
Okay, that's too
Look at
intelligent for
Aaron.
me. That's way too intelligent. That's way too.
Zodiac talk,
I
'cause
don't.
then
I
they
don't
tune
do.
out. Like,
Yeah, I don't do zodiac talk either. But yeah, for what Aaron just gave you was generally a load of crap. Uh, he knows exactly why men don't want to get married because it's in his title. Uh, progression is the reason why men don't want to get married anymore. It's not just money. It's because what's the name? What title of the show again, Aaron?
Yeah, it's not just money, but it's also the fact that knowing that we will be unhappily married and you won't. So why should I even commit to
Aaron, now happiness matter.
Say that
again. You see what I'm saying? You saying, like earlier you said happiness didn't matter when we had that conversation. Now you're gonna say we're gonna be unhappily married. This is that bandit hypocrisy that I talked about.
That's not hypocrisy. That's literally proving my point.
So earlier when I said happiness matters and you disagreed to that, you say what now?
That's proving my point because I said a man will stay married unhappily. He's just gonna deal with the fact that he got to be unhappy.
Yeah. But why would his unhappiness matter if earlier you said happiness don't matter?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to a man. We're trying to tell you, a man doesn't care about being happy in marriage. A man cares about commitment. If
Then
even
why
he's
complain
unhappy,
about your unhappiness then?
he's not
shut the fuck up and be unhappy.
He's answering Venus's question. Why do men not want to get married now? And he was saying that men do want to get married. Well, men don't mind getting married. Men don't mind being married. They just don't want. They don't. If they do get married, they don't mind being unhappy. Women mind being happy. Men don't care. And
I
it's
don't
not about money. It's not
That's
about
cap.
I don't understand that about men. Like, why would you choose unhappiness when you may even have an option at happiness? Like, I don't understand that thinking.
It's cap.
well the reason why men don't we don't put happiness before before what's best for the family. So if it's best for my wife and my kids that I'm there to protect them and provide for them, I will put my happiness to the side because
And
it's
you know, I
about
have
duty.
an opinion that if the parents are miserable, sometimes that might not be the best environment for the children.
But
That's
that's
what
what I'm
women
saying. We
love
don't.
to say.
But
That's a
we don't
famous
care. But
line from women.
we don't care about feelings though, because feelings is when they come down to feelings. What happens is you hurt the kids. You hurt, and the kids are left alone to fight a battle that they shouldn't be fighting. But if I stay in the picture and I put my feelings to the side, and you put your feelings to the side, and we recognize the commitment that we made to God, we put the commitment first.
No simping today. I told you.
Wow.
Ain't gonna be no simping
The
today.
real men get kicked off.
I I I mean, I don't want to get too deep into it because every situation is different, but I will say this. Men, all right, when you guys take the vows, right? It seems like the one that matters the most is like you single out which one, right? So you're saying, well, we're staying committed to the vows. Meanwhile, sometimes those men have broken a few of the other ones, but the only one that really matter is don't like so death do us part. So I don't really think that's fair to like use
So
vows as an excuse.
All the vows are important. All the vows.
That's misleading. That's misleading.
I know what she was doing.
Yeah,
No, that's why I
because
said I didn't want to because I know it's not every time, but
no,
you know.
I know, but if you talk to most women, right, and this is the problem. Most women think men cheat. Y'all do, and y'all pray and hope that a man won't do it.
I
But
do
if
think
y'all in
most
your
men cheat.
mind,
Yeah.
huh?
I do
Y'all
think most
believe that,
men
right?
cheat. Yes. Yeah, I do.
Exactly.
But why do you think that though? Why do
No,
you
John,
think
hold
that?
on, John.
Go ahead.
That regardless of that point, y'all know this even when getting married to these men. Y'all putting yourself in a failing situation because y'all will say, I can be saved. You are not God. You cannot judge me. If I sin, I can be forgiven. So if a man sins in your marriage, it's not on you to decide to leave him or not. It's on God to decide. But y'all pick and choose.
How did you reach that far for that point?
It's
How
not a
far
reach.
did you have to reach for that?
It's not a reach.
That is a
Wait, Aaron,
yardstick
Aaron,
of a
let me
reach.
say this. I don't know, right? I'm not married, but I've seen women in my experience don't just leave because of one offense, right? Like if he cheated, oh, I'm getting a divorce. That's not typically how that goes. It's usually a ton of things that has now worn on her so much that she can't even look at him the same. And so she can't be there. Like it's not like, well, you know, you get forgiven. Humans are human. People make mistakes. You're gonna disappoint your wife at some point.
No, I get
It's gonna
it. So
disappoint you.
I get it. But okay, if you accept a man for being a man, you won't never dislike him. You won't never have a disdain towards him.
Well, no, because this could go for men and women, Aaron. Can people change? Can people become progressively better or worse over time? That can happen, right? If somebody can become, you know, abusive and maybe they weren't, somebody can become just extremely negative and maybe they weren't. Someone can come extremely
Why is it
lazy and not
always
tending to
negative?
the responsibilities in the house and maybe they weren't. Like
Okay.
there's a lot of things that can happen that could change the dynamics of the relationship. I don't think that's really fair to say not accepting a man. Like I think all humans can like either like progress or like kind
Okay.
of
Let me give you an example, right? Because I agree with what you're saying. People change, right? But let me give you one of the biggest things, right? Your body might change after you have a kid, and might not be as attracted to you as we used to be.
that's real.
The same
That's
can
a
be
real
said
thing.
about
Yeah.
short men
Oh my God! Like, what? Flora, why
or
are
a
you so
small
triggered
penis.
right now?
Oh,
So why would you marry a short
Well, that's
man and
not
a small?
fair, Flora, because you would know that from the beginning. His height or his penis
Why
won't
would you marry a
change.
short man if you don't like
Because
short
she's
men?
just a troll, y'all. We
I
not.
know.
No,
That's what I'm
I'm
saying. That was,
saying because sometimes those men will behave more nicely.
The
They'll
wife,
quote unquote
and you
simp in the
find something
beginning,
very special. That's
but
something
then
from
when they
God.
change later, all these things become glaringly.
Hold on 1 second. Flora, let me ask you a question because you said that's a reach. Who determines if your sins will be forgiven? A human or God?
I'm not religious, so that question is irrelevant to me.
So why did you say I was
Wait.
reaching when I made a statement is you don't get to determine if the sin will be forgiven or not? You said it's a reach.
Because you're assuming what women have to tolerate just because of one thing they believe. It's a reach. Like you're just
That's not
going.
what I said. You want me to repeat it?
Yes, repeat
Okay.
it, please.
If a man sins in your marriage or whatnot, you don't get to determine if you forgive him for said sins or not, because it's not for you to forgive his sins. Only God can do that. How is that a reach?
That's this. First of all, that's intellectually dishonest because
Oh my
that is your partner. You think they're gonna look at you like they're
I didn't
reading the
ask if I
scripture?
see something. I didn't ask
I'm
if
just
I
saying,
you
if
didn't hear
they're
the
not
question.
dishonest to expect that women in a relationship
It's-
are gonna be like, oh, you cheated. Let me divert to the Bible for how I feel. That's some chronic.
No,
That's some assholery.
some women actually will. Like honestly, some women will. Like people who are real believers, like who take it seriously, some of them might. However, even with that, there is a limit, right? That same woman,
Right.
you could do it 4 more times, and now she just can't even bring herself. She just can't accept it anymore.
Then it becomes a question of your faith at that point.
Yeah, my faith is in God, not in man. So if I see the man ain't changing, okay, bye.
So no, that so for the very so I'm
My
glad you
point is
said
my point.
I'm glad you said that.
This is why
Your
you don't
faith is
follow deities.
that's why you fall. Okay, your faith is in God.
You say you
Correct.
don't follow deities,
No.
but you
She
follow
does.
man? Phew, that's
I follow
insane.
who? Who said I follow
Man, like
man?
humans?
Girl, speak for yourself.
You said you don't follow deities, so what do you follow?
Nothing.
She doesn't follow
That's
anything.
even worse, honestly. But I mean, my opinion.
She lives on her own.
Exactly.
She makes it happen for herself. But
Independent.
yeah, so Aaron, this is like what we this is what you this is the word that you're trying to create right now, this progression. Because right now this conversation is a picture of progression in the middle. We're trying to progress into something. We're leaving traditionalism. We're going into this future, and we're in between now. And right now, how do we navigate this? That's what we're talking about right now. How to navigate
Correct.
this.
We are definitely talking about that right now, and that part of the reason is that it's men
And
are
so,
having a
go ahead. My
problem
bad.
identifying where they fit in this wishy-washy world, right? Women don't have to stand on nothing; they can flip. Well, I changed my mind. I ain't standing on that. We're human beings. Da 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 da. A man changed his mind. You took a vow. You got to stand on that. You're a man, and men are like, that's dumb. It don't make sense for me to play tennis, to tie up one of my legs and let you have two. It's just not working for the men, and it's more working for the women. The women are not complaining about getting their education. The women are not complaining about getting their job. Their complaint is they're not able to control men. And then the ones that say they can control men, they use a
Can
certain
you
method to do
provide
it.
proof that there are women who want to control men?
Single motherhood, high rates of single
Where,
motherhood.
but that you're just saying a general thing. Where's the proof? Where are the women saying they want to control men?
Okay, look at the
What
statistics.
I'll
is that
wait.
a serious question?
Look at the
Wait, how does
statistics.
single mother rates contribute to controlling a man? I need to understand that.
Oh,
They're
that has
just
a lot to
saying
do with it
anything.
because no, seriously. If you have women who Aaron's right, women have a control complex. Everything is about you, your
Mm-hmm.
house, your degree, your child. That's the construct that you all have created. That's what y'all. That's and I don't blame y'all for that because a lot of that is how y'all was raised. A lot of your mothers and your fathers, they told y'all, yes, you don't need a man. Focus on your education. Focus on this. Focus
No.
on that.
So
And
what
that's
about if
exactly
that
what a
doesn't
lot of you
apply?
did.
What if that doesn't apply? What if no one told you that?
But
That's
Now
the
what?
culture.
Now why
That's
don't
the
they
culture.
want these men?
That's the
if no
culture.
one
That's the
told you
culture.
if no one told you that, are you still living that though? Do you still live your life in such a way where you say, I don't need a man? I
No.
don't that these are
So
my
if the
kids
answer
or
is
the
no,
or
so
Okay,
if
well, do
the answer
do
is
you have
no,
a man?
then what?
Do you
no
have a
no
man?
You
no
might
no
you
no
guys
no
never
no
answer questions about your personal relationship, so don't ask me shit.
No,
no we're
I'm
not
married. I'm married.
I'm not asking you anything. I'm not asking you
I was
anything.
talking to
I'm
the other dude who asked me if I was married, so continue
I'm
whatever
making
the
a
hell you're about to say.
I'm making a
Okay.
statement. I'm sorry, ma'am. Your name is what's your name? Flora? Flora. I'm gonna be respectful to you, right? I'm not gonna curse at you and I'm not gonna disrespect you. I'm gonna have a general conversation with you, right? And I actually in the same way that you would do the same to me. Can we do that? Can we agree to do that?
Oh, she got booted for a few minutes from the panel.
She ain't gonna do it. She ain't gonna. She can't. She's not gonna have a civilized conversation.
Oh,
That's never gonna happen.
she's not there anymore.
Well, even
Okay.
if she was, that'll never happen. She ain't never gonna have a civil because it's not
Well,
about having a civilized
I don't, I
conversation.
don't, I don't, I'm not gonna assume that she wouldn't. That's why I was gonna ask the question
Well,
first.
you don't have to assume. You can look at how she handled you. Look at how she answered those questions. The defensiveness. That tells you right there. Look, if a person, you can't say, okay, I want to have a conversation, and then the person just come up and slap you. You know what I mean? It has to be already on a level term. She wasn't coming at you like she wanted to have a conversation. She
Well,
got to
no,
think
what?
about what I said.
No, I know she got offended by what you said, but what it was like? So basically, you were speaking to her, and then I was speaking to her. Then she kind of got frustrated. So what I want to give her the opportunity, the chance, like, hey,
Let's
I'm
not get caught up on that particular person.
no, I got you, but go ahead. I was trying to
Let,
make a point. I was trying to make a
yeah, I
point, but go
know.
ahead.
I just want to ask Venus because they're asking me, do women want to control men? Like I'm making this up, right? So let me ask you this. Isn't it reasonable to say if a woman can't find a man that she's willing to concede control to, she will deal with a man that she can control?
That's fair. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think it's a little bit deeper than how you put it though. It's just natural like balance of energy. That could be between two men, two women, two friends. There is always going to be a dominant and a submissive, right? So that kind of just explains what you said. It's in our nature to either be the dominant one or be the submissive one.
But
When it
when it
No,
comes
come
it's
to
it's and
when it
it's
comes,
when it co- I'm sorry.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, I
I'm
just
sorry.
want
You
to
still
finish.
no. You still
When it
talking. Go
comes
ahead.
when it comes to women, unfortunately, she has to like respect you in a certain way for that to even be possible. Like she's not gonna submit if she doesn't respect you. That's just not gonna happen.
that's called conditional femininity, conditional submissiveness, and that's not how that works.
No, that's not. Well, you could call it whatever you want. It's for your own safety. There,
It's
there
not in a
should be
woman's nature
there
to
there
be
should be conditions to
dominant.
submission. Are you like so women should walk around submitting to everyone just because she has a vagina? That makes
Yes,
no
No,
she should.
no,
She
no
should.
no absolutely not.
that's
Absolutely
not.
not.
But see, you have to understand what submission means. Submission has nothing to do with being treated unfairly or being treated poorly. Submission has to deal with being covered, being protected. That's what submission is really about. And a lot of women escape protection and covering because they want to do it on their own.
Okay,
Think
so let
about
me
it
ask
like
you
this.
something. Are there dangerous men in the world? Yes or
Of
no?
course, there are dangerous men in the
Okay,
world.
let me ask you another question. Are there men who may have bad intentions but do not show it right away? Yes or no?
Yeah, yeah. And
Yes.
So do you think it's a good
those men
idea?
are in jail.
But
Those men are in
no, they're
jail.
not all in jail.
Those men are in
Hold
jail.
on. Let her talk.
So
Let her talk.
so
Let her
do
get it out,
you
Granddad.
think knowing that and also just understanding the physical disadvantage that most women have, with all of that considered, you think it's a good idea for women to submit to every man she comes across just
I
because she
never
has a
said
vagina?
I never said a
No,
woman
I
should
would
So
say
submit
then
to
you
every
agree
man
I
that she.
submission should be
That's
conditional, right?
there is
You
no
no,
agree?
such thing
no,
as
we don't.
Yes.
conditional submission, but that's not what submission is. Once again, see, we when we talk about submission, once again, submission is about protection. The like this whole argument about the patriarchy and oppressiveness. No, the patriarchy. What has happened is men have created
Y'all don't
a
think that's
system.
crazy? You
Men
see
have
all five
created
parts of that? One, two, three, four, five, six. All six is mine.
what? All right. Anyway, men have created a system in a environment in which women can be protected. All women have to do is just operate in who they are as women. All they have to do is just cooperate with the men. That's all it has to be. And cooperation, submission, it doesn't have to be them being treated fairly or them not having their own rights or whatever the case may be. It's just cooperation. Men just want cooperation. A man has no problem going out and building a house, building whatever he has to build for a woman to come in and, nest or whatever the case may be. The issue is the women of today don't want that. They want to go out, do everything, and then have a man kind of be like a keychain along with everything, to be an accessory
You
to
guys
her life.
do a lot of projection when you have these conversations. As a man, you can't talk to me, a woman, and tell me what women want and like this blanket statement. That's not true.
So you don't
But
think
so
that women want to
so
be protected?
of
Isn't that
course
what black
women.
women cry about all the time?
No,
Protection.
you just said women want to control everything and have you as a keychain.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
the
I'm.
culture now. That's the culture now.
And
That's the new culture.
okay, so back to what I was trying to explain to you. Like, it is for a woman. It's a woman. It's in a woman's best interest for her submission to be conditional. For her own safety, it should be conditional. Like
Okay.
that. This is
Let me
my opinion.
let me ask you a question then. Let me
Hold,
ask
hold,
you a
hold,
question.
hold on, Great Dane. I agree with Venus. It's in their best interest to be conditional, but they should be feminine. That doesn't mean they should be submissive. The problem is they don't tend to be feminine. They tend to be very masculine.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
So I have
where
a
the
question
issue
here.
lies. I don't think you should submit to just random guys. I can agree with you on that, but you should be feminine towards them.
Okay,
Okay,
so
I
here's my
understand that
question to
because
both of y'all
they're
then.
two different things. Yeah.
My question then would be, okay, if we're going to say it's conditional, under which conditions should a woman be submissive? Under what conditions?
When she
What's
feels
the
safe,
okay?
when she's seen based on his behavior that he is someone she can have confidence in to follow.
Okay, so let me ask you a
Right? He
question.
makes good decisions. He's consistent, right? She
How do
sees these
we?
characteristics. Let me just finish. She sees these characteristics and now she understands, like, yeah, I can submit myself to that. This is a safe space for me to do that. Right? The woman has to see that first.
So how do you measure? So how do you measure your feelings?
What do you mean? How do I measure my feelings?
That's what I'm asking you. How do you count? How do you know what level of feelings do you have to know that you're safe? How do you
I
measure
don't
that?
I don't I don't have a level of feeling. I just pay attention to people's behavior. If I see this man got his stuff together, he seemed to have his money together already in my mind. He seems like a responsible man. If he's respectful to me, he doesn't like get overly angry and yell and curse and scream at me. Even when he's upset, he seems like a safe person to be around, right? Like I just
So
watch the
basically,
behavior. I don't
so
know.
basically, so basically, it's subjective to you.
It's
It's
subjective
it's,
to
it's
everybody. Like I don't
no,
get this.
correct,
Like
correct, no,
what?
correct. It's correct. It's subjective to you. So basically, what you decide based on how you view people, if they're safe or not. Now, have your feelings ever been wrong?
Not really, no.
Okay,
I can
I can't
But
usually
argue with
tell
that.
pretty
I
quick
can't
if a
argue.
man is not a safe person. I could
I
I
can't
have,
tell.
I
argue with
have a
that one.
I have a follow-up question in that. So you're saying, so you gave me the conditions. So what percentage of men in society do you think would fit those conditions? If you had to take a
I honestly
guess.
have no idea. I hate the percentage thing. I don't know, but based on what I can see, not a lot. I don't know.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're
So,
saying
well,
most of
I
the men out today are not worth basically marrying.
Remember,
That's
I'm
what you.
just one person, right? You might talk to another woman and she might
Well, I
feel a
mean,
different way.
the statistics, I mean, say because most of, especially in the black, well, 40% of the children born in America today are born to single mothers. In the black community, that's 72% of the children born are born to single mothers. So there's a lot of women who probably agree with what you're saying. I'm just trying. I just want to get down to the through the weeds of it. So, what percentage of men would you think are fit that those conditions? Because it's funny to me, we have conditions like that, but then you have women who will still get pregnant by these same guys who don't fit the conditions of what they would submit to.
that
I
is true.
think, well, I don't
And the
have.
guys that fit the conditions, like
Mhm.
let's say, i.e., and I hate to use this example, but your Russell Wilsons of the world, they get overlooked.
Well, I'm not a mom. I can't really speak to what would make a woman have a child by somebody. that she knows she's not confident in?
I can tell you
So
why.
I honestly don't know.
I can tell you why. So she can maintain control over her life. If she deals with a guy who's responsible, he's gonna hold her accountable and he's gonna want to be involved in the child's life. If she deals with a guy who's a bum, who got that good, what Lotto say, that big thick energy. He knows how to put it down, but he has no relationship skills.
Wait.
She'll
Hold on,
pre-women.
You think you have a child, right?
Yeah, I have a child. I have a daughter.
You think women are choosing to do that alone just to get some
Yes,
good
there are
penis?
some women.
Like, wait,
I know.
can you stop cutting me off? Just to get some good sex, because you're saying it like they're avoiding responsible men. I just want to understand what you said. They're
Yeah,
avoiding responsible partners and they're going after partners who they know are
it's
irresponsible so that they can then be single moms. Like, you
you are
think?
correct.
Nah, I don't agree with that.
And I know it's because it's crazy. And I don't personally, I don't think that's something you would do. But I've literally talked to hundreds of women who have made that same claim. I've even talked to young teenage girls who have said
they've told
they
you they purposefully chose a person who's not a provider. That they
they
purposely
told
chose
me
to struggle
what
and
they
raise a kid alone. They told you that?
what they told me is they would rather have the kid instead of the man. I had a 16-year-old ask me. She said, "Is it possible for me to just have a kid without a man?" She said, I don't want the man. I just want the kid." That is what's happening today. This generation today, it started really with Generation X, but now what you're seeing is you have women, they don't want a man, they don't want the man, because you got to think, if a woman, let's say if a woman, hypothetically, and I've seen this because I've dated these types of women, if you have a woman who has 3 kids by 2 different guys, that means that she had at least 2 chances to have to be married to somebody. And to me, it doesn't hold up in court to say, well, he was good enough to have kids with, but he wasn't good enough to marry.
Wait, let me
Because
ask you a
either way,
question.
you're tethered to him. You're tethered to him for life.
How does 3 kids equal 3 opportunities to get married? That's not what
Well,
that means.
that is exactly what that means. Because
No,
the
it's
whole
not. That
point,
doesn't.
the
None of those
whole
men could have ever wanted to even marry her. That's not 3
okay,
opportunities. That's
but
3
then
times she had sex.
okay, but once again, why did she? Because you got to think. Let's say we're talking about Generation X and the preceding generations, in which we have the event before it became illegal. You had the ability to, go through that procedure to not have a child. You have all these contraceptives. You have birth control, condoms, all these different things. You have all these different protections to not have a child, but yet they still chose to have a child. I know women who are social workers that I've talked to who even talk about how there are women who had kids with guys they knew weren't shit on purpose. That's a choice.
So here's the
After
problem with what
after
you're
3
saying.
times,
Here's the problem. Again, guys, men, you guys for some reason like to you try to simplify women, and women are like one of the most complex beings you could imagine, right? So you have to consider people hitting the quote unquote wall and then deciding, you know what, I need to have a child. I'm running out of time. You have to consider people's beliefs where they just, I don't condone deletion. You have to like, there's so many scenarios that can result in a child, but in your mind, you think every single mom just ran out there and decided to go sleep with a trash dude and struggle the rest of the child. Like that makes no
not
sense.
I wouldn't say every single mom, but I will address what you said. Women, yes, women are complex. The reason why women are complex is because you all think one way, then you say something else out of your mouth, and then you act a totally different way. That's what makes you all complex.
No, I just think that both men and women communicate in 2 completely different ways. And until we both understand how to understand the opposite sex, you're gonna make comments like you just made. You just simply don't
Well,
understand women. You
no, I
don't.
understand women, but the issue is I understand women. That's the issue. I understand women, but understanding women is not going to solve the problem. The problem is
It
going to be
absolutely
solved.
would solve the problem. If
Well,
both
okay,
genders, women don't understand men and men don't understand women. That's the issue. The
I
so
way
you
don't.
think
I don't know about that. I don't know
so
about
you
that.
you think you think men should understand the fullness of women and who they are.
I think both have to in order for it to work.
Okay. All right.
I
So I would say I did a video on why men love 304s because those women spend an extensive amount of time studying men and understanding who they are. And the only reason that men can't put their trust in them because they can't trust them because they 304s. But all the other things about the vibes, how much chill, how they so that is real. The other women that think they better than 304s, I'm not saying you're not, y'all don't put the same type of work in studying and understanding men.
No,
And
I
that's
agree.
why
That's why I said both. Yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
but that's why I say this is why it's so hard for y'all because y'all like, I don't think it's worth it. But I think men put a lot of time trying to understand women. But that doesn't mean that those women gonna want that man. Even if that man understand, I understand women, but she not gonna want a guy like me. That's just the truth. Women have more options. If women spent more time into understanding men, they're already in a winning position when they do so. It's more beneficial for them to understand men, but they're not going to do it.
I
So
agree with that. Actually, I do agree with that.
let's just say I
But
accept. Go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
issue is that women have options. That's the issue. That's the main issue.
But let me.
Why is that an issue?
That's an issue because you have to look at what feminism did. Feminism made
But
women think that they could go out and be a breadwinner, and that disrupts the natural order of how a house is supposed to be set up. Especially if we're talking about the American nuclear family, where a man has a role and a woman has a role. See, the issue is you have with the feminists, and the feminists co-opted the black community because they got on our side with the civil rights movement, and they made white feminists made black women think they didn't need black men. Just like white feminists made other white women think they didn't need men. And that's a lie. Because
Do you know that
if
black
my wife
women led
is,
the feminist movement?
of
Or do you
course,
just think we got everything from white women?
you got all the stuff y'all talk about, y'all got that from white women. There are no black
No.
there. So
If
okay,
you
so
do the
there are
history, if you read the history, black women started these movements, and
no, you did
white
not.
women tagged.
No,
Yeah, they did.
no,
That's how
the
people
feminist
like
movement,
Sojourner Truth
the feminist
and
movement was
Ida B.
started with the
Wells.
women's suffrage movement. It was started with women's rights to vote, and it was started with women, going against prohibition. Those were
And
the first
you're implying we
iterations.
got that from white women.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Black women had no. Okay, what was it?
You're a clown.
What power dynamic do black men have over black women when we were both oppressed?
They're
We
just
both
the
came here through
lowest
slavery.
form of patriarchy. You got voting rights before we did.
Oh no. Look, at the
wait,
end of the
Aaron, I
day,
want us to say something. I want us to say something. Damn, what did you say earlier? Oh, Aaron, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, when you said that you think you confidently believe that men understand women, right? But when I just listen to these panels, I can tell they absolutely do not. Like sometimes men say such like cut and dry blanketed statements that just do not apply to so many people. And but you guys will like talk amongst each. I've seen this, right? And there'll be women on the panel. And y'all won't even ask her. Y'all tell each other, yeah, because women are like this and women are like that. And I'm thinking to myself,
Wow,
yo,
the
there's a
women
woman
are right
right there,
there.
and I don't even agree with that. But I think you guys have. I don't think you guys understand women. I just wanted to point that out. Like, I
Oh, okay.
really.
All right.
okay.
So wait, hold on, Greg. Let me read this real quick. Traditional marriage is slavery for women with extra steps. Responsibility without authority is slavery. If women are responsible for pregnancy and they have to give it up whenever men asks, isn't that slavery? So
That's
Jack,
called duty. That's called
don't
duty.
start today. Let me answer Venus's question, right? Let's just say I concede that to be the case, right? Maybe these men don't know, right? Obviously, you think some men do, but let's just say they don't know. Why are women dealing with him at all if they just dumb idiots that don't understand women?
Well, no, I don't think they're stupid. I think they don't trust women. This is just something I'm observing.
Women are not to be
No, but
trusted.
listen, this is my theory, right? This is what I'm observing, even watching the panels.
Who hurt you?
Because sometimes a woman will tell a man the honest truth on this panel, right? And I'll be listening. And I could see that he won't even consider what she's saying. And I started thinking, like, why? She's telling the truth right now. Like, I could relate. And I see it over and over. And then I came to the conclusion that some of y'all are so jaded, y'all don't trust anything a woman says. So even when she is actually trying to help you understand women and she is actually telling you the truth, you guys are so guarded now that you won't even accept any information because it's like, oh, y'all can't be trusted. Y'all just lie. So it's kind of like it's a problem.
Okay.
So like,
Well, I'll take your advice then. Since there are two women on the panel, I'll ask you a question. Okay. So you don't have kids, correct?
no, sir.
Okay. Ever been married?
No, sir. Can you stop asking me personal questions? What's your point?
Well, I'm asking these questions because I don't want to assume that all women have been engaged just because I've met, 9 times out of 10 when I meet a woman, she's been engaged. So I don't want to assume that. So I don't want to cast a wide blanket and run the risk of making blanketed statements because you've made it
So
clear
how can
that we don't.
how can you asking us a
what is your
personal
question?
question?
Like, what's
How
the
can asking a
question?
personal question get you information about a general population? That's what I'm curious about.
Well, I mean, I've been sharing with you my experiences and what I've heard women say out of their mouths, and you're saying I don't understand women.
I've
And
always
I
told
can't
you I
just take
don't care about your experiences. I'm talking about the general population, what most women are going to experience, even if it's
Okay.
not me, even if it's not another woman on the panel.
Okay. Okay. So
What's your question, sir?
that's like saying, well, just because I see grass in Atlanta, Georgia, doesn't mean there's grass in New York. That's basically what you're saying.
What is your question, though?
People have shared experiences. I can ask Aaron, hey man, why don't you trust women? Aaron could probably name some things about, well, hey, women lie. I've had a woman, she told me she was single, but she wasn't. We can name a bunch of things. Just like I can ask you all, why do you think men are dogs? Well, men cheat. And you could give me experience that you had of a man who cheated or people that you know of a man who's cheated. And I would say,
No,
yeah, I know
the
what you're talking
difference
about because
between
I
me
know
and
men who
you
cheat.
is the difference between me and you is if I speak on it, I'm gonna speak on what generally is happening to women, not just
Okay,
my personal
but
anecdotal experience.
your personal anecdotal experiences tie into what's happening with women because you can only speak out of your experience. You can't speak from the experience of every woman around. So that's the issue when you start saying stuff
I'm
about,
not
well, you're
trying
making.
to. I'm literally saying the
Wait, sir,
opposite
hold
of what
on,
you're
hold on.
saying.
Because you're gonna tell another woman she can't speak for women, but you think you can? That makes no sense.
Oh, I'm
She
just saying.
understands
I'm
women
not
better
saying
than
she
you will
can't,
ever understand women.
but that's a general statement, is it not?
Okay,
No, that's a fact.
take a moment to
Actually,
think for a second.
just like I won't understand men.
To take a moment to think for a second. Jack says, if you don't want the heavy crown of men's atrocities, then stop taking credit for men's achievements. Men created society. I don't know about that part. Oh, but black men were enslaved during the Buckshit is not us. Pick a lane. Well, I think women contributed to creating society as
Yeah, women contributed, but
children
society.
had to come from somewhere.
Yeah, but society. The framework of society was built by men, and that's not to say that men are
But
better than women. That's
the
not.
raising of the children were by the women.
Of course, but the women were able to raise children under the protection of the men. Like my wife. My
That's
wife
correct.
is a stay. My
That's
wife is a
correct.
stay-at-home mom. She's a stay-at-home mom. She's raising our daughter. That's a decision that we made for the time being. So I am the one who has to bear the economic
Oh, so she
brunt
had
to
to
make
agree
sure.
with you. So she had to agree with you on that decision.
Yeah, my wife is very cooperative. I practice what I preach. I was able to find a cooperative woman. I'm not saying every man can do that, but I was able to find one. And she cooperates with what we have going on. I bear the economic brunt of going out working, breaking my body, and making things happen so that she and my daughter can eat. Now, it would be a shame if I came home and I didn't have peace in my own house. You see what I'm saying? And that's what men want. A man is saying, I'm willing to go out and kill myself every day to work hard, break my back just like my father did, just like
I
my
actually
grandfather did,
disagree. The average
to
male is not
create.
doing that. The average
The
Yeah,
male
average
is not
male's
doing
not
that.
doing.
you're
Incorrect.
projecting again. That's
Yeah,
your
that's your
Okay.
experience, and that's
To your
experience.
wonderful.
point,
But that's
You're
not the
wrong.
majority.
to you all's
It's
point,
not.
I will agree with you. The average male is not doing that. The reason why the average male, especially the average black male, is not doing that is because the average male has been castrated. If we're being real, the average male has been taught, especially if you're talking about let's take white men for example.
So if that's true, why are
You
you doing
have
it then? Are you
I'm
not
doing it
castrated?
because
If all men are
I am
castrated,
I am not castrated. Thankfully, I had my
who?
father in the
So
home.
they just stopped at you?
I had a lot of male influence. But once again, if I'm gonna use you all's talking points, I cannot speak for all men. How about that? My experience is a little different. I've been very blessed and very fortunate. Most men do not have what I have, and that's just it is what it is.
So can
Some
you
people grow
go
up
talk
with
to
millions of
the
dollars in
men
the
that
bank.
have what you have then? Because
I,
this is
I
irrelevant to this
no,
conversation then.
it's not irrelevant to the conversation.
Wouldn't
It's
it be if you're
relevant to
saying most men don't have what you have, you're special, you have the special manhood. So what does that apply to this discussion where the general man does not have that?
men. The general man has bought into the ideas of feminists. That's what happened. The average man has bought into the ideas of feminists. The average man has bought into the lie and the narrative. That's what it is. And it's so pervasive now that you even have like young white boys who are being told that they are the scum of the earth and they just got here. They're being told they're the scum of the earth. They don't matter. They're in
Great game.
Sir, you speaking a lot of like
I don't even know what he's talking
like
about.
you blanket everybody. You can't say what
okay.
most
Well,
men
then, what
like
am I?
or
What am I
most
saying? What
women.
am I saying that is wrong? Attack what I'm saying.
A lot
Don't hit
of
me with
it.
that stuff.
You
Okay,
saying
name
that
one. Name one.
most men bought into the idea of feminism. How do you know that?
Okay, well, let's look at how these boys act. They're afraid. You have men in their 20s who are afraid to approach women, who are afraid to deal with women sexually because they're afraid of being Me Too or being lied on.
No, because they lack confidence, sir. Like let's
Okay,
keep it
well,
honest.
okay, so why do they lack confidence? Why don't you tell me then, since you know?
There's a lot of
You're
reasons a
speaking
child can
about
lack
something that
confidence.
can't even be quantified.
Okay.
Name one. Name a reason.
If they were raised in a household where they may have been verbally abused or constantly put down or constantly criticized by their parents, that messes up your child's self-esteem.
I'm actually not
That
a
might be one
feminist,
reason.
just for the chats, just so
let
you
me
know.
let me get Big Jizz up in here. What's going on, Big Jizz? What up, homie?
Big Giz, Aaron.
My Big Jizz, Big Jizz.
Yeah, it's all good, man. A lot of people be saying that Jizz. I might just go ahead and let y'all rock with that too. It don't matter. How y'all doing?
Are we chilling, Brody? What's the word?
All right. Well, sure. I've been paying attention and stuff to what y'all been talking about, and sure, I guess just so I don't offend anybody, anything like that. I guess the best way to approach this conversation is what's the goal for the man and what's the goal for the woman in the end game? What are everybody trying to accomplish here? It seems like the women are trying to be married to somebody that they trust, and for men to be married, stay married, and don't get to the divorce. So I think we need to unite men and women that has similar mindsets.
The short answer to that question is I think we I think we live in a state of mind in which there's so much information being disseminated to us that nobody actually believes wholeheartedly in people anymore to the point of that they trust somebody that much.
That's facts, though.
They no longer have those deep beliefs. You know what I mean? Like women want to believe and trust into a man, right? Cool. I get that. Women want to believe and trust into a man. Well, how long does it take you to know if you're going to trust a man? And so
I mean, shoot,
I think men just don't
it's
know
it's
how to
not it's
behave
not
to be
it's
trusted. That's the problem.
You see,
it's
you
it, even
asked them when, you asked them how long, and they give you.
Because there's not
Well,
a
then just
time
let me
frame,
know.
so it doesn't
it's not
matter about
it's not a
being
time
everyone
limit.
To have the
consistent
same answer. This is what I'm
person.
trying to convey to you this whole time. Everyone is never going to be under the exact same category.
And
That's the
that's
point
Well,
we're trying to
I'm
make.
that's the
and
problem.
I'm
That's
with
what
that. I
feminism
No,
agree
that's
with
did.
that.
human nature. What do you mean the
I
problem?
agree with that.
That's what feminism did. Feminism
Oh
gave
my
you.
No,
God.
this
It
ain't got
used
nothing to
to
do
be.
with
Bro, what does that
feminism,
have to
It
bro.
do
used
with
to be.
feminism?
It used to be that you had a certain time frame in which you did certain things. You graduated high. You graduated from high school at a certain time. You had to hit certain benchmarks. By this age, you did that. By this age, you did that. By this age, you bought life insurance, whatever it
Okay,
was.
so why can't
So
black
you
men
got
Is
provide by the age
look
of 27?
look, Great
you
Dane.
got
The problem is you trying to put everybody into this box. We don't do that. At the end of
I'm
the day,
not
that's why
putting
you're getting a
anybody in
lot
a
of pushback
box.
from the women.
I'm
Well,
getting
Because
pushback from men
because
because
he's not
they
speaking
can't
in
have
first
full
of all,
conversations.
facts. He's
they
speaking
women
on
are
his
telling you
personal
that you are.
experience.
They're telling you that okay, your experiences and stuff is not a general thing what everybody are going through. Like I don't have a degree. I don't have all these things that people say that is required. I don't have the money and all that stuff. I still been married almost 17. I've been with the same woman almost 17 years.
Is your wife cooperative?
Shoot, she cooperative enough.
There you go. So your wife
Shoot,
is cooperative.
nobody is gonna be perfect. At the end of the day, is I'm cooperative. I'm cooperative enough.
All right.
You're not gonna get no perfect, bro. And that's at
No,
the
and
end of the day. People looking for that, and you're not gonna find it. You're not
no,
finding perfect, man.
you are correct. You're not going to get perfect. What you'll get is a series of trade-offs. What the women want is they want this perfect guy who is this super nigga. He has everything. He has a
Okay,
six
well,
pack,
they're
6 feet
gonna be
tall,
looking. They're
all
gonna
this,
be looking, bro.
and
What
there
what
you go. But
Great
that's
day? What do you want, man? What do you want? And try to
that's not the
find that, bro.
that's not. I already have what I want. That's not the conversation. Though. The conversation is we're talking about
I
what is the issue
appreciate
at
him
hand.
trying to help you figure out what you want because I
Oh my
really
gosh.
don't know what point you're trying to make at this
Okay.
point.
So what don't you agree with specifically that I've said? Because otherwise, you're just doing a bunch of babbling. If you're not going to tell me specifically what I
Look,
said that you agree
what I don't agree with you, Great Dane, man. Everybody's not gonna hit these benchmarks that you're talking about. At the end of
okay.
the day, so when you saying that people gonna graduate at a certain time, some people, my dad didn't graduate at all, but he been married for
Okay.
40 years.
Okay.
He didn't graduate at all.
Is
He had to take care of his mom. So
okay.
everybody don't hit these benchmarks that you say that supposed to
Right.
be
And
there all the
in
The
my
time.
thing
So I
is, his
disagree with that.
benchmark
yeah,
is
in my
different than
okay,
another man's.
my grandfather did not go to high school. He had a 7th grade education. That's a
All
different
right, so
time.
you understand. You
Yeah, but
understand.
do you have
Some of these things
kids?
word salads. I got
Right.
one. I got one.
Okay. Is your kid in school?
Absolutely. In
Okay.
kindergarten.
What kind of grades are you going to expect your child to make?
Well, right now I expect her to get green smiley faces.
Right. All right. Are you going to be okay with her getting red frowny faces and being like, you know what? Hey, you didn't. It's okay.
Absolutely
Everybody.
not. We take her
Exactly.
toys away from her. But at
Exactly.
the same time, shoot, people are growing, and we have to give people the chance to evolve and be themselves, and we can't suppress them with
You're right.
just because we want submission. We want it,
You're right.
but you got to put yourself in a situation to get the best out of people by doing your part too.
No, you're right. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to benchmarks, we have allowed men and women. We have created this culture where, hey, it's okay if you don't, if you don't have a job. It's okay. There's a lot of people who don't have a job. Hey, it's okay if if you're, got 3 kids with no husband. That's okay. That's the issue. That is the
Well, it
issue.
ain't.
We are.
What
It's not
the
an
hell does
issue.
that have to do with
So
It's
you
that
so
anything?
they
you
don't
so you think
look
it's a good
look
idea to raise kids without
look.
without a father? You think
Look,
that's a good idea? You're
what
married.
I think.
You're
Look,
married.
it doesn't matter what I am. At the end of the day, it's a lot of people out here that had kids at 14, 15, 16, 18, 20, and they weren't married, bro. There's some people
And I
that got
know.
married early. There's some people that got married early and then they was divorced. So
And
what are we talking
there is a
about?
point.
It's
There is
like
a
you can
point.
reach these goals and still lose them.
Yeah,
You
but
can reach the
dude,
goal and still lose them.
Okay,
there is
guys,
a point in
guys.
history.
You're dominating the conversation, and I want to make
Sorry
sure.
about that.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I just want to make sure the women are being able to express their points as well, because we know your men gonna go back and forth, right? So I wanted to get to Flora because I wanted to get her trolling out now, and then I'll get to the other ladies.
What do you mean, get my
What's
trolling
going on,
out? I'm not
Granville?
trolling.
Flora,
What's
don't
happening with your giz? What's happening with your
Granville,
player?
don't you
Oh,
dare.
All
sorry.
right.
I
Y'all
apologize. I
be
apologize.
respectful of the ladies, okay? Just
I apologize, Flora. I'm
Sorry
sorry.
about that. Sorry about that.
let Flora troll the way she meant to troll, okay? Flora, go ahead and troll us the way you do. Go ahead.
No, I'm not here to troll. I'm here for a discussion.
Okay.
By the way, I like this topic, Aaron. This is a good conversation. Just saying.
I appreciate
It
that.
is a good
I'm gonna
topic,
get in
yeah.
trouble like I always do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. What's going on, Kai? I know you here to yell at me because I've been yelling at you back and forth. Yeah. So.
No, never. I'm not here. I can't believe even I came up, but I felt like the girls were having a good conversation, so I felt compelled to not just listen. So I was back there listening. So one thing I want to say is just that I feel like what I've gathered from the space, and if you know anything about like how I got here, I came first with Cheeky on like these places, and it was like a no pee paddle. So it was a real conversation, and I felt like um Cheeky really listened to what I was saying and didn't like, even if he didn't agree with what I was saying necessarily, he like trusted that I was being honest and then that I wasn't trying to like bring a narrative or something like that. And I feel like when I went out of his panel and his channel, anything I was saying was like, women think this, women think that, and nobody was taking anything I was saying at face value and like listening to what I was saying without thinking I had an agenda. And what I realized by that is I feel like you guys, and it's not really a criticism, it's just my like my analysis of the space. You guys are here to run a show at the same time as you're having a conversation. So sometimes I feel like you're not necessarily believing that the woman that is in front of you is actually stating something she believes. Like, even if she says something and has proof of something different from what you guys say, then you turn into, okay, you might be like that, but women are, you know? And I feel like that's what Flora and Venus are saying. I don't know.
So I can understand that position. I think it just matters about who's more effective at getting across their points, right? If you substantiate it with point after point after point, evidence, fine, right? But a lot of the times you find that not to be the case. So there are a lot of times where women say things that you right. We just have to agree with that. But men tend to challenge things that women say in space because women tend to fold under the pressure of
Instead of speaking generally, can you give an example? I feel like you
type of
speak really
example
generally all the
on
time.
for
Like you're always like, oh, people and women in the world. Can you just give an example?
How can I give
Oh
you
shit, the goat is here. The
how
goat
can I
is
give
here.
you an example of a statement in which I'm attaching to why things happen, as opposed to giving an example when we're producing an evidence? So you're asking, what type of example do you want? I think
How about something we said?
I'm answering her question. I'm not responding to something you said.
Well, she was responding to what we were responding to what you guys were saying. See, you do a lot of the little gymnastics, but you never land your plane.
You really think that works on me? So does it? But I implore you to keep trying. So I'm going to repeat
Wait,
again.
but Aaron, I wanted to say something
Go
to
ahead.
what you said, because all right, you see how you said it depends on like the woman being able to convey her point properly. And I'll say this to a man
It's a
like you,
gaslighting tactic.
to a man. No. I'll be honest. To a man like you, and some, in my experience, some men, but there are a group of men that will. They just, like I said earlier, I think it's a trust thing, where just because it's coming from a woman, they don't really want to even believe it. They'll just kind of dismiss it immediately. So yes, there are some men, if you can actually articulate yourself, they'll be like, okay, I see what you're saying. But there are some men who, like, no matter what, they have this image in their mind of women. And in their mind, women are not trustworthy, they're liars, they're whatever. And like it's almost like nothing can penetrate that. So like that's
Because
where
of
the
past trauma,
difficult.
right?
I think so. No, that's not a joke. That trauma does do that to people. Yeah.
I know you. I believe y'all believe everything you're saying. I know for assurance y'all actually believe what you're
Sir,
saying.
you are
I
what
believe
we
that.
call too logical. You ever heard of something called too logical? That's you.
Yeah, it's
You're
called
too
living in
logical.
reality. Yeah, living in
No,
reality.
like
I
to
know.
where you're not logical is what I'm saying.
Hey,
Okay.
Too black and white. It doesn't make
Aaron,
sense.
wait, Aaron. I don't
There
get no
you go.
introduction, Aaron.
I'm trying to let these people get it out before you get on and do what you
No,
do.
I'm like this. That girl in the red got some big ass titties though.
You see, you guys can't even have a discussion
Okay.
without mentioning a woman's
Hey,
body. You see how
okay.
lame
Hey,
that is?
look on everything. I'm like, damn, boy, them titties like a mother. Hey, what's your name, baby?
These women are not going to respond.
I know, no. I'm saying lady in the red. What's your name?
Is it me?
Yes, you. You the
She's
only
colorblind.
nigga in red.
I'm not in red. I'm in pink.
Okay,
Fuchsia.
Pink. What's
Yeah.
your name, baby?
Kai.
He got him. He got him. He got
All
him.
right, so look, let's do a bet, right? Hey, if I can guess your broad side. Hey, wait, wait, listen, wait.
How
If
do
I
you
can guess,
talk about a logic-based discussion, then you bring up this
Shut your
alcoholic
big head
to
ass
talk
up.
about
Let them have their
breasts?
conversation.
You are too
hey,
You
fat to
sit
be
your
telling
big head
someone to
ass
shut
over
up.
there. Don't you start.
You're too big.
Mind your business.
hey,
Mind your
hey,
Okay.
look,
business.
lady, this
Okay.
is YouTube. This is entertainment. Hey, ma'am, I
So
will bet you
entertainment
100.
is you slurring, talking
Shut
about
your big
boobs.
head ass up.
All right, lady,
Flora,
Stay your ass in the
chill.
corner and shut up.
Hey, lady, chill. Look, hey, I got respect for Aaron. So look, I'm gonna let that go. Lady, if I can get your bra size right now, let's
Aaron,
bet
you're gonna let
$100.
him sexually harass one of your panelists?
It's not
That's
no
not
sexual
sexual
harassment. What's
harassment.
wrong
Yeah,
with
that's
you?
that's
Yeah, it
not.
is.
You said you weren't a
I'm
feminist. Now
asking
you sounding
her.
feminist. Come on
I'm
now.
asking her. What's wrong with you, lady?
She's a feminist.
No, I don't want to hear this alcoholic talk.
She's a
That's my
feminist. Go ahead,
problem.
brother. Go ahead, man.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
go
if you
ahead.
get off the goddamn internet and start living life, then you'll understand what I understand.
Her project ass ain't gonna do that.
Nigga, I'm from the hood, nigga, and I'm out here. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, I got more black cards than you, ho.
so listen, Flora. Some women can take jokes and they're fine with it, and some women are
Yeah,
not.
but I just don't want to hear him talk. Is it?
Aaron,
I'm
I
sorry.
understand that,
she's
Flora.
turned
I'm
on.
just
Aaron,
letting you
she's
know there are
turned
some
on.
women like
She's
I don't
turned
mind
on.
it. Those are men being
That's a
jokey.
weird thing to say.
Aaron, she likes
Hey,
that dude. Come on, you know
hey,
this,
I'm gonna
right?
call the
No,
hey,
police.
I'm
who is
not
this
gonna say
lady?
she
Great
likes.
Dane, I will call the police and I'll use your YouTube
I'm not
tag.
gonna
Keep
say she
playing.
likes it. I just think she's
So
smart.
I
And
just
she's
want to
not gonna
say
respond.
I'm French and I just understood what he was saying and I'm shocked.
I know, I'm just trolling.
Ah, no, but I'm sorry. It maybe I did it to myself, but like please don't comment that whoever you are, because that's really disrespectful. And I'm sorry because I wear turtlenecks, so I didn't think you would say anything weird about what
Okay, so
I'm
let me,
wearing.
hey, let me
But please don't
now.
talk about what I'm
Let
wearing,
me
please.
let
When
me
you just
Steven
get out of
Crowder
jail,
your
though,
ass.
it
Hold
gets
up, wait,
hard.
wait, wait. So you telling me you knew you was getting on this panel and you
Mm, 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 mm.
Yeah, because we were like actually having a productive conversation and like you stopped it for
They
pure
said
Nah, you
ignorance.
ain't had nothing to say, Phoenix. Don't say nothing now.
leave these women alone today. And Kai is not scared of you, okay? She's just going to tell you politely and comfortably, no, I'm not
See, you
entertaining.
don't gotta be polite. That's the problem. That's for me though. I
Yeah,
got
but
all the
like
smoke
I
for
I
these.
really
I
did
got all
not
the
think
smoke.
I really did not think I was wearing something inappropriate, but I will go and
You're
change
not
because I
wearing
don't
Yeah,
want
but he
anybody
just got out
to
of jail,
pass some
so that's already a
weird
lot for him.
comments on me.
but Kai,
And
you're
I
not
will be
wearing
back.
anything inappropriate. It's men are men sometimes, and some men are a little
Yeah.
bit different.
And you know what's
So
crazy though, Aaron? That those are the kinds of guys they're getting pregnant by. Think
well,
about that. They'll say all this shit
Oh
on the live
hell
stream,
no.
but those are the
No,
guys they get
no,
pregnant
no,
by.
no,
Just
these
just
no,
keep
women
that
don't
in
you
even
mind.
have children.
what exactly? Where's he pulling that out of his
Yeah, these women
Sir,
don't have
what
children.
yo,
Those
You can't
those are
let
tell
the
me
me
those
that
are the
you're
do
good.
guys
y'all
that
notice that it be the
Aaron.
married
Those are the
men
guys
that be the most
they're fucking
negative?
raw.
Like y'all are
They
unhappy and
need to go
projecting.
worry about
Stop
their wives.
projecting.
Seriously. Go
What the
worry about
hell?
what
Those
your
are the
wife
guys
feels. Is
they
she
they
happy?
getting piped down by raw.
Hey,
Yo,
I
married
haven't said
men. What's
anything
wrong with
negative.
you? Are you
I haven't
projecting?
said anything
Who is
negative
talking about
towards
who's
women.
getting piped down raw? That's a weird thing to say as a married man.
No, it's not a weird thing to say. It's the truth. Stop it. Don't play that shit.
hey,
Man.
hey,
That's so weird.
Is that
hold
Oh
your
my
on, hold on.
truth?
god,
Hold
Is
that's
on,
that your
weird.
truth in your home? Because what are you talking about?
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna ask the lady a question, right? Ma'am, did you not know that by you coming up in here in a hot pink top that's tight, that somebody not gonna talk
Oh
about your
my
booty?
god, where do you find these
Wait,
incels?
shut the fuck up, bitch. Hey,
Shut
chill
the
out.
fuck up, me.
Get him.
Y'all done got him started now. It's
No,
on now.
I'm talking to the lady.
Get him.
Did you not know that you by you coming up here in a hot pink top that was tight, that nobody would say something about what they see?
No, logic. I don't think she's wearing anything crazy like that though.
Tell
Nah,
her,
Aaron,
hey,
don't save her, Aaron. Don't save her. Let him.
No, it's
Let
not
him.
about saving her. I'm just saying.
No,
I
Aaron
don't.
is doing the right thing because
It
he's the
doesn't. It
leader
doesn't.
here.
Yeah,
Aaron,
it
be the
wouldn't make
leader.
sense
Yeah.
that
Don't
she's
listen
not.
to this
She
person.
doesn't have like open
Nah,
anything. Like it's her natural. But I don't. I don't
no,
think
Aaron.
that's
no,
the
I
These
point.
are
no,
independent.
Aaron,
These are
Aaron.
independent, strong
Wait,
women. Let him. Let him
hold on,
rock.
wait,
He
hold on,
can't even
hold
No,
let
on.
no,
Turtle
Whose
know
no.
he can
husband
come
is
on the
this? What the
panel.
fuck
That's
is
why
wrong?
he
What is
came
wrong
up.
with you?
Wait, hold up, ma'am, Aaron. What I'm saying is this. Yes, I understand it's her body, but guess what? If I jump on here, no, no.
That's
Hey,
why you gotta love Kai.
now, hey, look, by her
That's a
doing,
good one, Kai.
wait,
That's a good
by,
one.
no, by her doing this, it's proving my point that
Exactly.
she knew what she was doing. If I jump on this bitch in Speedos and I say, why are you talking about my Speedos? No, I knew when I came on this camera. She knew when she came on this
Can
camera
I
what she was
answer
doing.
after he finishes talking, Aaron, please?
Can he just
Of
finish
course not.
now?
Of course.
Well, well, ma'am, you cut me off. You must be from Africa. So look, I'm just saying.
Wow.
You,
Wow. Wow.
what? Hey,
No,
wait.
listen.
Hey, wait. Hold up. Let me just talk to her. So no sidebars. So, ma'am, I'm gonna ask you the question again. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Wait. I got my people right here. Yeah, you want to talk to him? Say what's up to him. All right,
Yo, what's going
Is
on,
that
old
his
man?
Brother,
dad?
you stopped the
go ahead.
whole
Is
conversation
that
for
your
this,
father?
though. Like, what
All
is
right, leave
happening?
it. I'll see y'all later. Sorry for my friend. No, he good. He was straight.
Is he a
So
doctor
look, this what
Kai,
I'm saying.
he gonna
This what,
troll us.
Aaron. This what I'm saying. Look, I'm just saying. And look, ma'am, I want you to be honest, right? Did you not know that shirt that you was wearing was revealing?
A turtleneck.
Hey, look, let her
No,
talk.
I did
Fucking
not. I
retard.
specifically I changed what I was wearing before to get online, and I wore this because I thought it was appropriate. But it's fine. Like, I don't mind your comment. I think we can move on and talk about something else. I
No.
changed.
I'll ask you
There's
the
nothing to
question.
see.
Did you
There's
not
nothing to
know?
talk
No,
She
about.
said
Let's
she
move on.
changed so she could
Listen.
move on.
I
You
know,
should
but no,
you should let
but
him go
Aaron,
find a
quit.
rehab
Hey,
center.
Aaron, quit trying to take Anton's spot in harboring terrorists. Look,
Oh my
man,
gosh.
I'm
Kai is
asking.
not a terrorist
Wait,
yet.
ma'am,
We have
I'm
not
asking.
confirmed that.
I got it, ma'am. I'm asking you a direct question. Did you not know that top you was wearing was revealing? You're a motherfucking lie. You know damn well what you was doing. Stop. See, that's the problem. What we dealing with our women today. See, now, look, I'm the only one that's gonna bust you out. Why you just can't be honest and say, yeah, I knew that my shit was all out on this shit.
It wasn't
On
out.
this,
It's covered.
I tell her to take it. I Aaron, since you want a cap for, tell her to take that goddamn little fucking
It
zebra.
don't have no split or nothing. You can't. It's literally
And you're gonna
covered.
allow this
Aaron,
blatant
tell her to take that zebra top
harassment
off
to
there,
occur?
so we can
This is
evaluate.
crazy. This is crazy.
It ain't crazy. You
Now
capping
this
right
is
now.
I'm not.
hilarious. This is hilarious.
I don't know what
This is
y'all.
hilarious.
I don't cheat. It's covered. She's wearing. I don't understand what y'all
She's
talking about.
covered now, you motherfucker. But before she wasn't.
Oh no, I
She
thought she was.
wasn't. Her
Man, he
titties
got
was
that
all out.
motherfucking look
Maybe
at
I
me
was focused
system
on
and
the
he
conversation
motherfucking
and not what she
rolling.
was wearing, but I thought she was wearing a
I'm enjoying
covered
this shit. I
thing.
ain't gonna even lie to you.
I don't know,
Hey,
man.
Aaron, you might.
It is covered. I think he just was referring to
Yeah, you
just
know, he
the
drinking.
shape,
He
the
been
shape
drinking a little bit of
of
that
it, but
German beer.
it didn't matter.
Do y'all
What
realize
up,
she
brother?
said that she wasn't comfortable with y'all discussing her breast and y'all still discussing it for minutes and minutes
I'm
after?
not
Like,
discussing it,
nobody
This is
Venus.
cares
the
that she
only
just
time
said
they're
she's
ever
not
gonna come
comfortable with that.
across this.
She's not
That's the
comfortable
Ain't
with
no
problem.
that.
y'all.
And that's
And
another
then they
reason why
harass
a woman
women.
may not want to be on like a panel like this, because like even if you're trying to make it like not an issue, it becomes an issue, and it's really disrespectful. Like, I don't know that guy at all, but imagine like anybody in my life, especially like my parents or anybody else coming across this. It's really disrespectful, and he keeps going
Are
on
you
and on and
married?
on. You know.
Are you married?
I'm
you-
asking
okay,
personal
Why does it
there you go.
matter? You
questions.
still
What
can't
There you
is
go.
harass a
that?
woman. Doesn't matter if they're
There you
married
go.
or not.
Wait, hold on,
If she had,
ladies, though.
if
I
she
just
was,
thought
if
that
she
You're
was
harassment
there,
had
weird.
to be.
if
Hold
she
on,
was,
let me ask the ladies something. I just thought that harassment had to be in the physical. Like I said yesterday, like this is Fight
No,
Club.
because if you look up
We're
the
on. Hold
definition
on,
of
Flora.
sexual
I'm
harassment,
speaking.
it's
I'm
terms that you
speaking.
make. No,
Stop
no.
talking.
Go look up the
I'm
law before
speaking.
you
Who's
come on
that?
here
Black
talking
Shut
about
the
the
Beauty?
fuck
law.
up when I'm
You shut the
speaking.
fuck up to your mother. Get the hell out of
Bitch,
here.
shut the fuck up when
You're
I'm
dumb. Make
speaking.
a point. Make a point. You don't even know
I
the
don't
law,
give
but
a
you're
fuck.
coming
I'm
up here to
making
talk
a
about
point
the
and you
law.
don't shut the
No,
fuck
you're
up,
not making
bitch.
you're not making a point. You
Shut
saying
up.
bitch doesn't insult me. You
All
just
right.
sound like the hood
Young
booger you
woman,
are.
be quiet so I can make my point, please.
No,
Thank
you're
you.
not making one.
All right, now I'll
Correct.
make my
Find the
point
correct
over your
law.
fucking voice because you're annoying as fuck. You have no sex appeal and you're annoying as fuck. Sit down.
Damn. Sex
Shit,
appeal
shut
on
the
the
fuck up when I'm
manosphere?
speaking.
You're pathetic. Just talk.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what
If
you
you're not
think.
gonna
Now, like I
use
was saying,
facts, just talk,
okay,
Jenny.
now, like I was saying, like this is Fight Club, and in these boxes, no one can touch you. So I understand when things can be perceived.
This is
as
not Fight
Well,
Club.
this is
you
not
can
Fight
shut it
Club,
down.
Black Beauty.
Go back
At
to
the same
bed.
time,
Go back
let's
to
have
bed,
some more
Barry.
fun. Shut the fuck
Put
up,
the 40
Flora.
back
No one cares what
down.
you
Put
think.
the
Your
40
people
back
barely
down.
watch
You
you on
have a
this
baby
panel.
in there. Don't
All
you
right,
have a
where's
bun
my
in the
phone?
oven?
Where's my phone?
Why are you
Hold on.
drinking when you're pregnant?
All right, ladies, calm down. Calm down. Y'all got it out.
You don't know me. I'm not pregnant. Shut up. You don't know my
You
life.
told us
Go
you
get a
were
man so
pregnant
you
when
can
you
get
were drunk the other
Go
night,
get
you
a
dumb
man so you
bitch.
can get pregnant. And no, I didn't tell you
I
shit.
don't need to do
I
that.
know you.
I don't need to
I
do
didn't
that.
tell you
The
shit.
women were attacking
I
you.
didn't tell
Didn't you go
Venus.
to Africa to
I
get
tried to
one?
know her.
Man, I bet
I
Isn't
you
didn't
that
won't
tell you
sneaker
shit.
though. I bet you won't sneaker.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Grant
what
No
a
one asked you
sneaker
what you
hoe
thought.
means?
I bet you won't
No
sneaker
one
though.
asked
I
you what
bet
you
you won't
fucking
pull out
thought.
wig off.
Get the fuck down, bitch. Please. We haven't even seen what your
Ooh, Black
She
Beauty
face
needs
looks
whooping
to
your
she
ass.
needs to
Fight
take her
back, Flora.
We haven't even
prenatals.
seen what
She
your
She
whooping
needs
face
to
your
looks
take
ass
her
right now.
prenatals and go figure.
You haven't even seen. Shut the fuck up.
They said I can use a credit on Flora for interrupting Black
Okay.
Beauty and making her go off the rails. So go ahead, Black Beauty, get your thoughts out
Right.
so we can move forward.
Hi, Venus. Did I offend you with something I said?
No, babe. I was
Or
just
Kai,
saying.
did I offend you with something I said? Because all I'm saying really
I
is that in
I
these
don't think
boxes,
you offended me,
nobody
but
can hurt us.
I don't think you offended me. I'm fine with what you were saying, but I still think what he said, even if it's not physically disrespectful, it is just disrespectful. Like,
Yeah,
first
but
of all,
look at
I
the
did
name of
not
the
come in
stream.
with clothes I think that were like
This is not
inappropriate.
what we
And
fucking
again,
want.
I went on and changed, and he kept talking about it over and over again. So to me, I think she was just trying to make the point that even if it's not
feel that.
physical, it's annoying
And
and
I think
didn't
she
need
should
to
make points
happen.
for herself, right? And I think she should speak for herself, and you should speak for yourself because this is Fight Club, and we're all
You
our own
asked me
women.
how I felt about
Well,
it.
Black
I was
Beauty,
not
we're not on
No,
Fight
no,
Club
no.
right now. We're not on
So
Fight Club, babe. This is not Fight Club.
Look at this toxic ass motherfucker here. I'm sorry, Aaron.
I can't believe Black Don has recruited Flora to Toxic Inc. This is crazy.
How? How did she get in and I didn't get in?
Man, I don't know how.
But Black Beauty, let me just say something
God
to you.
damn it.
Excuse me. Can I just say
Yeah,
something to you,
go
Black
ahead.
Beauty?
Go.
If
No, you
if
can't say nothing.
if she expressed that she wasn't comfortable, first of all, that was highly inappropriate, and we were actually having a productive conversation. It was just
Hurry
unnecessary.
up,
But
because I just woke up.
when she expressed that I'm not comfortable with this, it should have
Yeah.
stopped then. When
I
somebody
agree.
keeps going and keeps going, yeah, I'm gonna speak up for her because obviously she just said English is not her first language. It took her a long time to even understand what was happening. So yes, I'm gonna speak up for her. What I don't understand is why you as a woman will watch that shit and come up here and try to check her or
Because
anybody.
when
Like
you
I
don't
don't get
care
it.
about or
First
like
of all,
other
slow down.
women, that's what you're gonna
Whoa,
do.
stand
You're gonna
down.
hop
I'm not
up.
checking anybody. I'm not checking anybody. All I'm simply saying is that, like, we have to choose, I guess, when to be offended. And excuse me if this is not Fight Club, 'cause I just woke up and I see all you guys on this screen. I'm assuming it is. So if this is Aaron's show, then excuse me. But if this is Fight Club, then this is not. We don't expect anything safe to happen on these streams.
So
This
let
is
me
not
say
Fight
this. A lot of times women come on the panels, right? And I don't want to actually overspeak for them because a lot of times they can handle their own and they don't want to have a certain level of protection because they don't want to be treated differently. Like, I can spar, I can handle the conversations and things like that. So sometimes if you overly protected women, they take it as an offense to what their abilities are. And they know men come on there to troll them. They know men try to throw them off, and they're like, that won't work on me. So I don't like to overly step and go, Yeah, because some women like that's not gonna work on me. So
No,
you have
I
to know.
understand that. I was just analyzing this situation, and I could clearly see the girl was uncomfortable. So much
She
so she
spoke
changed
it.
her clothes.
Yeah, and
So when
somebody who
somebody
wasn't even
expresses they're
part of the
uncomfortable
discussion just came up to
and they
yell
change
about
their
it.
clothes, and you keep going, I don't. And then a woman comes up to defend that shit is
Was
insane
not
to me.
even part of the discussion, who doesn't
And this
even
Well,
is what
realize the
black women
we
are
don't want to
talking
consequences.
do.
Oh
We don't
about.
shit!
want to. We don't want to position. We don't want to position it like that, Venus, because I'm not really coming up. You know how
Oh
I
me,
feel about most people.
nigga!
So
But
if
Black
I
Beauty, I
may,
will
I
say
just
like the
think like
problem is like she was visibly uncomfortable. She spoke that she was uncomfortable. She changed her clothes because she was uncomfortable. At what point do we acknowledge her discomfort and move and carry the conversation on?
yeah, I would
At
like
what
us,
point does a
if
woman?
possible,
At
to
what
just
point
move
does a
on
woman say
from
she's
now.
uncomfortable and just
So
leave?
She only want to talk about it now, so we
So
can
we
move
can
on.
talk about something else. I changed
Yeah,
my
so
clothes. He's
Okay.
not here.
All
let's,
right, this is lame now.
let's move on.
But I understand what you're saying, Venus. But I think that the best thing that a woman can do when they're uncomfortable is just to go. Anyway.
See that's the
She
problem,
has a
right?
right to exist
So
here and
that's what I
ask
was
for
saying.
simple respect.
They don't want to be easily pushed off. What they're saying is I could take it now. Let's move on. Is what she's saying. She's like, don't bully me off and make me run away when I'm fine with conversation. That's the whole point. Sometimes if you overly jump at things, causes more complications. That's all.
Exactly.
So now I Daryl Long is here. He's the simp god. Just want to let you know. So
Correct.
if you need any protection, that simp god below you, he is the I protect black women. Like he's
That
that.
nigga is an undercover bandit.
So you good? Yeah, I
I'm a
mean,
He's
simp
not. He's
bandit.
not undercover.
Granville.
He's not undercover. He's not undercover. That's not undercover.
Yeah, great. I've
Let's let
known
the
Great
man
Dane
live.
before he was calling himself Great Dane.
Yeah, don't put my real name out there, Doc.
I will not. I will not.
let's move the conversation forward, right? Because what happened was Big Giz was saying what ultimately is the issue, and ultimately what I think the issues pertain. Well, actually, Kai was moving forward, and she was saying that the genuine conversations are not necessarily happening because men are not actually trusting what women are saying to be genuine and true, and then they pick and choose when to apply it and say, well, that may be your life, but that isn't the next person's life. That happens everywhere, and I think it's important for you to be able to articulate your point effectively. Oh gosh, yeah, ain't nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. So it's important to
No, fuck that. Money talk. Let me
Oh
got to
God.
get my shit out.
Oh
First off,
God.
yeah.
I just asked a question. You sensitive motherfuckers was like, oh, logic, yeah, she's not no. Hey, JB, you weak. Q, you weak.
Oh
Fatty, you a
no.
fat bitch. Look,
Jesus.
I just asked the lady a question. When it comes down to it, what we see a lot is that, look, ma'am, what's your name? I don't know your name. I ain't never
Leave,
saw you before.
leave her
Black
alone.
Goddess.
No. Listen what I'm saying.
Nefertiti.
Look,
He's over
wait. And
here.
I'm finna get off because I'm finna go. It's Spring Fest out here. I got shit to do in real life. So look, ma'am, I'm just saying this. You're blessed. What we see in YouTube is a lot of people, a lot of women using that blessings that you got. But you gotta ask yourself this, man. When you see a man and you're talking to a man on these panels that not gonna be a simp god, no disrespect to Daryl Long,
Oh no, you know,
what the
we all
first
good.
thing they gonna see about you? You think they gonna listen to you or they gonna see your titties out?
I
Nigga,
love her
hey,
personality before all.
bro,
Yeah,
you don't love this girl.
I actually don't see that when I talk to Kai because she seems like to be one
Hey,
of the
look,
most
this is my
genuine
first time
people.
ever seeing her before.
So
She's
then
highly
why do they take
articulate.
no time to study?
I ain't
Yeah,
gotta
she's highly
study
This
shit.
is
articulate.
weird. He's never been around a woman. He's not even allowed to be around a woman.
Hey,
I don't know that guy, but he's hilarious.
The women don't want to hear from you, drunk man. So leave her alone. That's what they said.
That nigga is funny. That's wild.
He is
Kai
funny.
is very
Wait,
articulate.
let me just say, Kai, he is funny and he does not mean any harm. We've been knowing him in this space for a long time. That's just his personality. He does not mean any harm. Just want to make that clear. That's not his intentions. That's just
Yeah, that's okay. I just think like it proves my point in some ways. It's not really what I was saying. because this is like way too far. But I think for anybody to want to be in the space and to have conversations, there's some things that you guys do naturally, and I can understand it because it's like a level playing field. Like you're not looking at a woman differently or a man differently, but it makes it hard for a woman that has some standards for herself and is not trying to like sell an agenda, you know, like some women maybe they have a channel or something, so they know they have to, like, it's a cost benefit. But for a woman that is just trying to have a conversation, I think it's like hard to do the way these channels are framed. And I'm not saying change the way you do your thing. No, it's your thing. But I'm just explaining why, for instance, I've told myself, like, is this even worth it at all? Because like I'm talking and nobody believes that I'm being genuine, and they think I have another idea behind what I'm saying. And I think Flora and Venus were just addressing the same thing. Like you're talking, they're giving you points of views, and you're saying, yeah, you might think that, but most women. And it's like, how do you know? Because I'm a woman and I'm giving you something different, right?
Yeah, I think
well, a lot of these men think that they're women today. That's why they behave so femininely. But I'm sorry.
Boy.
So I hear what you're saying, right? And Venus knows I don't tend to have my conversations that way, but I understand that it does happen a lot, and that's why Venus picks certain people to talk to. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, it don't happen with you. But
so I get it, but that's the thing. That is your opportunity to show that this guy's an idiot. And some women do that just fine. You'll see a whole lot of people chat, wipe the floor with him. He don't know what he's talking about. He just gibbered and jabbering. And that's what the point is, to contrast and show, hey, you just got outwitted by this woman in this particular area. You thought you was going to outsmart her. It did not work. So that's part of it too. Like that comes with being in these spaces because we're not in person. So in-person energy is not going to exist on panels. We have to get over that. Now, we obviously shouldn't say things threatening and all that kind of stuff because it could lead to in-person stuff. But you just can't expect that same energy, and you have to outwit.
I don't think that we should talk about women's body parts either. Like I know that there's women in this space that would never happen with, because people hold them to a certain decorum. And in order for us to establish a certain standard where women respect us, then we should respect them. I think that's just very simple.
Did you watch PBS before you got on this live? Did you watch PBS before you got on this live?
Yes, they was running a special titled "The Black Woman Is God."
You was watching Teletubbies before you got up here too.
How is him saying not to address her body parts Teletubbies?
That's because
Mr. Darrell,
it's given.
I specifically remember you telling us a story about something you had did to a woman on these spaces.
Well, any exposing of the truth in the name of God, that's not my fault.
Giz, let's not do that. Let's not take Daryl alone
I'm
down
just
saying.
I'm just saying. I'm going back on mute.
He warned you for a reason. See, God works in mysterious ways.
All right, now Daryl, calm down and just simp in the background to protect the women. Okay, we ain't doing none of that demon time. Okay,
this gonna be fun.
Says Logic, she got a turtleneck, but that's what I said. She's not like these other HOES with they yiddies out for secret chat. But for y'all to say Logic harassing, y'all wrong too. Well,
yeah, I don't see it as that. Well, I didn't agree with that. I didn't say that. I just think he was inappropriate, but I don't know if you can do that online.
Okay, but let's look at the definition of harassment.
No.
How about we do that?
What happened to Fight Club? Why is Fight Club not running right now? I need to know. I just woke up. I saw your face. Thought it was Fight Club. What is going on? 5 a.m. Pacific.
Fight Club gonna be running in about 3 hours. That's why. Shout out to O. He says, "We love you, bro. You just out of planes, but let this go. Let's drop it." Thank you, O. We are definitely going to drop it. And shout out to my guy Jack. He says, "We good, Aaron, or I have become you are definitely not a detriment to my show ever. It's just a lot of moving pieces right now, and I'm unable to get to every single thing." I know earlier you said men started fem because women were becoming too smart for their own good. Men became aware of what women were using them like men and are just now figuring out. Hold women accountable. Some trifling Well, there's adjustments to it. I think
What is his? I don't understand his comment. What does he mean by that?
I don't know. You have to read it.
Men started fem because women were becoming too smart for their own good. Men became aware that women were using them like men are just now figuring out. Hold women accountable. Some
So he's
trifling.
saying,
I don't
is he
know.
saying that men created feminism to slow down? Is that what he's saying?
I think what he means by that is by the product of men inability to provide and protect women, right? That the byproduct was feminism, right? The controlling nature of some of these men, like Steven Crowder, it created feminism as a byproduct.
Well, that doesn't stand up statistically because feminism came into be during the time where men were providers, so that wouldn't make any sense.
White men, right?
Oh man.
Y'all want to battle every single battle. Like, geez, y'all want to battle all over the place.
Can I ask you a question after?
Of course, because y'all gonna have Keisha in the chat talking about he all over the place with his logic. Even though I'm getting 100 different questions and I have to attack each other different one, she gonna be in there giving me harassing time. But I rock with Keisha, so I'm gonna let it slide. But I ain't really doing the simping today. I ain't allowing a lot of simping going on. But go ahead, Miss Kai.
So, because your question was about traditionalism, and I saw like some of the conversation you were having. Yep. So I have a question for the woman and the man. Do you think man and woman benefit from traditionalism? And this is my way of speaking about it. So a man having one woman that he's happy with and like building a life with, and a woman having committed herself also to this man as he has committed to her, and they're building their life together. Do you think that's beneficial most of the time, right?
Yes, if there's fidelity.
And when a man is moving in love, and yes. If a man is if a woman is 8 months pregnant and she can't go to the store without his permission and he's going to treat her with disdain, then no, that's not going to work for her.
Man, what reality do you live in? To answer your question,
we just literally saw it happen with Steven Crowder. I mean,
all things being equal, yes, traditionalism does benefit both men and women for the same reasons. Monogamy is a construct of the patriarchy that benefits both men and women. It allows for men to basically, do what they got to do with one woman and raise those kids in one household. Same thing with women. That's one of the ways. Another benefit to traditional marriage is with estate transfers. So if a man has assets, or if a man and woman, let's say you build a business or you have properties, whatever the case may be, when the man dies or when the woman dies, there is an automatic estate transfer and you don't have to pay taxes on that. So you get a one-time tax transfer. That's another benefit. So there are a lot of benefits to traditional values. All that extra stuff about, when this and when that, those are, you're getting into the weeds. Because when you start talking about, well, if the man does this and if the woman does that, now you're giving people a reason not to engage because of all the what ifs. And that's what we have nowadays. You have men who don't even want to try because of what ifs. You have women who don't want to try because of what ifs.
Even being married, I don't agree that traditional marriage is for everyone. I know that's crazy to say. It don't matter, but you have different variables out there. You have women that like two different sexes, and you got men that like what they like. They don't like just women and stuff. So you're gonna have what works for each person. And traditionalism is gonna be, for a lot of people, is gonna be a painful battle because they're gonna have to conform when they shouldn't have to.
You should conform. Conformity is what made I don't know. I live in America. Conforming is what made this country great. Being on a level playing field is what makes this country great. Sometimes you have to conform. When I'm driving down the road, I have to conform to stoplights. I have to conform to the speed limit. I can't say, well, the speed limit says 35, but I want to do 45. Sometimes you have to conform. And marriage is not just about you. Marriage is about creating a life and creating a family for a long-term success. Statistically, married men live longer. It's a lot of work.
Then who?
So that's not.
Then single men.
Every battle, everything is a
Okay,
battle.
Then
that's
single
true.
men. Then
That's
single
true.
men.
So big giz, you have like some type of sound in the background when you're on. I'm not sure what it is. That's where they're telling me there's feedback from that. Traditional relationships benefit both men and women? The short answer to that is it used to. It used to. We no longer live in traditional times. It just does not directly benefit them the most because the benefit comes from a need-based society, a needs-based relationship, and we don't want to be needs-based anymore. We want space. We don't want to need to depend on a man for that, because when you need something, like for example, when you starving, when there's a dog starving, and even though you're the owner, you feed that dog, that's your dog now. I'll feed you. Come here. Now that old owner might could come back and they recognize him, but they gonna treat you good too for feeding them. So if you ain't starving, if you're not struggling, and a man can't come in and give you some type of experience or some type of feeling that you need from him, then you in that want category, and it's hard to satisfy wants. The reason why we live in this
so men should only marry women who need them for something. Then is that the point you're making?
I'm gonna do my best to finish my thoughts.
I'm just trying to follow you. I'm getting lost.
You don't have no comprehension issue. You college girl, PhD, all that stuff. I'm the dropout loser. Okay, so let me just.
Oh, she has a
I'm lost
degree.
too, Aaron.
And she all right. So look,
Nuff said. I
It's
got
giving
you.
Bando. Please finish.
So I'm not. So what I'm saying is, I heard women say this: our grandparents had to stay together. She needed him, and now that we don't need them no more, well, we change. And you better figure it out and get to it. So all I'm saying is now we're in a wants-based society and we're seeing how that is working. I don't
Y'all just make stuff up.
Nowhere. I'm
No,
not
Aaron,
making it
we
up.
in a space now, Aaron, where men want dominance by default. Like they want to be the man of the household without being the man of the household.
Without a
right?
penny in
They
their
want,
pocket.
Yeah, they want
that's
women
not
to
even
get them
true.
rich, but also be treated like a boss, right?
Why
So
y'all
it's really
making
not
that
making
up?
sense. No, I'm not making it up.
No,
It's
it's
a
true,
fact.
Aaron, because he said earlier, right? It goes to the point that when he was like, women should submit just because they have a vagina. In
I
other
never
words,
said that.
they think they should
I
have
never said
dominance
that.
by default. They do think that, and that's the
Literally
problem.
dominance by default, not earned dominance like everybody else in the world.
But I think, like, I don't want to. You guys don't have to listen to me, but I think it would be nice if everybody were to give their like point of view and we can like discuss what we think about it. Just because Aaron, I don't think he finished. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but I
if
don't
you
think he
don't know
finished.
how to land a plane, then we're gonna be waiting for that point for a long, long time.
No, that
You're
proves
also
Aaron's
right.
point, though. That proves Aaron's point. You heard what she said. Aaron's making a point. Aaron's doing all the things. He's being respectful, all that stuff. But she's like, well, you don't know how to land a plane. She hasn't
Can
really
you let him
addressed his
speak
point.
for himself?
She hasn't addressed his point. Well, you don't
I'm
know how to
talking
land
to
a plane.
Aaron. Let Aaron talk.
She's the type of chick a man's gonna be out busting his ass working. Well, I mean, you don't know how to, put screws in right. So I'm not gonna give you nothing to eat.
Those two things have no correlation.
Okay. So Aaron, can I say something? Okay, so I guess two things. I tried the traditional approach by raising my hand, and waiting patiently, but individuals kept talking and they didn't allow me to speak. So that's one case of why traditionalism is not holding the past back. I mean, it's not holding future development back. The lack of traditionalism is holding the future back, right? That's one point right there, right? Okay. So with the whole logic debacle, right? When Logic was saying the things that he was saying, my bad, it's a chess game going on. When Logic was what he was saying, right? It also proved that traditionalism does not hold back the future development. It actually is the opposite that holds back future development. Liberalism, hedonism and stuff like that. And I say this because I'm going to ask Ms. Kai a question. Ms. Kai, are you a Christian?
No.
I just want. I want to know. It's not.
I understand that you
This
guys
is to
want to
prove
do
a
that.
point. I mean, and I'm just saying that.
I can answer your question quickly, but no, I'm not Christian. I'm actually Muslim.
Okay, alhamdulillah. So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So the thing is, right? The thing is, when it comes down and I hope inshallah, we all Muslims get stronger in their deed, inshallah. Islam is perfect, but Muslims are not. But I will say that in Islam and whatnot, according to the perspective that's been promoted by the Hadith and the Quran, logic has a point. Women should dress modestly, and showing the curvature of one's breast and whatnot is not ideal to say the least. And it led
Oh my
towards it led. She's a Muslim, Miss Flora. You are not a Muslim, I'm assuming. So just please
no,
don't
but you're
have
not her
such a
husband, so how do you get to
please
check
don't have
him?
such a she supports what I'm saying in all actuality. So I just don't speak for her, right?
Can you let her say she supports you before you say she supports?
She nodded her head. I'll wait to
She's
see.
nodding at your
Is
foolery.
what I'm
That's what she's
No,
is what I'm saying
but
correct, Kai?
I'm saying
Before
I
I
don't
continue.
think I'm sorry, Flora. I don't think anybody has to listen to this, but for sure, like what he's saying, because I am Muslim, and my intention by wearing what I was wearing was not for anybody to be able to say anything about like my shape, right? So that's why I changed also. And I'm not saying like
Alhamdulillah.
anybody should agree to that, but for sure 100% I don't want to come off on the internet where like anybody can say anything about the way I look
No,
physically,
you
right? So I
definitely.
understand what
Thank
he's
you.
saying, and I take that as something that can be valid. I'm not
Thank you.
saying everybody should listen, but I understand why he's saying it because that's not the image I want to have on the internet. So
Alhamdulillah.
I take
Respect.
what
Practical
he's
has an
saying.
Alhamdulillah.
excellent point. I
So
just
now
don't want to.
continuing my point, right?
I think. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Hold
Sorry,
on.
practical.
I appreciate you, sir. So
Yes, sir.
Flora, please, right? She said it. So now,
Didn't I
considering
stop talking? So make your point. Don't
please,
address me.
please, please, and thank you, right? I'll continue. So the fact that that logic was making the point basically was elucidating on the notion that the opposite of traditionalism, right, is basically holding the future back because when he made them statements, right, he's making the statements based on an individual who was not in traditional wear, right, and that led it towards an entire debacle that did not lead to any future development in the discussion, really, right. So there go two cases: me raising my hand and not being spoken to, and also the whole debacle with the logic thing proved that traditionalism is not holding the future back. It is the opposite of traditionalism that is holding the future back. I yield my time.
Damn.
There you go.
The fuck?
There you
Rude,
go.
rude, and rude.
There you
Well,
go.
practical. I enjoy what you had to say thoroughly. I do think that due to you guys having the same religion
That
that
shit
we
was like
do,
an ambient.
that's like that was really well. But at the same time, I just don't want to take away from the man's responsibility still. No matter what she came up here wearing, the man should have the responsibility of restraint and knowing when and how to speak to a woman, regardless of how she is dressed.
This is true. That is true. The way how logic was speaking and whatnot was not indicative of a traditional man. It was indicative of the opposite of a traditional man, which held
Thank you.
back future development. So traditionalism is not holding future development back, Aaron. It is the opposite. It's the liberalism. It is the hedonism, and frankly, it is the neoliberalism. I believe I haven't said that already. What is holding back future development? And I think Kai is a respectful individual, considering the fact that she decided to. She seems to be an individual who speaks who speaks like with respect. It also seems as though that she's an individual who is willing to admit possible shortcomings. Alhamdulillah, all Muslims should strive for that, and I appreciate her for that.
Kai is extremely respectful, like
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
extremely
could have gone off on
respectful
him multiple
and
times, and she
extremely
yeah,
didn't.
genuine in
yeah.
all of her conversations. I don't
Yeah.
detect any deception or intentionally trying to mislead, not trying to, I don't detect any of that with her.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah. So, I agree to
But
that,
I,
but
Yeah, shout out to Kai for that.
yeah, but to the guy's point, that I, because I mean, whatever with Mr. Logic, I don't know all these people, but I mean, from what I see for Kai, I mean, she handled that in a respectful manner. That is how a woman is supposed to act. That is what true femininity and submission is really about. It is not. It's really not even submission. We should probably use the word cooperation. That's what that's really about. She could have done the generic, ooh, blah blah blah. Like she could have done all that, but she let him speak his piece. She removed herself, and that's the way it's supposed to be. But that is not how women today operate. That's just not what we have. And that's why it's hard for me to get down with the things that Simp God says on a blanket statement, because Simp God, for instance, he operates on the notion that we are dealing with the same environment and the same women as our mothers and grandmothers. And we're not. This is not the same environment. Now, I do agree. I do believe that traditionalism is the way. I think we need to get back to that. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. It ain't never going to happen. That'll never happen.
We're not going to get back to what?
Traditionalism. It's never. You never get back to the tradition.
That is over with.
It's never going to happen.
Yeah, that's over with. We're no longer going to be in that state anymore. It's over with.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, I totally agreed with that, and I think we have to evolve because of that. Let me just run through these super chats real quick. Jack says, "Understood. Falling back till July." I think I read that one earlier, and then he said, "Men wanted their wives to be held responsible for their own debts. Women used to find dumb men to use as a come up. Man caught on to this femme-rose." Okay, so we kind of touching on to the whole fresh and fit, giving guys game. Men find out, hey, you put us in your phone as food and things like that. The perspective that women are not as evil as they probably actually could be. So that's what we're noticing. So I think that's what he's referencing there. Traditional families only works in society that needs children and increasing population. And in a postmodern society, traditional families erode. That might be an interesting point.
All right, wait, hold up, Aaron. I just spent $120. These hoes with their titties out is hoes with their titties out. I don't give a fuck what you gotta say, bitch. I'm looking at your titties. So y'all can say what y'all want to say. Y'all can say, "Hey, look, logic is tripping. Logic is off." These hoes with their titties out is that's what it is. Fuck that
First of
shit.
all, these women are
A
healers,
turtleneck
Mr.
does not
Logic.
hurt
Healers.
titties out.
You know what? You niggas
You
are
spent
fucking lame.
$120 to say that for real?
Hey, that's
That's
what
a shame.
this traditional man talking right there.
Hey, who said that?
Great Dane said
That
that.
was
Great
Great Dane
Dane.
talking to
Logic,
you,
Great
but
Dane said
we
that
need
shit.
to respect women more in order for them to
Aaron finna
respect
get
us.
paid. Hey, Great Dane, nigga, holla at you, nigga.
Y'all better just chill, okay? Y'all driving me crazy today, man.
Hey,
I
no,
think
fuck that, nigga. Get your money, Aaron. Great Dane, goodbye, nigga. Hey, say your last word, nigga. Look, I ain't coming for none of y'all. I'm just saying. I'm just being real.
I'm not coming for you either. I'm just
Logic, logic,
goodbye,
logic,
nigga. Goodbye.
logic,
Goodbye,
logic,
nigga.
logic, 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 logic.
Look,
no
I
Logic. What
don't
we were
even fuck
saying.
with these niggas like this. Look, Daryl Long, I ain't got no issue with you. The titty lady ain't got no issue with you. It was a question. It was a question. Look, that lady looked in the mirror and she knew her titties was out. So, like I said, you niggas simp for that. I'm just the niggas that called it out. Daryl Long, I know you the simp god. I might be wrong. All I'm doing is bringing it to the point. Am I wrong for bringing
What
it to
was
the
the
point, bro?
point?
No, 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 no.
Wait.
No,
Who
Logic is
said?
actually
Hey,
right because
what's the
he's
other nigga
right.
name? What's this nigga right here with the? Hold up, what's your name?
You already know. But what was the point?
Hey, goodbye, nigga. Hey,
But
look,
no, Logic is right because what this
Nigga,
did,
hey,
Aaron, was this
you
gave
keep
us the
on acting like
opportunity
you
to
ain't gotta
really
have
break
no type
down.
of coof,
I'm sorry, my
no
bad.
type of
Keep so.
decorum, just because it's a panel. And that's what I'm saying. You a traditional man with that traditional thinking. Like you could just say whatever to women, whether she got a turtleneck on or whether she got a hijab on. That's what I'm saying. It don't
Aaron,
matter. And
that's
then
for that nigga.
same thing for
That's for that
practical.
nigga right
It
there.
don't matter.
Hey, get your ass out of here, nigga. I ain't got time for you niggas. You know what? Black Beauty right, nigga. Hey, fuck this nigga. It's dictatorship, nigga. Big money talk. I swear to God, I'm gonna make a goddamn fucking $1,000 a month just to knock you niggas out. I'm not disrespecting the lady titties. All I'm saying is this. Do she not understand what she's coming into? Look, If I didn't say nothing wrong about what her titties was, right? Why the fuck would she put on the goddamn top?
No, what she did was she just addressed your point. She didn't fight you. She was overly respectful. She said, if that's the case, even if I don't know if it's
Aaron,
true.
you're making it too complicated. See, the black woman understand the best apology is changed behavior. So she changed her clothes. That way the whole dynamic can be over with.
No, look, Aaron. I right now, I don't got an issue with her. This is what I'm saying. If it was no problem with what she did or how she looked, right? Why the fuck would she cover up?
I'm going to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Because even if she doesn't perceive that it was a problem, she said, even if you think that it is, I will overly adjust to what you said so that I eliminate the possibility of it even more. It's not about 100% agreeing. It's like, yo, okay, maybe something there. I don't know. But I'm just going to say, sir, yes, okay, and make a change to move the attention off of that. That's all it was. That's all it was.
And I got it. But I'm going to say this, right this. Let's keep this shit a beam. Put a 1 in the chat right now. If when this lady came up here, the first thing you didn't see is her titties.
Mr. Logic?
No. I'm with you, baby. It's
no, but Mr. Logic, can I ask you something?
Go ahead, sweetie.
Could you please do me the favor of not talking about this anymore, especially in the words you're using? It's very offensive to me. I would really appreciate you not to discuss this anymore. We've talked about it many times. It's done. It's finished. The subject is closed. I would really, really appreciate if we moved on from it.
You said what? Say it again, ma'am.
She was saying she was uncomfortable about her body parts being talked about in any fashion moving forward.
Oh right. My God. Aaron, read the super chat. My hoe. Shit. Look, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Ho, go. But you know what? Y'all go ahead and do what y'all do, Aaron. Look, hey, you got my support, bro. I ain't got never love for you. Hey, fuck these motherfuckers. Bye. I'm gone.
You gonna stop trolling these people, man. You gonna stop trolling them. Oh, you gonna stop trolling.
Logic.
So, Aaron, I think now you have because like Logic was right. What he had to do, it had to happen so we can have a good example of what Black women are talking about today when it comes to men being emotionally unstable and not able to respect them, even when they're begging for respect at that point, like how Kai just was. Even to call her the titty lady when her name is Kai, it says it right there. It just shows a level of decorum that Black men don't like. They just don't care.
That's an individual Black man there. That's an individual. So we're not gonna blanket all that. There are many men around Kai that she's
I'm not responsible for that.
Highly of, and what he was trying to do is like, lady, we on the internet. We gonna do this. We gonna do that. So that's all that was said. And I'm not.
Damn, she back.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what you're saying. I want to move past it because she's really a genuine person from what I can detect, and everybody knows I'm really good at what I do. And she wants to talk about the conversation. She don't want that attention to be about something that's really not.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We need to create more spaces where Black women can feel protected. That's all.
But this is the thing. You can't overly protect somebody because when you take some people in a protective space, there's no growth for them there. They act like you said, we needed to see this to have the conversation to express so women can see this person thinks like this person thinks like that. They think it's very simple. Hey, no, just get in and make them leave. Well, no, because then you don't allow somebody that can sustain in this space without you having to jump in front for them. She can handle it. She's not a little she can handle it, and she can still be respectful and still speak the way she is. She ain't ran for
I think regardless of her being able to handle it as men should always create the environment that we want, right? So regardless of her ability to protect herself or not, as men, we have a God-given responsibility to create the environment where women feel safe. They shouldn't have to protect themselves and defend themselves like
you
men.
do know Fatty got the video you saying, I'm done with Black women.
I said, and at the end of that video, right? What I say, right? Hold on, right? Hold on. Aaron, at the end of the video, I said, shout out to Lapeef. I said, shout out to Lapeef and shout out to Kevin Samuel. So I was watching Lapeef every
But
day,
he's
and
allowed
there,
to change his mind.
yeah,
You
no, yeah,
goddamn
exactly.
turncoat.
Watching
Kai,
Lapeef
don't
and
try to
watching.
for him. He's a
Hey,
simp
But
guy. Do
I
not
said
can
shout
I
out to
say something?
Lapeef.
Can I say
They
something? Like,
are
Aaron,
crazy.
I understand you allowed him to talk, but I also feel like, so I'm here and it's fine because like I put myself through this by coming on here again. But I do feel like, you know, it's really disrespectful, and I don't want to go. I don't go in, like, I don't have these experiences in real life, right? Somebody over and over again being like super disrespectful when I'm asking something else. And it's really not a pleasant experience, right? You don't have to do anything to stop it because it's just not something you're required to do. But for sure, it does feel like a horrible thing for somebody to keep talking about the same thing, especially for me, in the sense that I find that really disrespectful, like to a utmost degree, right? So it's not a pleasant experience. And I'm not saying that to say like you should change. It's just it makes it harder for some people to want to be up here. And like even for me, you know, because it's something I thought about before I got up here. And it's ridiculous because I was saying this before we started the conversation, but the turtleneck was the issue while we're still talking about it. Like I don't know how long after. I don't think it was an issue. I changed what I was wearing, and it's still something that this guy felt comfortable enough to keep bringing up, right?
So Kai, yeah, you have to understand. People are going to troll you in these spaces. Listen, this is my chat, right? My channel, my chat. People gonna disrespect me in this chat, and I ain't gonna block none of them. If you go to anybody else's space, they gonna block all of you. You disrespect them on their channel, you can't talk no more. I don't do that. Now, part of it is because I don't allow people control over me with words. So I don't want to afford that. You may feel the same way because I don't think you give a damn what he say. Say whatever you want. You sound you in your head. You sound stupid. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't want to overly assume that people think differently. So I have to allow it to be that way. But if I overly protect you, right? Then it looks like Aaron is standing up, sticking for women. When men, why don't you do that for the men? I don't do it for the men, so I can't do it for you. I can't.
I don't know, Aaron. Men shouldn't be treated
I
like
don't
women.
save the man. I don't save the women. That doesn't mean I can't agree with you. It doesn't mean I can't identify and highlight that what you did was correct, even if you didn't agree. I actually explained it pretty clear, and I think you agreed with how I explained it. Now he trolling. Oh gosh, yeah, he sent that to me. Okay.
Oh Lord,
this is what he sent. Can you see that? He's very, very antagonistic. So, but I understand your point, Kai, and I don't know how to balance letting people speak their mind in unless I stop men from doing that, which is not a very manly thing to do. I can't then say, "Hey, no, gotta protect and save the women." So it's
so
very.
now we're at the point where men want to be treated like women. Like are they getting manicures and getting their nails done too?
No. But what?
I'm just saying. Like you're saying, you have to protect the men like the women. Why would you have to do that?
I'm not protecting nobody. That's what I just said. I ain't protecting nobody because it's inconsistent. I don't protect the men. I can't protect the women. What I will say is, hey, calm down, chill, and try to move off of it. But I don't.
It's not men's job to protect other men. It's men's job to protect the women.
No, it's not. It's not men's job to protect anybody. I don't know why y'all keep saying that. If I'm not going to protect a man on the same space, I'm not about to protect a woman from doing it when they know men are going to do that to troll you and get under your skin. If you're going to allow them to do that, I can't help you. The only thing I can do is model the model.
I just don't understand because men, Aaron, they say that like men and women are not equal. We're not born equal, but yet they want to be treated equally. I'm just confused. That's all.
You're not really confused because you said it yourself. I'm done with black women. Yo. So you actually
I told you when I was watching that Lapeef shit, it was really getting to me. Fatty played the end. I watched it. I was like, shout out to Lapeef, shout out to Kevin Samuels. The manosphere, again, is a toxic pill. And when you watch it enough, it will influence you. That's why I don't watch that stuff any longer, especially since Anton left.
Oh, man. Listen. The women gonna come here and act like y'all tough and can speak with men and then cry in the chat. Oh, protect. No. You're not gonna get protected. You're gonna get the same smoke that the men get. You can whine if you want. It's your choice. But I can't save you. Now, like Black Beauty said, get them up out of here. What she gonna do is she gonna say, get them up out of here. She gonna speak how the men speak. So ain't nothing I can do. Now
So
you can
Aaron,
cry about it in the chat.
when Yanni made that live stream talking about these bandits and how they need to be boycotted, do you feel like she was like wrong in all the like 5,000?
Actually, it says here, remove the simp dog. Because they tired of you simping. I keep telling you, stop simping. They don't want no more simps. Okay, they don't want me to simp. The ladies in the chat want me to stand up and put my foot on people's neck, but they don't want no simps. Okay, everybody has the same rules. I don't stop the men from going on. I can't stop the women because I have women on these panels that go off, and they don't need no protecting. Okay, so I'm just being consistent with that. That's all I'm saying. Now you can whine and complain like I know y'all gonna do, but the truth is the truth. Okay. Now, is he gonna troll you? If you allow trolling, do y'all see people try to troll me? Does it work?
How my mic, Aaron?
Oh, your mic is better now. Hold on.
It was raining outside.
1 second. This is why this channels will forever struggle stream. Now, Robin, it's a little disrespectful. I'm inclined to put you on timeout consecutively for that disrespect, but I think I'm gonna let it slide because right now you're a little emotional, and I understand. I'm gonna let it slide. I'm gonna let it slide because I know you're a little emotional right now. Here we go. It's a man's job to honor God, and it's women's job to help meet. Wait, let me read that again. It's a man's job to honor God, and it's a woman's job to be a helpmeet to her man. Well, if you the right type of man, if you pass certain qualifications, well, I'll tell you, man. Listen, man, these people are hilarious. Y'all drive me crazy with this. I'm gonna let that slide. I'm not gonna even get mad at you. Okay, Black Beauty told y'all what to do. Okay, y'all can't run and hide behind me. Don't hide behind me. Don't you dare hide behind me. Okay. I think ultimately what happens is in these situations, we want the ideal circumstances to happen, but we get random people to say random things. So it is what it is. Okay. Let it go. Don't punish me. Well, you can punish me. I ain't too mad about that. Let me see here. Yeah, he's actually right. And that's what it is. That's what it is. I'm not about to argue with these people today. Now, Practical, what do you think?
It's a lot I could say, as you know. What specifically?
So, you think that the lack of traditionalism is the issue for why we're not moving in the right direction? The lack of traditionalism, because we're moving away from it.
Yeah, I personally agree. So like the thing is, right? So if you think of like let's think of the opposite of traditionalism. Let's just say, through the lack of better words, is liberalism or individualism, right? If we compartmentalize individuals into their own category and like everybody is their own individual, right? Everyone can have views that could be conflicting each other, and they can have stances that go against each other, right? And they can be accepted. Now, if everybody's views are accepted and there are conflicting views towards each other, that leads to no growth. Because if no views are held to a higher standard, there will just be a constant battle between opposing sides, and they'll never get anywhere ultimately, right? Traditionalism doesn't really have that problem because there's pretty much a one way, more or less, which may seem like a boring way, but boring typically works when it comes to economics, politics, religion, and society.
No, don't. Somebody said ban her. No, don't ban her. I ain't worried about it. Okay, here's the thing. Do you anticipate we're going back to traditionalism?
Actually, yes. I take it that we're going to have a lot of individualism increase until individuals are forced to be reactively forced back to a traditional state of mind, right? We're going to have this individualism be pushed more and more till we have this crescendo of sorts, and then a series of things will happen, and it will force individuals, at least for a period of time, to embrace traditionalism, because humans, we like to go on a pendulum, right? Throughout history, we sway, right? It's always a push and pull thing. So we're pushing closer and closer towards hedonism, individualism, and all this stuff like that, because we see music, for example, musicians are pushing this certain agenda and whatnot. With Lil Uzi Vert saying how he made City Girl believe in Shaitan, right? Like he said it out his own lyrics in his music, right? So pushing this narrative and whatnot is going to continue to push a pendulum a certain way. Eventually, it'll have to be corrected. It'll be an overcorrection. It's just the way of life.
We're not going back to traditionalism ever.
No, I don't think
I
so.
disagree. I actually agree.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
Well, hold on. Let Kai go, and then we can respond to what she says.
So I agree with some of the things Practical Absolutes was saying. I agree that traditionalism is best for us, and I think that I have a lot of people in my life, like a lot of women, especially that are high achieving. I consider myself like very ambitious and like self-driven and stuff like that, right? But I've seen women that are like me and that have achieved more than me at my age, and I see them older now, and I see that they regret some things. I'm not saying they regret having the ability to, exercise their intellect, but I do think that most women, especially if they're very smart, they will realize very quickly that traditionalism yields better, or at least more interesting results for women, right?
Yeah, it's more
and I'm not saying
safe.
every woman, and I'm not saying all women, but I'm saying most. And I'm really taking into account that the word most is a huge one. But I do think that's accurate. I think if you're very smart and you have women that are high achieving in your environment and you're younger, you can see that traditionalism is actually most likely better suited for what you want if you want a family. I'm very family oriented. I want children. I want to be married. And for that reason, I can see that pursuing career for me at the highest level will not necessarily yield the best results. And I'm inclined to think that most women are smart, which is not necessarily what everybody thinks. But I think most women are very smart, and they're able to make the calculation that going at it by yourself and not taking into account a family is probably the wrong path. I think that's probably what.
Oh wait, damn it! I wanted to ask her how
Shout
old she was.
Shout out to what Kai said.
I wanted to ask her how old she was, because she's around the age where you start making that realization as a woman. Around 26, like if she's like 26, she's around the age where you start making that realization, like, shit, this is what my career life is going to look like till I'm 40 something. It really isn't going to change much. So am I really going to keep doing this, or am I just going to start setting myself free, creating other ways to make money, move around this world, be seen by important men, build my life, and maybe have a family? So she's right, especially if she is around that age. That's the time that I realized. When I was about 25, 26, I was in my first real relationship where I knew was heading towards marriage. And he said to me, listen, when I get my role with Professor Agnello, he had a professor that was going to give him a role. And the whole thing was for him to just get a house in Jersey, for me to build my business out the house. That was the whole plan. And then I said to myself, shit, this is better than what I had planned. I had planned to work forever. So actually, that's around the time you make that decision. She's right.
If that's the case, why you still didn't delete the big booty pictures on your IG? Traditional woman.
My ass, nigga. Because I like my ass.
Oh, so you're only traditional to trick a man into giving you an apartment in New Jersey.
I'm not traditional at all. My man, no, I'm not traditional at all. I need a man who likes the ass to be waving in the street. I'm West Indian, so my man is cool with that. Even though he's Nigerian, he's a certain type of guy. So he's cool with that.
So we lost a traditional woman. Rest in peace.
Nah,
we
they saying as far as the results of not having to work.
Give me a second. You got to separate the two, Fatty, because I'm
We
not saying
won a
traditional woman. I'm
traditional
saying
woman
traditional
in like
situation.
5 minutes, and we lost her in less than 5 minutes. Like she started talking, and then all went
But
to
I'm
drain.
married though, and she is nice.
Yeah, you are kind of not.
But you gotta pick a man. You gotta pick a man.
What can you say about me, Fatty? I'm pretty
You
sure
gotta-
you have no picture of me outside there, and I'm still going at what I said. I think it's absolutely true. She's co-signing what I'm saying,
Do you know
and
her?
whether she has or not.
Do you know her, Kai? Do you know her?
I don't give a fuck.
No, I don't know her,
Kai,
but I'm
I'ma
saying
keep my
whether or
beauty
not
pictures
she
till
has,
I'm like 50.
whether or
I
not
love
she has pictures of herself outside, she still is co-signing something I'm saying, and I'm co-signing it without having those pictures, right? And she's having those pictures. We can come to the same realization, even if we're not operating in the same
And we
way.
can get
No,
different
but
men.
there's a but.
And we can also hold on. We can
Oh
also
my
have
God,
different men, right?
we're not
You
good.
can have
Kai, we talked about
my
this
God,
before.
can I finish?
The necessity for a good
Can I
traditional
finish?
woman to
I hate
defend
you,
women
Fatty.
that pretend themselves like they are hoes. Like why?
I hate you.
So I'm not talking about her, and I'm like, it's not a
She's
diss
saying as
to
far as
her.
for the
I'm
talking
not
points.
I
talking about
avoid
her.
Fatty
I'm
so
talking
But I
much.
about
am.
I
my own
really do. I really do.
realization.
But
Let me get off
Kai,
this
but
phone.
I
I'm feeling
am.
uncomfortable.
You are not talking about her, but I am. Why are you correcting me?
Okay,
Listen,
I'm correcting
Fatty,
you because I don't
get
think
over it.
it takes.
Fatty, get
But
over
you
it.
don't know
My
her.
booty pictures
I
don't be
know
up there till
Black
I'm
Beauty is my
60.
best friend. She has a nice ass, but
They
she shows
gonna
it a
be
lot.
up there till I'm like 60s. Listen,
Why
they're
you
gonna be
telling
up there
about
until
like
when they shut down
traditional?
Instagram.
Black
That's
Beauty
when my
doesn't know
booty pictures
nothing
come
about
out.
traditional. Black Beauty, what do you
Listen,
know about
I'm
traditional
not.
values, Black Beauty?
Not a
Tell
damn
me.
thing, but I am married. So
That's
not a
the
damn thing, but I
point.
am
You wanna
married. So.
come on, Black
Right.
Beauty.
What
I
I'm
love you
saying is,
anyway, Black.
what
I
I'm
love you
saying is,
anyway,
any
Black
woman
Beauty. I
can,
love you
any
anyway.
woman can
I'm
have a
sorry.
nice situation. You got to choose one that's right for you. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Traditionalism may not be the route for everybody, but you got to know who you are and get into a situation that's right for you.
So you live a city girl life, and now you want a traditional man. Oh, go
Not
figure.
exactly.
I
No, I
Go
don't think my
figure.
career.
Oh my
I
God.
don't think my career.
At
I don't
35,
think my
Black
career would
Beauty.
indicate. I don't think that my
At
career would indicate
35,
that I
Black Beauty
don't think my
finally
career.
decided to be traditional. What the? What
Beg
a
me to step back.
surprise.
Big step back. I don't think that my career indicates that I was a city girl. I beg to differ. Where's JB? He has me on LinkedIn. I beg to differ. Also, I would like to say I was
So city
engaged
girls don't have
for a man that
LinkedIn?
passed
Wait a
away.
second.
So
City
chill,
girls
brother.
don't have a LinkedIn?
Why you come to
Are you
stalk me? I
talking-
avoided your panel. Why you come to stalk me, oh? I avoided your panel.
I apologize.
I
Keep
avoided
lying,
your
Black Beauty.
panel for a
I
reason.
won't stop you from lying. Please keep going. I
You
apologize.
are
Let me eat my
a
pizza.
stalker. You are
Let
a
me eat my
stalker.
pizza.
Hold up. Can I say one thing? Kai, you have a credit now. You can use that to kick Fatty if you want.
No.
Wow.
Fatty
She
out
does
at
not have a
public.
credit. She does not have a
Granville,
credit.
you betray me. I'm going to kick you
She
out
does
of
not have a
Toxic.
credit. Okay, that just cancels.
No, you can't kick me out. Toxic King, don't do that. I never said that. My bad. I'm sorry.
Whoa,
I'm sorry. I've been trying to get in there for 3 months
Patty,
now.
are you
My
making
bad, bro.
a mistake?
Yeah. What'd you say?
Oh,
But can I?
You heard that too, right, Eric? I wasn't the only one, right?
I'm just saying.
Can I finish? Because I don't know who's
Wow.
Let me call
Show me
Black
how
Dawn
you
real
really
quick.
feel, Fatty.
Let me call Black Dawn real quick.
It's been the same guy.
Yo, my feelings hurt. Damn.
I'm sorry, Kai. Go ahead. Keep defending Black Beauty.
No, nobody's defending anybody. No one's defending anybody. I'm just saying.
Hey, Logic.
For her.
Can I say thank you to Logic? Logic, thank you for sending money to Aaron. I appreciate it. He's doing a great job. And for giving me a topic before Fight Club, because I had nothing to do. And we are going to react to the bullshit that you did today. So thank you very much, sir. I gladly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Fatty.
You are a man.
I have a question for you, Fatty. Fatty, are you using
Black Beauty,
skin bleach?
can we talk about your titties too? Can we talk about your titties
Are you using skin bleach? Are you using skin bleach? Because you're looking light these days.
Because I'm light.
Your skin looking kind of like you using skin bleach.
I don't go to the beach. Fat people don't go to the beach.
Okay.
Wait. We're discussing
I
traditionalism
was wondering.
and if it's going to save people. I don't know if it is.
Before I got into the shower, you guys were talking about
nah.
titties. That's what
If
I
I
saw.
could, real quick, I would just read my piece before I get kicked.
What kind of pizza you got, Fatty? You been eating on that pizza for like the last 2 days.
For cheese, I think is the one with multiple cheese. And I got my $3 champagne, so I'm balling today. I'm feeling like a I'm feeling like
Hey,
Black
cheers
Beauty,
to you,
and
bro.
I value woman, but I'm not a woman.
You
Black
are
Beauty, what?
Fatty. You high value
You got
now,
mad because I
Fatty.
said I was scared to come on your panel. That's why you're doing this, because I said I was scared to come on your panel. But this is why.
Actually not, because I pick.
Rate is up.
I know why. I pick on you a lot. That's fair.
My
The
heart,
other guys
yes,
don't
and
pick
my
on
heart
you.
rate goes up when you do that. I don't like it. I'm trying to
So
stay.
wait. All right, guys.
Guys.
So I just want to understand, was Kai saying that even though Black Beauty is doing something, I came to the same conclusion and I'm not doing what she's doing. So how does that take away from the point still being right? Is that what she was arguing? Because that she's probably right if that's what she said.
I believe that's what she said.
That's what she said, Aaron.
Technically, yes, she was asking for the same thing that she was doing, but
that's logic. That's literal logic. She's right.
But again, that's the thing. If she
that's called doing good
logic
math.
was out of hand, but if she thought that she was
thought that
sexually
was the
harassed or
sister
something,
code.
she can just click the
No, that's
button and
called
leave.
doing good
Like
math.
nobody
We got to
is.
the same answer, right? It's called.
Oh,
doing
and
good
shout
math.
out to Fantasy. Shout out to Fantasy for being a truly opportunist person and saying, "See, my titties showing is the same thing as her. Everybody talking about titties." Like Fantasy, come
What
on.
Kai basically said was she did 3 + 3 and I did 2 × 3, but we came to the same answer, correct?
Yeah,
it's called doing good math.
Hey, Aaron, can I say
27
something?
27 bodies later. 27
check this
bodies
out,
later.
right?
There's 27 bodies of difference between you two.
So apologies to interrupt. Side note, 27 is my favorite number. But anyways, so to Aaron, right? I know you said that we'll never go back to traditionalism, right? But I mean, I know some people don't support some people don't believe in the Bible and the Torah and the Quran, but all these books they speak of cities that were basically they had values that are mirroring almost to the values we have in Western societies, like Etel, the city of Lut, et cetera, et cetera. And they just did whatever, right? They just did whatever they wanted to do, pretty much. And that is the pendulum shift that we're heading towards in these kind of societies. So the fact that we're able to repeat that notion means exactly that if that's true, then that means the opposite is also true. We can also repeat back to traditionalism being the norm.
The only way to go back to traditionalism is a massive war, pandemic, or something so dangerous
EMPs or
that
whatever.
woman go back to the home and man go outside. Other than that,
you got a good point, Fatty. I can't disagree with that. Great point.
Other than that, you're not going to see the genie is not going to be put on the bottle as long as there's no something that is so dangerous that woman actually want to be back on the bottle.
Yeah, I agree.
And
Great point.
I think we're moving away from traditionalism and to the question that you got up, Aaron O. Traditionalism is definitely hindering future development. The analogy that I always use is that at one point in time, you were only allowed to write with your right hand. And then at some point in time, you're allowed to write with whatever hand you could, right? And so if you have where...
Why did you interrupt Ezo?
If you have it where...
Why are you bullying Ezo, Black Beauty? He was talking.
Bullying? Excuse me, I can't
bully,
man.
She was you know how that, emotionalism.
Super chat.
Sometimes you got cut in when you feel it.
Fatty,
whenever you
can
feel
I
it.
have some pizza?
I have some ruffles.
But if at one time you were only allowed to use one hand, then you say, okay, now you can use whatever. It's the same thing. If you are allowing something, we are allowing innovation. We are allowing for people to think outside of just the box that we would think. Whereas you have people who can write with their feet, all kind of other stuff. So it's like if you saying that we only want people to think one way, that is detrimental for development. Like if you can only think the earth is flat, you know what I'm saying, or you know what I'm saying, that it's a firmament or whatever, then you know what I'm saying that the progress is not gonna, there's no progress gonna be made.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That was funny, JB.
Black Beauty, let me ask you something.
Don't ask me
What
shit.
What is the difference between a fake conservative woman?
Stop talking to me, Villain. You're scaring me. Stop talking to me.
And a conservative one? Because here's the thing, right?
Scaring me. Stop talking to me.
Okay, I'm not
I'm
talking
feeling
to you anymore.
offended. Stop talking to me.
It's fine. I'm the aggressor. I
This is a safe
apologize.
space.
Thank you. So the problem with this traditional shit is that women are learning to game men into thinking that they are traditional, right? They don't want the traditional piece, they want the appearance of traditional, right? So unfortunately, what is going to happen, like is happening now on YouTube with certain women, they are teaching women to game men. They are teaching women to be modern for a long time, and then all of a sudden, when they want to settle down, now they paint themselves anew. They get a new paint job. They raise the mileage, and then they go back to the market as a traditional woman, just like Black Beauty. So we are going to have to develop like counter-terrorist tactics, because unfortunately, it's impossible. Is there all on the panel? Oh yeah, he is. So it's interesting because we are going to watch a now traditional woman and man, and especially woman. We are going to see women that are just have just the appearance of being traditional and like they preach the family values and all that, while in their real life they actually are not going to
chameleons.
So this is what men need to be careful about it. It's not the Kais of this world, it's the Black Beauties. Even though they kind of look good, but they are venomous.
Wait, but what happened? Did I ever give you the? Well, you know what? Let me not engage him because I don't want to be spoken to. So forget
Yeah,
it.
better be careful. Oh shit, my But yeah, can we get back and talk about this? Black Beauty, come up.
You gonna lose your angle for your show if you contribute this part. But
no, that's fine. It's just a throwaway show. I just want to make fun of Logic for like 1 hour and a half, and then send everybody to Fight Club.
Yeah, no, I get it. So you think traditionalism is gone because women have learned to game men, and every time the game changed, they just game them again and again?
People usually don't seize power. They say, I have to power. Here you have back, right? So they're only willing to seize power when they can control that said power that they are giving, right? I'm giving you the power to be submissive to you, but on the shadows, I'm going to be the one telling you, go left, go right, do the renovations on the kitchen, put the kid on that school. No basketball. I want him on soccer. You see what I'm saying? They only give power that they can control because now the man is doing the job and they are the ones that are kind of harnessing the said power. So again, they are not. It's beneficial. It's beneficial. I did a show about Stephen Crowd the other day. Is these conservatots that are conservatives, but in reality.
Damn. Wait, you sure that was for him or me?
Nah, that was
Hey,
funny.
he was preaching too.
Hey, Granville is a character, man. That is funny, man. I mean, hey,
We
this
don't
is
know
a
how
great
much you
show.
weigh, Granville, so we're not sure.
I'm fucking huge.
Yeah, the reason why I say traditionalism is going away is because there are laws in place to allow somebody that's born this way to change and be born that way. And then there's so I can be born practical and come back as Ashiko. So no, we're not going back to traditionalism because there's just too many crazy factors at play for us to get to that state. Like, okay.
Wait, but Aaron, to touch on that, right? Like we in America, even though they haven't been activated, the Noahide laws have already been signed into Congress, for example. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat, possibly in the panel, who are familiar with the Noahide laws, and they
Can
kind
you
of
tell
go.
us? Because I don't know what that is.
It's basically the laws based on the teachings of Noah, basically teachings of Noah, and um, and basically the laws is kind of really contradict a lot of the principles and laws that's been passed so far. There's a lot of laws that pretty much contradict each other in some manner, in some way, as to whether or not they're going to be like activated is basically up to whatever history. I mean, whatever the future permits, right? But just because there are laws that are considered to be satanistic, frankly put, doesn't mean that they're going to maintain as such. You know, like for a perfect example is that not necessarily a satanistic law, satanic law, but the ATF had passed a ban They established a ban on pistol braces, right? So that you couldn't have a certain type of attachment to a weapon. The only way to do it was to register your weapon as a short barrel rifle, right? That kind of got overturned, right? So like things can get overturned. That's not an issue. It's just a matter of when and if.
Do you use that same mic like with the headset to charm the women? Is that how you get all the women? You put this little headset on?
I'm flattered that you think I get all the women, man. You know, alhamdulillah.
There's always on counterbalance, Mr. Pratt, man. At the end of the day, with traditionalism is pretty much over just because you're always gonna have somebody fighting for their rights to be themselves. And so we have seen over time that people gonna fight. Go ahead. Whoever that is.
That's a good question, though. Yeah, that's me, Cheeky. So
All right,
we
go ahead,
in
man.
the car. We just got back from a game, but Vic, like he hear part of the convo. He said, "Do y'all count bodies if they women?" I say yes because you guys
Cheeky, if you weren't a virgin, I would think that you just got your sucked right now. Like that's how you sound right now, nigga.
Yo, Pop, that's harassment.
that's crazy.
Wait, that's harassment. You can't say that.
Oh, it's
That's crazy.
Wait, what?
Harassment.
You sound like you, sir, you still a virgin?
Damn, Logic is just up here doing his thing and look at Black Beauty now. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. I want all the ladies in the chat to be like, girl, you can't do that. No.
Anyway.
Yeah, you drive. I'm gonna chill. We ain't that far from the hotel. All right, man. Give me a second. I'll be back on.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. Listen. Thank you, Black Beauty, for making sure you balance the scales. Okay.
Hello,
Black Beauty. I'm calling the cops on you. That's crazy.
Hey, Happy? Oh, what's going on, Happy?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for
Here
having me.
go this crazy motherfucker.
You know what? Don't say that. That is so mean. I'm not crazy.
I'm sorry,
Thank
Happy.
you.
Look, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I got two rights.
Aw, I
You
hope
is crazy
it
though.
gets better over time. I'm a traditional woman. That's one. And
No way.
And I agree.
Let her talk.
And I agree. I do agree. For the most part, with practical absolutes, it says. I agree because at the end of the day, I mean, the people that are in power are the people that empower, and the people, some of us included, like we're not doing enough to change who's in power. So of course, it's gonna go back to the way it was. Because me personally, I'm a firm believer that there's nothing new under the sun. And history is bound to repeat itself. Whether you like it or not, it's going to go back to traditional. Now, obviously, this is just my opinion. Whether you like it or not, it's going to go back to traditional. Now, if you fight for it to be or to not to or not to be, is up to you. But you're probably going to get your head literally chopped off. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what you mean.
Into that statement, I will say laissez-faire. Laissez-faire.
Oh no, forget all that. Let Kai talk, okay? She's tired of y'all talking over her. She might beat me up because she got the Canadian black belt. So
you know the funny thing is I'm a black belt, actually.
I just told you. Come on. I read people.
But in Taekwondo, so not in anything else. So what I wanted to say before I let the beautiful Happy talk is that I have a few questions, and I don't necessarily want to ask them right now. I think this is the ideal conversation to ask my questions. So I really hope I get to do that, even though people keep booting me out. And I also think this is really the type of conversation I hoped for coming into these spaces. I think all of you guys really want to help. And yeah, there's a show, but I do think you want to have an impact into the communities around you. So this is a really interesting conversation for me, and I'll stop at that. And maybe when you're passed through this conversation, I can ask my question. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, the way the show goes is you can ask your question whenever you want, however you want, whenever you want. Because conversations shift often a lot. So it's just if you want to ask the question, you just ask it. We can always re-navigate back to a particular time in which we were having it. So but we got a lot of freaking trolls today. Hold on. Sheesh.
You better hurry up and ask that question. You might not have a lot of
I
time
can
left.
ask the question now. I just feel like I cut off Happy, but I'm gonna ask it now. So I believe, like, in some ways, I.
No.
Damn.
See? You gotta get to the focus, girl. You gotta get to the focus, girl.
She wasted her time. She wasted her time.
Listen.
Hey,
Oh my god.
So
Okay.
I don't
I
understand.
don't
She's
know
like
which she was about to
she's
go
like
with
the
that,
nicest
but
girl
it sounded
on
like it was about to
YouTube.
get good.
She's like
I
quite
love this
possibly
shit.
one of the nicest girls on YouTube, and you won't let us
Yeah.
call her. Like this man is. I'm
Hold on. Eric, that's not the worst part. She had enough time to ask her question.
Exactly.
Nah, seriously,
Exactly.
that was like the icing on the cake. Like, hold up.
Yeah, why
Right
they
he was like
why
tapping.
they booty
She
talk,
begging
man?
us. She begging us, and we silent.
They
She
jealous.
begging us to be silent, and we waiting. I'm like, where's the question?
Nah, that was sweet. She's a sweetheart though. I ain't gonna
She's
lie, but it was like
she's so
it was
respectful. That's the reason
was
why
the timing though.
she shouldn't let y'all heathens
Very nice
talk.
young lady.
And why they booting her? What she getting booted for?
Because she went at because Mr. Logic feels
It's only
the need
one
that he
person.
wants to. To be
It's only
honest,
one person.
Because what now?
because Mr. Logic feels the need that he wants to, and if anybody think they gonna challenge him, he ain't playing. Like for whatever reason, he not playing today. I don't know.
Logic
why.
bank account go forever, so he could do this.
Yeah, like
Do this shit.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I can't tell you, bro. He in the chat. You have to holler at him, bro. I don't know, but
Nah, but back to what Happy was saying. You said something about I guess you were saying you was a traditional woman. You feel like traditional is gonna
wait. Why is every woman traditional? Have y'all met a woman that says I ain't traditional yet? Like seriously, not the ones on TV that be like, I'll be going in the parade. Have y'all met a woman?
No, and none of these women are traditional, bro. That's a lot from hell.
They
Like all
all
of them
keep
lie.
saying
Whenever
they
they say they're
are.
traditional,
I
that's
was
because
trying
they
to get at
lie.
that.
I feel
But
like most women who are
It's
traditional are not
almost
gonna
like
be able to.
it's almost like saying like if you keep saying I'm a millionaire, you think you'll believe and become one. I don't know why they do that. I'll be a millionaire. I'll be a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. It's like words of affirmation, except for nothing can be affirmed besides a dick in they damn pussy. It's crazy.
I feel like most traditional women are
And
not
to
going to
your
be on
question,
YouTube.
yeah.
Blew out hoes.
Oh my god, I can't with y'all today.
Yeah, I done met women personally who like basically wanted to know about like my views on stuff, and they flat out told me, well, I'm not a traditional woman, like just offering that knowledge to me, and I didn't ask them for it because they realize what I value. So yeah, the answer to that is yes.
What they're saying
What's
is
considered a
change your mind.
traditional woman today is whatever they want to make it up to be. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like
so
every
I
woman
mean,
want to say they're traditional,
let me ask you this
and
then:
then you look at
is
their life and it's
carrying
like,
on
bro,
those
you don't do
traditions
nothing traditional.
doesn't carrying on those traditions make them traditional?
Carrying
Carrying
on
on
what
that
traditions?
same like your ideologies, like when you ask, oh, do you believe in Jesus or whatever,
No,
those same
because
ideologies.
that doesn't make you traditional. Because, like, for example, you can have a religious background like I do, but I'm not necessarily traditional at all. Like, you have a foundation. You may even attend church and things like that, but that doesn't necessarily. It's the way you lead your life that makes you traditional.
Traditionalism and conservatism is tends to be synonymous. When you think of traditional things, typically, especially within the West or any patriarchal system, it doesn't operate in the way that these women are talking today, right? There's no such thing as sexual liberation in traditionalism. There's no such thing as power for women in traditionalism. There's no such thing as rights in traditionalism. You have all of these things. You're not traditional unless you're currently living under oppressed society, and I'm talking about legitimately oppressed, not the white girl white woman tears oppressed, where, oh my God, I didn't get my latte. Oh my God, I'm black and I can call and be every racist under the world, but I can't be racist because I'm black. Now I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like legit. No, you cannot drive. No, you cannot do this. No, you cannot vote. No, you want anything done, you got to go through a man. That is traditionalism from a patriarchal society and standpoint. And we're not currently living in that. None of these women are traditional.
I am.
Well,
I'm
it's not
traditional.
necessarily Shaky. That's not exactly true though, bro. I mean, like, let's just if we even say that like
Say
one
that.
third, like yo
And
Cheeky. So let's so Cheeky,
crazy.
right? So Cheeky, right? Let's just say that one third of all Christians, in the world value a traditional mindset, which is a fair number actually. And let's also say that one third of Muslims worldwide value a traditional mindset. That is that's well over 1 billion people, which is basically 1 in every 8 individuals in the world who values such not mindset, and that's actually a conservative number in and of itself.
Star exploded right next to Earth and created a new galaxy. What if there's a black hole that we don't know about that's sucking in other stars? What if Jesus came back and he was riding on a white horse and Muhammad was there too? Like, what if? But that's not
No, wait, no, it's not a. What I'm saying is not a what if. It's actually a fact, bro. Like I'm like
that.
what I'm saying is not a what if. That I'm saying that suppose that one third of the of it's already conservative. This is a conservative stat I'm giving you. It's already higher than this. For fact, one third of Christians worldwide value a traditional mindset, and one third of Muslims worldwide value traditional mindset. That's
You
over
can't
a
give
billion people.
on ideology. You can't.
Hmm? I can't give what on ideology.
Hold on, guys. Hold on one sec. I'm sorry to interrupt. Cher Bear says, question for the men on the panel. Would traditional men have allowed disrespect we witnessed earlier? Let
No.
me answer that question. You wouldn't be
Yes.
on the internet.
The
So
I agree.
technology is not a
I
mean
traditional
know
like
y'all want
mindset,
this.
Amish
though.
Hold on one
traditional?
sec.
That
Hold
is
on.
true, though. That is
Hold on
true.
one sec. I know y'all want
That
this
is true.
ideal
But it's
circumstantial
no.
outcome and all these. Ain't nobody traditional. Cheeking and hit the nail on the coffin 1,000 times. We wouldn't be on the internet. Me being on the internet makes me a non-traditional man because there was no internet. Okay. Now, what happens is some men say I'm traditional and they're liars. What they are is they have some forms of traditionalism, some characteristics, but they are not traditional. We're not in traditional times. I'm so
Yo,
sorry.
Aaron, technology
Go
does
ahead.
not compromise traditionalism.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does
No, it
because,
doesn't.
for
The
example,
fact.
let me give you an
Yes,
example.
it do.
Me as a woman,
Are you not?
I shouldn't be able. Hold on, Cheeky. Let me just make this point practical. To point you always
Hmm?
make about women's conduct, right?
What,
Me
what,
as a woman,
do we?
if I were to
We just,
give me a second. If I were to deem this nigga, if I was to deem myself a traditional woman, I'm being exposed to so many men that I should not be speaking with. I should not be having discussions with, trading ideas with. That wouldn't be a traditional place for a woman, right?
However,
For
I
her to be
understand
on these
that.
panels
Oh, sorry.
having these discussions.
Apologies.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go.
so the thing is, right, is that that's not technology, it's how you're using the technology. Technology in itself is the use of technology is not negating the essence of traditionalism, right? The advent of the will, the advent of the will does not negate the idea of traditionalism just because people had traditional values prior to the creation of the will. No, it's how you use said technology ultimately.
Great point, actually.
Nah, yo, you can't just pick and
That's,
choose.
that's actually a
If
great point.
Wait,
That's
Fatty, you
true.
write everything
I
down
agree.
like you just snapped at the exact moment
Thank you,
your
Fatty.
time was done,
Yeah,
bro. You a
that was
weirdo, man. You
that
freaking
was a great point,
I
actually.
agree. Because like she just said, the way she uses it, like she has a picture and y'all was talking about her butt is out and all that stuff. Like you will never catch a picture of me with my butt out. First of all, you don't even see my face. I don't come up here showing my face or what I'm wearing or any of that stuff.
happy. Before you say that, are you
I don't
fine
have
as hell?
Facebook. I
Wait.
don't have
Happy,
Instagram. I don't
happy,
have Twitter. I don't have any of those things.
happy. Are you fine as hell or just an average woman?
Like
Uh-oh.
I said, on a different show at a different time. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Kind
It's
of
none of
does.
your business.
Happy, it does matter to the
No,
point.
it doesn't because you.
Happy, this ain't a debate.
Kind
I
of does.
think
I thought we saw Happy.
it does matter. It does, and the reason why it matters is because you're taking a position where you talk about my body is not on it, and it's reasonable to say if you look like somebody that would want to do that, makes sense. But if you say I look all is good, I'm fine as
That's
hell,
not true. There's a lot of bad looking girls that have their body all over the place too. So,
So, but that was not the point. That was not the point. But practical point is a great point, because if advance on technology makes you not traditional, the only original people are the only ones that are traditional, and everybody after them is not traditional, because the technology will evolve. We are going to have the wheel, we're going to have a bar, we're going to have society. So everybody that is not the original people are not going to be traditional. So yes, actually is a great point that he made.
So here's the problem, right? Because there are a lot of places where there's no advent of technology. There are a lot of countries that don't have any of that, right? You don't think so?
Is relative. A wheel is literally a great technology invented. Societies being on the same place and not be nomads going around and trying to go after prey to catch.
So listen.
Go ahead.
There are traditional people that exist, but they must remove everything that's not traditional that will affect their ability to be traditional.
No, but you missed the point, Aaron, because the first societies were nomads. We didn't have agriculture, so we had to go after the prey depending on the season. So the first society that is sedentary is on the same place and live on the same city, because now they have agriculture to survive during the winter. They wouldn't be traditional, because the actually traditional people will be nomads that will be around the world. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's levels to this. I think we are just being a little bit arrogant to the point where we think we are very advanced to be traditional, when, for example, if you go look at people at Egypt 3,000 years ago, they will look at their predecessors and say, man, we are very advanced and we can be traditional. You see what I'm saying? It's relative.
In the sense of tradition, right? We're talking about things that have existed for a long time, right? That's all we're saying. So if we remove something that's existed for a long time, we take you out of the position of being traditional. So now when this is a play on words, I have traditional values, right? Then they moved it's been a tradition of mine to go travel to this country. It's been a tradition of my family for the last 100 years. Right? But if they say values wise, well, my values are traditional, it changes the dynamics of what traditional is and traditional values. We start to play on words.
I get you saying, but can I be traditional without slapping my fucking wife on the face because she didn't clean the house before I got home? You see what I'm saying? Like,
we can argue.
Can you be traditional without saying, hey, barefoot on the kitchen, make me a sandwich?
We can argue that.
Yo, Aaron, if I could add to that, right? So check this out, right? The issue with the idea of traditionalism, right, and making the claim that technology alters traditionalism is problematic, because when we think of traditionalism, conventionally you think of things like conservatism and things that go against neoliberalism, right? But literally, in the guttural means of the word traditionalism, it's basically something that you do ritualistically via many generations passed down, right? So effectively, paganism could be considered traditionalism for individuals who are traditionally pagan throughout their generations, right? So I'm saying this to mean that the whole claim about tradition is really a value statement, just like Jonathan Barronville said. Shout out to JB for that. It's literally a value structure, right? And if you decide to maintain the main aspects of your value structure, however you define these set parameters, right, you would be traditional as long as you stay in the guise of these parameters, right? You may not be traditional to somebody else who has non-values that go off, like the values that go opposite to whatever that tradition you have, right? But tradition is basically conserving what it is that you have. You know, it's conserving what it is you have, irrespective of whatever technology that you've been brought to, right?
I think that's fair. Why you agree with me, Aaron? Because I think that's pretty fair. For example, I can have a stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home wife that does everything traditional, but she drives the car. Does she not become traditional if she's driving the car?
Let's read it.
Ending down from age to age, of relating to tradition, consisting of derived from tradition. I get it. Yeah.
And down from age to age, following or conforming traditional, adhering to past practices or established conventions.
So answer my question, please, Aaron. If you're, for example, you have a wife, right, and she's traditional on every single category. She's stay-at-home mom. She take care of the kids. She cooks and cleans. All of it. Submissive. Shows you as a leader. But she has a driver's license and she drives a car. Is she submissive? Does she not be submissive because now technology gave her a car so she can drive and is doing something that a woman throughout millions of years never like? Sorry, Daryl. Throughout millions of years never got access to. I think she's
Well,
traditional,
technically, yes.
right? Just
Technically,
because
yes.
she's driving,
Well,
just because she's
technically,
driving
yes.
a car doesn't mean she's not traditional, right?
That's
Technically, it
subjective
does.
to a lot of
Barefoot and pregnant. She gotta be barefoot in the kitchen and pregnant.
It does because there are
it's
countries where
subjective.
women can't drive cars still, and
I
also
think actual practical
women are not,
is
not
on
able to
something.
obtain
Yeah,
licenses. So
Black
it's
Beauty, what you're saying is true. What you're saying is true, Black Beauty. However, in that specific cultural construct, it is their tradition that's been passed down via a couple generations or whatnot, or several generations. So they maintain that conserved parameter of a value structure, right? The thing is, though, right? If let's say that a woman is being submissive to her man, just like as Fatty said, however she is driving a car, as long as she is not violating the specific guidelines and parameters of a value structure that's been assigned to her and her people past generations, she's not negating the idea of traditionalism as relates to her
Wait.
values.
So wait. So if
I
you're
understand
saying if you're saying it's tradition for men to drive and men to drive only, and then you say, but a woman then drives, that's not breaking tradition.
It would
Well,
break tradition if that
I
was
think
your
what you're,
value structure.
So that's why I said it's
I think
becoming
he's saying,
subjective.
Yes,
but the
I was
men
saying
are
the
the
same
ones
thing.
who change the value structure. The men are the ones who change the value structure. So in some countries, they may say, "Hey, my wife can drive, but only to the supermarket and back. She's not allowed to drive long distances, etc., etc., etc."
Nah,
No,
they
So I
saying
feel
that's
like
too
that's
liberal.
one sec.
Great point, actually. Great
Shout
point.
out JB.
No,
Shout out
JB
JB.
of all people knows. JB of all people knows that we have to meet at a point in a point of agreement, and no matter what, we have to agree to some definition of points. And unless you create them out of nowhere, we have to agree to something.
Aaron, he has
What?
a great point. If you're using the definition of the dictionary, the definition of woman is something that most of us don't
Okay, so
agree with.
watch this. I will concede to that. So what definition are we using and where does it come from? See, now you're going to concede to what I'm saying.
But there's the problem, right? But I would say that she has to be virgin. Like, can we define massive characters so we can take Black Beauty out of the race? Virgin, like, can cook.
I cook. I just ate some chicken soup I made. It's so good.
He said virgin, and then she spoke out. He was like, "Come on, it's silly."
So, Aaron, if I may answer,
Kyle,
right?
you back in? Go ahead, girl.
It's
Say
Kai's
it. Say
turn
it
to
quick.
talk, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we have to agree on something.
Hurry up, Kai. Hurry up
Hurry up before somebody kicks me out. So what I wanted to say is I think traditionalism actually benefits men a lot. I don't think it doesn't benefit women. I think it does benefit women in a great deal. I think men are a huge asset to their wives. I think men are very kind when they're loved and loving. But I think also that men benefit greatly from having a good wife next to them.
So working until your deathbed and be sold the pit like soul. The only person. No. Why are you interrupting me? You're not being traditional, Kai. Don't interrupt me.
So wait, you would go against your
a traditional
own
woman
instincts.
doesn't interrupt a man. There's one, right? That's the first one. The second one is, let's be honest, you working yourself to death from 16 to 65 because your family depends solely on you is not an award. I'm sorry, ladies, they tricked you. You've been at home watching Netflix while the kid is at school for 8 hours and then picking up and doing the dishes and all that, things that you do being single. That's really the win. That's actually the good thing because there's the...
Okay, so I have a question for you, Fatty.
Go ahead.
Fast, before they kick me out, because they've been kicking me out the whole night. So, okay, so Fatty, if you had a choice, right, between having a wife that...
Hurry up.
That you find attractive.
Yes.
That loved you and that you were killing yourself for having, like, let's say 2 children, right?
Yes.
And living your whole life with that woman loving you, giving you the whole support and care and love, besides like between that and being a single man, keeping your money to yourself,
Yes.
traveling every year.
Oh,
no, I'm telling you.
You are threatening me with the good time? Oh my God, I can't believe
traveling
it.
every year.
Guys, really?
Yes, traveling every year. Between that and having a woman that loved you, took care of you, and was next to you for the next 20, 30, until you die, you know, like
I
as an
will
old
get a woman.
The same face looking
I
at you
will
all the
get a
time.
woman if I want kids. Other than that, no need to buy a car when I can get the shit for
So
free.
let's answer the question, Kai.
No, just answer my question. Meaning, it's not. I'm not asking you if like you don't want kids. You know if you want kids or not. So you will answer.
I don't want
Depending
kids
on
for
what your
now.
values are.
I don't want kids for now. My kids
So
is on.
you don't want kids. So which would be your choice between the?
I don't want kids for. Yeah,
He's
Logic
saying
got
for
her
now.
like.
See,
Well,
women have
Logic
to
probably got her
understand that
like
men
1
don't
minute
think
ago,
like
but Aaron was giving her
Can I
grace.
say
So
something?
No, that's the time it just got here kind of.
Women have to understand that men don't think like them.
being
Like,
a gentleman.
I know a Dominican girl that I kind of grew up in the same neighborhood, and her dad had her when he was 62 years old. Like, men don't think like us. He don't have to have no baby no time soon. He could do that at 60, at 50.
No, but
you're missing. There was not a question.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Kai, if that's the case, if you asked us a question, what do you think's better? This. What are men choosing? Because most people, let me give you an example. Most people choose what they believe is best for them, what they think is best for them. They don't then go, you know what, this ain't best for me, but I choose that. They don't knowingly do it. They don't. So I'm sorry to tell you, I hate to tell you, Fatty said you blessed.
No, I just want because
don't scream to us. That's not traditional.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Kai, don't worry. I got you, Kai. Don't worry. That was literally my life throughout probably 5 years before the pandemic. Traveling, fucking around, wake up at the hour that I want. Don't have a problem.
Wait, yo, Fatty.
Most men, let me finish.
No, my question
Let her
is,
talk because you know she about to get kicked off, Fatty.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, it's because I will be kicked off soon. So I want to know which one you would choose. And the other thing I want to also say is, I know somebody else was talking there, and like I will be kicked off, and I spent too much money already. But to be honest, but like I'm asking you guys because I think men don't see how advantageous it is for them to have one woman who actually loves and believes in them.
Why do you think?
It's because y'all don't make it advantageous.
Yeah,
it's advantageous. If I love and believe in you, it's advantageous.
No,
what
it's
are
not.
the advantages?
Wait a minute. Wait. This is what drives people crazy. Y'all keep saying these things, and it's all lies. Because the fact of the matter is, y'all divorce the men that y'all say y'all love, and the men are choosing the ones who have options are choosing to smash you, your friend, your mama, and your auntie because y'all all hoes, and none of y'all traditional or worth the time of day. It's really simple.
They're not all hoes. They can't all be hoes, though.
Like it's super simple. Like I don't understand. Like
First of all, please, Cheeky. I think that was very disrespectful. I don't expect that from you. But you.
See you later, Kai.
Talking about?
Oh shit!
Now Timeout is joining the party. Jesus Christ, man.
Right. She's Canadian. Like Canadians are some of the nicest people. What are we doing?
Right, wait, if I may, right? Wait, Fatty, real quick, right? I apologize, bro. I know you was cooking before she started talking, but I'll just say this, right? Cheeky, if you can follow the straight path by maintaining your value structure and not having sex until marriage, if that is true for you, that means the inverse is also, well, the opposite, the same is also true for the opposite gender. That's all I want to say. But what were you gonna say, Fatty?
Hold on. You're asking me how a person of principle is able to remain principled. I don't know too many principled people, but especially women. Their entire existence behaves and is centered around surviving and doing what's best for them. That means you don't stand on principle. If you kill my husband during war, I don't marry you. I try to kill you or I die myself. That's how loyalty and principle works. But when it comes to women, I cry a couple tears. But you know what's so funny about this, right? There's a study that was shown that women actually don't experience emotional pain like men do when during a breakup. It's only men that experience that, and I did
Wait,
it shown
so
that.
so Cheeky, that may be true, but for one, based off your value structure, dating should not really be a thing. Because in
It
the conventional,
shouldn't be a
wait,
thing.
well, one, let me land the plane though. That right, and also the women that you speak of that have the purpose and value structure that is that's similar to what yours is in terms of the waiting towards marriage. Statistically, you don't encounter them because they're not going to be in spaces where they'll be seen easily. That is something that is very very true. Traditional conservative Christian women that have such values that are like yours are not going to be seen really at all. It's going to be statistically hard, but that don't mean they don't exist. Same thing with
But
Jewish women and Muslim women and so on and so forth.
practical. Like there's one thing that you guys are missing about this traditional part.
Yes.
Traditional only was possible because there was suppression. Religion will suppress woman, politics will
Right.
suppress woman, laws will suppress woman. So woman had literally no choice. Either you get suppressed by the society that is upon you, or you go and burn on the fucking cross with the witches. Whatever
But but
or the
but the,
stoning or whatever. Right now, if you remove everything, there's a saying in my country that says a woman word is written on sand next to the shore. So every time a wave comes by, that word is gone because she's writing that shit really next to the next. So what I'm talking about, what Chiki's saying is that his principles can say, yes, if the world was perfect, I would date one woman, marry one woman, and be with her by the end of my life.
But
But the
bro,
reality that his eyes is seeing is saying, man, I'm
this is
being the
not
dumbass
happening.
but bro,
because
Yeah,
like
no,
I
no,
know
so,
I'm
so,
no.
so my bad.
Fatty is
Cheeky
absolutely
go.
right. And,
I'll go
what's
after
so
you.
crazy is, Fatty, I did state that. I said the only way traditionalism works is if we start oppressing women, like
yeah, suppression.
legitimately doing it. We
So
can't
check
get
this
it.
out,
We
right?
can't get
So
it.
wait, no, that's
We
not true
can't get
though.
it. We
That's not true
can't get
though.
it any other
I'll wait.
way.
Sorry.
And the only places where you start seeing traditionalism is when you start seeing women of the West officially go, they're oppressing them. Why do you think women are fighting against Muslims in other countries that they're not even involved in? You're not
Yeah,
Muslim. You're not any of these things. Why are you worried about what's going on in Muslim countries? Because
and
they
Because
view
practical.
that as
wait,
oppression.
I'll go after
Practical,
him.
just
Wait,
no,
wait.
practical. Just one thing before you go. It's very
Of course.
quickly. You literally are a Muslim.
Yes.
You guys literally oppress women to the point where you understand woman nature and you put laws and boundaries around them so they don't go outside of that. Why do you think that is possible to have
So this is
traditional woman
why
without
this
that
is
set
this is why
boundaries?
that's wrong, bro. This is why that's wrong, bro.
Hmm.
Any woman who is Muslim, right,
Hmm.
who studies the Quran and who embraces the religion of Islam, they will know just how empowered women are in Islam. I was just having a very amazing discussion with a fellow Muslim sister who's in my class about Islam and how she was telling me about how empowered she is by way of Islam. There are so many rules that a man has to follow when it comes to marrying and being with a Muslim woman. There's
There's
so
a
many
lot of
rules,
rules.
bro. There
Lot
are
of rules.
Yes,
so many rules,
hundred
bro. I'll
percent,
let her
hundred
cook. I'll let
percent.
her cook. Yeah, you're not
So
talking to me.
what I want to say, because I will be kicked out very
Guys,
fast.
don't scream at us. You can talk, but don't scream at us, please. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not trying to scream.
It's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
It's fine. Just
That's his sense of humor. Just
it's the
ignore it.
Oh,
volume.
okay, okay. So I'm gonna talk quickly because I'll be kicked out. So like, yeah, in the Muslim religion, but I'm not trying to like convert anybody, but I'm just saying like I agree with what practical absolutely is saying. Like I wasn't talking about it because like he wasn't comfortable with it, my fiance, but I'm engaged to be married, and like I'm going through like all of the steps of like how to be married as a woman, as a Muslim woman,
Congratulations.
and
Hmm.
like all my
Congratulations.
family has to go talk to his family, and they have
Yeah.
to agree to protect me and to
Hmm.
protect him, but mostly to protect me in
Yes.
this in this coming marriage, and like all my
And if
I
I'll add to that since she got removed untimely. Yes, the bag does prevail in these spaces. I will say. But the
so
thing is,
practical.
wait,
I'm sorry.
Congratulations,
I'll
Ty.
try to
Congratulations. That's
definitely
awesome.
congratulations.
I'm sorry.
I'll try
Congratulations.
to
Go girl.
I'll try to
Go
add to what
girl.
you were saying, Fatty. The thing is that like not only is like the entire like the courting process and the beginning process of being to interest into marriage, it's like like Islamically you cannot force marriage. I know they've been pushing this narrative in the West, and ultimately it is a woman's last. The woman who's being married, she ultimately chooses. Yes, the family does bring everything together, but if the daughter says no, then you cannot have her married. You cannot
Yeah,
force
yeah,
that.
we,
It's
we, we
un-Islamic.
understand that. We understand that. We
It is. It
totally
is.
get
I
it,
hope Fatty
right?
does too, bro. But my bad.
It's not about that. It's about
It's
that
not
she is the exceptions of the exceptions of the exceptions. In the
right.
West, women are loose. They are.
Yes. Yes.
Let me tell you
Yes.
one thing practical, and I'm not going
Yes.
to say the name. I had this friend that literally was literally dogging a woman out left and right, her sending a message, man, I want to see you so you can do me this and that and all that shit. And 3 months later, oh Allah, thank you God, please. I'm a Muslim now, and now I want to get married. I want to get married to someone. Like literally, like 3 months later, all of a sudden, after all these dirty talk and all that bullshit, now she
But
wants to
but it, but
be
it won't
someone like
work,
that.
right? Where's
It's an
O at?
exception.
It don't work because if you ain't a virgin, the
It
Muslims
don't.
aren't
But
white.
that's the point. They are accepting women that now they don't have to pass the test
I
of
don't know. I
the.
gotta talk to O about that. I
That's
don't know if I heard.
radical. Am I lying?
No,
Is that a
no,
Can you
woman
repeat?
that's
Can you
I
convert?
don't
repeat
think
what
you
you
can
said?
just
Aaron.
walk in and
He
Aaron,
become
said.
it's
Muslim.
what
Wait,
he's
Hold
talking
on.
about.
there's a
What
lot
he's
of people speaking. If he can repeat what he said, I'll be able to
what
give it
he's talking what
my
he's talking
best
about is being
understanding of
reported
it.
on,
Huh?
especially again, these Muslims tend to be from Western countries like Europe. There's a
Yup.
high European population of Muslims where Muslim men are talking about these women who are going out and partying and not keeping the laws, basically.
Oh, we got to cover that, Cheeky. We need to cover that.
And so I did a there's a documentary on that I'm gonna show, but it's not from like the homeland. It's from
Okay.
Europe. It's like
All right.
France. It's like those
Yup.
areas. And there's this dude on YouTube who's a Muslim, and he talks to these women on Zoom, and he's talking to these women, and they're he's like he's talking I think he was on Pearlie's podcast before or something like that because I've seen a short of him, but he's talking to these women.
He has a podcast. It's
Yeah, he has a
horrendous.
and
It's
it's in
horrendous.
all of the
Yeah.
women are Muslim women.
Yup.
And it's like, goodness gracious.
Yup.
Like, no one's safe. Wherever there's some level of freedom for women, there you see their true nature. This is
Absolutely.
all the social test to see how women have always wanted to behave and always wanted to act. And now that they have the freedom, they're starting to prove more and more we aren't traditional. We don't care about those traditions. In fact, we like the ones that we like, which is why you have a girl that you reviewed earlier saying, hey, it's the man's job to do this. But when it comes to the social contract, it's your job to have children. And then, it's so funny. She said, we literally give birth. But why is the birth rate declining?
Yep. The
You're
guy is
doing
called.
everything that you're
Oh, wait,
supposed to.
hold on, Cheeky. Hold on, wait. Here's the point, right?
Hmm.
I think that's not limited to women like that. Here's the problem. Cheeky is proving the point. Stand on your own principles. What does what men are doing having to do with what women
Anything to
have to
do
say?
with exactly.
You just make
So,
his
for
point.
example, you do realize there are men
He said
out here
exactly.
smashing your hoes. I am not. That's because I'm standing on a principle. Women, for whatever reason, unless they're oppressed or they think their life is in danger, will not stand on anything.
Yo, so
Yeah.
It's
cheeky,
so
right?
crazy.
So if
The
I may
guy.
add
Let
to
me just
what
say one
you
thing. The
said
guy's
and Daddy
called
said, how about
Madi.
you? How about you?
No, I'm saying the guy's called Madi. He has like a red pill podcast, and he's first generation European. That shit
Okay.
is horrendous. Because again, Muslims are literally our last hope. Like we literally look at you guys and say, man,
I
oh man.
agree. I agree.
Like
I agree
if
to that.
they get corrupted, that's game over for us. There's no.
I
So
agree 100%
when you
with
see
that.
even
100%.
Muslim women get corrupted like that, you say, damn, bro. There's like no. It's
I
better just
agree.
So
I
take
check
the
agree.
this
L
out,
and go
right?
home.
If I could go on what Daddy and what Cheeky said. From the Islamic perspective, we break down the etymological meaning of the word Muslim. It means for one to submit their will to the Almighty. So by the Muslim perspective, bro, every living being is Muslim. Now with that, I'm gonna add that I'm gonna preface to that, right? Although every living being is Muslim, not every living being is a Muslim with their iman or their faith, right? There are Muslims. We believe plants are Muslim. I know y'all may disagree, but it's a Muslim perspective. By way of the use of the word, we believe that all of you all are Muslim. Y'all just may not have imam, or faith in Islam, right? So ultimately, right, just because an individual says they're Muslim, yes, the word use wise, they will be by default, but it is their choice to maintain their iman. It's their choice.
By the way, if you can share my screen real quick, because actually, I think you and Chiki should review this shit for you to lose all fucking up. I'm not going to play it. It's just for you to see the podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
It's it's
Let me see
terrible.
what
I'm not going to play that one. I promise. I'm not going to play it. Not
No,
going to do nothing.
I believe you, bro. It's all good.
It's just like this is like the red pill version of like the Muslim shit. Bro, you are going to get disheartened so fucking fast. Unbelievable.
You can't use women that are not following the rules.
Are
to
you
be, like, the one representing?
See, and this is what I mean.
You were
It's the same
Hold on,
thing, like,
Patty.
Patty. It's the same thing that Christians do. Whenever Christians start doing non-Christian things, they're not real Christians. You can't make
That's
that.
not what I'm saying. I'm not even saying they're not real Muslim. I'm just saying.
Why can't we use
But
those
do
women
Muslim women cover their hair? I just want to know, do Muslim women cover their
that's the
hair?
thing. Is the purity test.
First of all, Muslim women don't have to cover their hair. Like,
Okay, I didn't
practical
know.
absolute
That's why I
hair,
asked.
but that's
not like an absolute ruling.
That's exactly, but that's exactly
That's like
the point.
traditional, right?
That's exactly the point. The purity test serves to disqualify people from talking. A man or a woman on Saudi Arabia would look at you with not your head cover, and again, logic is exaggerated. I think you're dressed perfectly normal, but the woman will look at you with your not revealing, but clothed like tight jeans and tight t-shirt, and says you are not qualified to talk about Muslims. So it's always levels to this. So you can come here and say they are not qualified to talk about it when they probably look at you and say, "What the hell are you talking about us? You are not like us."
I didn't say they were not qualified. I'm just saying the teachings are what they are. The teachings are what they are. And if you don't follow the teaching, that means you cannot speak. If it's said that a woman that is Muslim is supposed to be like conservative and is supposed to not do certain things, like for instance, have any interaction with men that are like beyond whatever. I'm not going to go further than that. Like, if you are saying that you do, then you're not practicing what the religion you're following is saying you should be practicing, right? I don't think that it's judging the woman by saying that. Like, I'm not trying to judge anybody. I'm not perfect, but I'm saying, like, if you're not you're not supposed to be doing certain things and you're doing it, you don't represent the people that represent that faith because they're saying that shouldn't be done.
I think
so you only represent yourself?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't feel like I only represent myself, but I follow the teachings as best as I can. Obviously, if I'm doing something wrong, I can accept it. No. I'm just saying, before you go further, I feel like I represented. Before you go further, Fatty, like, if you will allow it for me.
No, he's Aaron. He's not me. He's I just do the room.
I'm just gonna finish what I mean. I feel like I'm representing the best way I can. But I came here with a turtleneck, and one guy was like,
let's
felt,
not go back to that.
No, I just want to finish because it makes sense. He felt like the way I was dressed, even though I felt like it was covered, was not appropriate. I accepted that. Why? Because I don't represent only myself. I represent other people, my family for one, and also my religion. So I came, covered myself, even though I didn't feel like I was wearing anything inappropriate because nobody could see anything for what I was wearing, right? So I could have said, oh, I'm not wearing anything inappropriate, but I didn't go into that because why? It doesn't matter. If he feels like he has something to say, I can change my behavior and end the conversation, right? So I feel like other people, if we're talking about religion, it's a bad conversation to have online, honestly.
Yeah, but you just said, I think I do it to the best of my ability.
Best that I can. Thank you, Aaron.
You can't say that. You must
You
say,
can't
I
say
follow
that.
the rules exactly the way that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I follow the rules exactly.
No, you said the best. Imagine,
if you say traditional.
Imagine that the Christian comes on this conversation and said, "1 second, because I'm going to go." Imagine that the Christian comes here on the conversation and says, "Yeah, I follow the Christian rules the best way I can." We know that happened. You know what that like.
Following what is written. I'm actually following
So
what
let me. I don't know
But
nothing about your
but
religion, right?
again,
Are you
like
telling me that you don't wear a bikini, for example, when you go to the beach?
I don't wear a bikini when I go to the
So
beach.
are you telling me that, for example, you like, do you have like tight pants, like skinny jean
I
pants?
don't wear
Or so
tight pants and skinny pants.
I don't believe
what
she
about?
does
Shows
this
that
stuff,
Muslim
Maddie.
women are
Maddie,
not
I think
supposed
if
to
there's
be
a
adorned
woman,
either
it's
with
not her.
jewelry.
We're not. I don't.
No. What I'm saying is that if she actually follows that, it's fine. I just said, for example, Logic has no fucking right
Okay,
to do
well,
what he
let's
needs,
say,
right?
here's a better
Right,
question.
but
Kai,
go
are
ahead.
you obligated to, if you see someone violating, are you obligated to speak on it, correct them, tell their father, or do they
No,
get
no. Because in the Muslim religion, it's God that is the judge. It doesn't mean you shouldn't say anything. Like that's not what it means. But you're not, as a woman, mandated to go to another woman and tell them that they are like behaving badly within the faith. What you can do is behave in the right way. So some women believe in covering, like covering their head, but in the western hemisphere of Africa, like so West Africa generally, people don't cover their head, but they wear things that are
Bro, I
very
was living
covered.
in Lagos earlier this year, and all the Muslim women had their head covered.
I'm
Every
not
last
even
one of
sure what
them,
this means.
But
right
not
there in
all women
Lagos.
have to cover. I mean, practical absolutely can talk about it, but I don't think it's written that you
I don't know.
have a
I
mandate
just
to
came from
cover your
Nigeria
head.
like 6 weeks ago, and all of the women that are
Yeah,
Muslim,
but
all
it's
of them
not
are
a
covered,
man.
and they
It's
don't wear
not
jewelry either.
mandatory.
I'm just saying.
Okay, let's talk to the
So
men in
so
here
if I
because we
may
have the better.
if I may speak
I
on
need you in
what
a
I do
burqa
know,
if you are Muslim.
if I would
Cover
speak,
yourself,
if I may speak on what I
woman.
do know about
man,
the
shut
Quran
up.
and the supporting text on the Sunnah and Hadith. Okay, so yes, it in the Quran it doesn't explicitly say to cover your hair. However, in Hadith, it does speak of when you're out and about and you're traveling. You know, when you're leaving your home, it is best to wear hijab because it allows for individuals to see the regality and the purity that is maintained in Islam. Um, and I will preface it by saying that I do wish that Omar Smith was here because he will be able to quote a lot more of the hadith and whatnot. And
Aaron, can you mute me?
he's a very
Yeah, I
great
got.
scholar when
I
it comes
only
to
look. I only
Islam.
listen to old when it comes to this stuff. I don't listen to.
And I will say this, right. So when it comes to her, whether or not she's a Muslim, she makes her she made shahada, you know, or she was born into Islam. You know, she does her salat. You know, she gives zakat. She does sawm, you know, and she tends to make her hajj if she haven't already. She is observing the five pillars of Islam, which is the main tenets, and there's also the six articles of faith. But when it comes down to it, if she says she's a Muslim, whether or not she has maintaining her iman, that is up to her daily actions because it's a daily struggle each and every day to constantly become a better and better Muslim. Just because she may be doing her best now does not mean that doesn't mean she can't be doing better in the future, inshallah, God willing. You know, so it's about constant progression. Islam is perfect,
Inshallah.
inshallah.
Yes.
Islam is perfect, Muslims are not.
Inshallah. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Y'all, wait.
you
Hold
just
on,
messed up
man.
on that. Go ahead, Cheeky. You caught it. You caught it.
It's only proving the point that we know Christians to say. Christianity has the same principle ideas. Christian or Jesus is perfect, but not I. I try my best to do the best that I can and try to treat my neighbor, follow the golden rule, right? And do all of these things with good intent. But the application of those things are so variable that you can say whatever you want. Let's say I'm a quote unquote practicing Muslim, right? And I drink alcohol and I go, oh, you know, inshallah, I won't do this again. Or, I was bad today, but I'll be better tomorrow. If you can do that at any point, right? Because there's some level of grace. There is some level of grace to this. It is.
Technically speaking,
There's
according
a
to Hadith,
belief
you
that
cannot.
there's a
Technically
belief
speaking,
in
according to Hadith, you
Christianity.
can't do it at any point, though, bro. And I will let you keep letting me
There
explain.
is
I apologize to interrupt. I really do, bro.
Okay, well, fine. Let's keep it away
According,
from Muslims then. Well,
no,
we'll keep it away from Muslims, right? Since
may I,
if you
though,
guys are
though,
technical
right?
to it,
No,
that's
bro,
fine.
may I, bro. So according to Hadith and
Go ahead.
whatnot, There's a specific occurrence, like when the sun sets to the east and rises on the west, for example, which is in Hadith. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not be accepting nothing. You can try to plead, He will not accept nothing on that day. But please continue, please.
Basically, he's
I'm
saying
not
you
a
should not, as a
Christian.
Muslim,
So that's
drink.
my point. Like, yup. No one has to be a Christian to understand that there's habits and that there's habits and behavior that is displayed a lot in people in the West, whether they be Christian or Muslim. No one takes you all seriously, not Kai and not practical absolutes. But as a general whole, no one takes religious people seriously because of the amount of grace given to those to the way that they behave. You can literally laugh at somebody's death. You can literally cuss somebody out. You can literally say this. You can say, I hope you die. You can do all of these things and then go, well, Jesus will forgive me. And then look at this. Somebody will say, you're not a perfect Christian. Mind you, I don't have to be a Christian to be a decent human being. You could be atheist. I know better atheists than I do Christians. How does that happen?
Valid point. That's because according to the Islamic perspective, I hate to interrupt. I apologize, Black Beauty.
I'm sorry. I just want to let y'all know that.
No, it's cool. I have no.
Our principal Kai. I don't know why.
Gotcha.
So now.
But so Cheeky, that's actually precisely why according to certain scenarios, individuals who are, it is not like, okay, I'm gonna just say this. You can make it to Jannah or heaven without being a Muslim, according to the Islamic perspective, technically speaking. I will just say that, right? Because it's a lot of factors in Allahu Anum. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. But in all actuality, you don't have to be Muslim to make it to the gates of heaven, inshallah. Technically speaking. But also, if I'm being technical, everyone is a Muslim by definition of the word Muslim. But please continue. I'm sorry.
So again, the thing that matters to most people in this situation and in this conversation is the relationship between men and women and the dynamic that exists. When you have a respected religion or people that are respected, such as Muslims, right? Where we see that even in Muslims, the women themselves are starting to sway a little bit, which is why you have this channel that exists from that Muslim guy. All it shows is there's a crack somewhere in society or in the world as a whole, to where you can't control and you can't hold women to whatever standard it is that we were before, because each and every year, many rights are being expanded, even in the countries where we were thinking it would never happen.
Yeah. That's why I always.
Black Beauty.
That's why I always claim. I swear, I grew up as a Baptist, and then eventually my grandma started going Pentecostal, which was just about the same. The Italian guy I dated, he was Catholic. I went to Catholic church with him. My man is Jehovah's Witness. I go to Kingdom Hall with him. I'm spiritual, non-religious. As a woman, I think we have to be flexible, because if you're not going to follow law to the T, then you might as well not say that you're doing it. I just feel like I just came from Lagos 6 weeks ago, and every single woman who was Muslim, even if she wasn't really that active, she did have her head covered and she didn't have a doormat on. And I think, but that anyway, that's my opinion. Anyway,
but Black Beauty, that's the problem that most men are having right now. We can't identify and distinguish the actually Muslim women that keep themselves and that are doing it just because they believe it and they are actually what they are, to the woman that on Front Street they are covered and all that, and then they turn around and they're fucking the pool boy. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's difficult. Like, you don't know what people are doing in private, even for a man. I can be a practice Muslim in front of the cameras and then turn around and go to McDonald's, eat the McCrispy. Right here in Portugal is the bacon, the one with bacon. Like, you don't know it. Like, you literally don't know it. And the thing is, for us, it's a small thing, but for, like, when it comes to sex and when it comes to woman chastity, when it comes to a woman values and how she behaves, that's a big thing. And like, I just want to have one question to Kai. You are engaged, Kai. Is divorce ever on the table, or is
no, I don't want to get divorced. No, I don't.
No. That was not the question. I don't want to get a divorce. Nobody wants to get a divorce. My thing is, like,
we talked about it. Like, divorce is not an option for us. I don't want to.
Even if there's abuse, even if there's cheating, even if there's all that, Divorce
I
is
don't
not
want
on the
there to
table.
be. I don't want there to be abuse or anything like that. But I don't think I chose a man who would do that to me.
That was
So
not the question. That's the
in
point. There's
any
no
case, if I have children, I grew up without my father in some ways, and I want my children to have their father. So
the
I
fact
don't
the
want.
fact that you answered the question like that means that you actually believe that you are going to
No, I
you
don't
can.
believe in divorce. But I want to go
That
fast.
was not the question, Kai. Don't do that.
Okay, what
Kai,
is the question? I'm
we
sorry.
are
The reason
grown
why
up.
I'm going fast is they keep kicking
But
me
that's
out,
my
and
point. Just
somebody sent me money to come back on, but it's like it's money. It's a lot of money.
so guys, start saving Kai. Don't let her use her own money. The question was simple, right? If you are really traditional and you are really Muslim, there's no divorce in that, right? Either is abuse, and
No,
again, I'm not.
in Islam there is
There is
divorce.
divorce.
That's
Divorce
not
is
true. There
allowed.
is divorce. There is divorce.
So
It is
there's
allowed.
divorce. Even there's divorce, and
Yes,
it's
even
okay.
in
It's fine.
Islam.
Okay,
Yes.
so I
Yeah,
apologize.
there's
My bad.
divorce in
Okay.
Islam. If you fit into their circumstances. But me, myself, Umu, like, because my name is
That's my
Kai,
bad. I
but yeah,
apologize then.
yeah.
I was
So
talking from a place of ignorance.
yeah, but as my own person, I don't want
Shut up, Fetty.
divorce. I'm not choosing a man to divorce him. I'm choosing a man for
Absolutely.
the entire life. And I want to give him the best I can. I want to provide him with love, care, and appreciation. And I believe he will do the same for me. Right? So I don't want divorce at all.
Thank you
And
for answering.
I do know a brother Rahim Ali has said he implied in the chat that I was saying misleading information by implying that technically speaking individuals of the book or individuals technically can make it into heaven without having knowledge of al-Islam. It's very, very touchy because if I like, I'm not at all saying that you don't have. I'm not at all trying to be concrete with this statement because Allah knows best, you know. But in all actuality, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala judges the heart of the individual, and al-Islam is to submit their will to the Almighty. As to whether or not an individual who has done good all their life, submitted their will, done good deeds and whatnot, that is up to the Almighty. I cannot at all make the claim that they will not make it to Jannah. That's
You
what
are
I'm trying to
telling
say.
me.
Aaron, I'm about to drop
You are
down.
telling me that I can have 7 virgins.
No, I think he did a very good job.
Man,
To be honest,
let's
I think
go.
practical absolute. I can tell you, I think you did a very good job. I don't think you were very judgmental at all. Like what I accepted from what you were saying is not at all applied. Like something that should be applied to any other woman. I am a Muslim woman, so I abide by those rules. But not everybody needs to. I think what you said was very true from what I've heard from you. And I didn't hear everything you were saying, but from everything that you said, I don't think you said anything wrong. To
Hey
be
guys, I'm about
honest,
to drop. See you guys later. Peace.
See you later, Black Booty.
But I don't want it to be like a religious speaking, like a religious talk, because we're not necessarily representing everybody that is out here listening to the conversation, but we can say things that can be relevant to some people. What I was saying in what I've noticed had nothing to do with me being Muslim, even though me being Muslim obviously impacts the way I make my decisions, right? But I was saying more that I saw a lot of women that were very capable that also had difficult lives because they were not relying on their husbands. And I think relying on a husband that you trust in is a good move. I think having a man you love and trust in and give a lot to is a good move for any woman, even if she's not religious, you
Yeah,
know?
but that's a good game plan. But no woman marries. No, there's no woman. There's like gold diggers that want the guy to get like to die so they can get the money. But let's say that 95% of women don't marry to get divorced. They don't. They think they are going to be happy forever and all that. The problem is women have the right to change their mind. That's the only problem. Like if a man, what? I guess.
Oh man, I wanted to ask her something. Well, I can ask you practical absolutes. You can hear me?
Yes. Hi, Venus. Good night. How are you doing, Venus?
So,
F you, fatty.
Yeah, she's Team Sherelle. I know what's up.
So, practical. If I wanted to go to the mosque today, would they accept me? Would they let me come in?
With the open arms. So during Ramadan, there was actually some Christians who was actually given food during Ramadan. We had gave them food. That we all every year in Ramadan, individuals who are able to donate food. Mostly it's individuals who are well off, like physicians and stuff. But I myself donated food, and portions of that food was given to these Christian individuals. It was three of them, three older individuals, and they were eating. They had saw us pray, and everything like that. Even a police officer
Well,
had pulled up,
it,
and he got food.
I just asked that question because I think it's interesting that non-believers like Cheeky will discourage people from subscribing to a religion. But I knew you would say yes. And I asked you that question because people who actually are believers do not even agree with people who are not, telling people.
Oh my God! I was going to get her. I was going to ask her if she's virgin
I've learned
and
that
religious.
people are religious, or people that are religious tend to be touchy over nothing because they don't really follow it. So that don't really bother me none.
Yeah.
I
And
didn't
then
dis- I didn't discourage
I got
anybody.
sent
That's
like I got
I
sent
didn't
money from that.
I didn't encourage I
You
didn't
don't have to
discourage
say that,
anybody
guy.
from doing anything.
I don't have
Guy,
to say that. Oh, I'm
Aaron.
sorry.
Matter of
guy
fact,
is literally sending a rent money and saying, Darren, it's your fault. I'm sending the last dollar of my bank account. Don't say that,
No,
guy.
I'm sending the same money, and I'm sure I'm gonna be kicked out again. But
If
I
you are
think
playing the
this is
game, you
so
know what's going to happen.
But I think this is so horrible because you people that are sending the money for
Oh,
us to
he's,
come back, thank
Don't
you. But at the
antagonize
same
them.
time,
oh,
the
he's
men
horrible. You are a
Don't
gambler then.
antagonize them.
Why are
Like,
you gambling then? If he's
yeah, don't
horrible, he
antagonize.
keeps spending money. You are a
I know
gambler,
that
guy.
women think that they got,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I could have kept it for myself, but I just think it's horrible how some
Kai, you gonna
people
continue to
You are
antagonize?
gambling. They are going to take you away because you care. If you show that
Kai
you care
is
and you
hard
come in,
headed, bro.
let me say something real quick. You
He
know what's
is
going to
hard
happen?
headed.
Because you care.
I'm
It's not
Canadian.
because I care. It's not because I care. I just feel like I wouldn't be up here talking because I was talking out of
No,
my
but
own will, and
but
people kept kicking me out.
we are giving you the game. Every person that comes here, oh, J Prince, oh, no, 1 second, no, ah! Like, you are going to get dropped if you show that you care. Be relaxed. Don't take the mic off people and they forget about you in 30 minutes.
Okay, can I just say something before they kick me out?
Go ahead.
Oh my God, she did it again. Go ahead.
Just read the super chat and then you can go, Kai.
Yeah, because they'll kick me out. Okay, so my thing is, do you guys believe you will be better
Read
off
the super
with
chat.
do you guys believe you will be better off with a wife that loves you or not?
I'm gonna read the
Practical
super
Absolute.
chat and then I'm gonna respond to that. Generally speaking, when it
Thank
comes
you.
to Christians, Cheeky is right. Cheeky is always right. However, the same doesn't apply to Muslims. Muslims are usually true to principles of Islam, whereas Christians are quite flexible. I agree. I like Fatty said, I will be hurt. And if I watch this documentary and I start to, because that is the one I always talk about the nation, about how they can go into a place, fix them up. And I'm not saying that they all that type of Muslims, right? I'm just saying they'll go to a community, get them off them drugs, clean them up and all this type of stuff. And I'm like, man, please don't ruin this for me. Please don't ruin this for me. And obviously there are women that are not going to do it, but as a whole, when I start watching stuff with Cheeky and we go through it, people know how I dissect things. So,
and yeah, Aaron, if I may, right, it kind of gives because Cheeky is right. He has a point. It gives back credence to what I was saying about there are individuals who are Muslim, but they don't have iman. They don't have their faith. They don't embrace the haq, the truth, right? So by way of how they act and stuff like that, it shows if they're truly advocates for Islam. There are individuals who are hit dogs who will holler and whatnot, but I haven't seen it in this panel. I haven't seen it and I pretty much haven't seen it in Kai, and I haven't seen it in myself. But Allah knows best. And y'all, if y'all see me being a hit dog, then please call me out.
well, this is a thing, right? I want to read what JB said. I've worked with Muslims who never missed a prayer. That's why I have so much respect for Muslims. Right. Meanwhile, we have churches with rainbow flags. Well, here's the thing, JB. They can't never actually really miss because they get to make it up. They have
Yeah.
a makeup capabilities. Like, they miss a certain time, they're like, you got to make up for that. So they can't really, really miss unless they just completely decide not to do it. But I get your point, because I do know some. Yeah, I get your point. Like I said, I'm gonna be hurt, just like Fatty said. I'm gonna be hurt if I find out the Muslims can't do this.
Yo, Aaron,
I
when I
lost all.
watched the documentary, I was hurt. And but
Oh, not my guy.
that was going
Cheeky,
to
I am so disappointed, Cheeky. What is this?
what are you talking about?
How do you not
I can make
believe?
it worse right now.
How do I, wait,
Here
hold
we
on.
go.
I'm
Here
trying to
we
hear.
go.
How do I not believe what?
How do you not believe that it's true what we're saying? Because, like,
I didn't say I don't believe it's true what you're saying. What I'm saying is we are now seeing cracks in things that we thought were foundationally impossible. I would have never guessed to watch a documentary on Muslim women behaving like Western women. I would have never thought that was going to ever happen in my lifetime because they tend to be very strict and very principled people. So when I see things like that happening, then I start going, there's absolutely no hope. The only other place I could think about going would be a Muslim.
but I think
Yo,
like a
You
practical
a janitor,
Abdul
Cheeky.
can talk about this. And what I can say is, like, a lot of Muslim women grew up in families where there were not strong Muslim men, right? And I think
Wow.
Muslim men.
You came back to the men.
Wow, you guys,
It's
remain in your
Wow.
masculine. Allow her to finish the thought. Jesus Christ.
It's the same thing as other like black females.
Patty, it never stops, bro.
Why do y'all laugh and talk over people? Like, that shit is
Like,
annoying.
yeah,
Like, just overtalk the bandits,
I'm
please.
trying to talk about a point. I feel like, and we talked about this with Cheeky, like I talked about it with Cheeky, where I feel like men, especially black men, are valuable to the utmost degree. I think you men are amazing. I think you can make a big difference in our communities. And I think you can teach us a lot as men, you know? I have nothing against men, especially black men, right? But what I am saying is a lot of women had to grow up without fathers. And even in the Muslim community, it's true. It's a little bit easier for a woman to handle her daughters in the Muslim community because it's really like clear what you should and shouldn't do, right? So I think practical absolutely can talk about that. But like me, even though my dad wasn't around every single day, I was 100% certain about what I should and shouldn't do as a Muslim woman because there's so many practical things to do day in, day out. You have to go to the mosque. You have to pray 5 times a day, whether or not there's a father in the house with you, right? But it's different from like Christian women. So I'm not going to judge them just because they had a
Why
little
would
bit.
you say,
Ma'am, it's no difference.
Why would you say that these things are principle and foundational, and then just a minute ago say because of weak fathers in a Muslim home is why these women are behaving this way? It doesn't
That's
make
not what
sense.
I said. I did not say that. I said it's easier for Muslim women to adhere to it. I did not say that because you don't have a father, you shouldn't do it.
So wait, if I could follow up right real quick, Fatty, I apologize and I appreciate it. Okay, so so it kind of gives credence back to what I was saying previously about, you know, everyone by definition from the Islamic perspective. I can't speak from you all's perspective, but from the Islamic perspective, every human being is a Muslim. Okay, by definition of the word Muslim, they submit their will, they have to do it by cellular respiration, etc., etc. Right. So we have that.
What Cheeky is doing now is exactly what non-believers do.
Guys, if that's true, right?
Oh my God, Fatty, you care about people talking now? When did that happen?
No, I want to respond.
Do you care about understanding
hold on.
people
Wait.
talking?
I want to respond to what Practical said recently because I want to just know if y'all believe everybody's a Muslim, does that mean? Why do I hear people say that she has to marry like she can marry anybody then, right?
No, so the thing is, okay.
What
so
about
again,
the holy war, by the way? If
again,
everybody's Muslim,
I know
why
I'm
would they-
asking a genuine question and following your process.
No, I understand what you're saying, but
answer this.
Yeah, so it's by definition, the use of the word Muslim is submission to their will of the will of submission to the Almighty. They have to do this by way of following their biological parameters. They can't go outside of it and everything like that, right? For example, Now, when you ask me the question about whether or not a woman can marry a non-Muslim man who has non-iman or Muslim man, okay, I know you're trying to give me some semantics here, but ultimately it's about iman.
I didn't say
What?
nothing.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, well, I apologize for accusing you then, right? The thing is, right, is that when it comes down to the word use of the word Muslim, yes, every living thing is Muslim, yes, but if you don't have iman, you're not going to be considered to be a effectively being a Muslim according to what is the faith. You're not if you're not observing the faith. Like it's just like the individuals, the Yehudis who control the world. They don't observe the Sabbath. They don't care about the Council of Jerusalem, et cetera, et cetera. They don't observe Mosaic law. They just do whatever they do. But they say that they're Yehudis, right? Literally. So okay, so it goes down to that, right? And also when it comes down to the value structure, right? The man is at like the main leader of a household, you know, and if a woman is not under the following of a man who's Muslim, who has iman, who has faith in Islam, who believes the haq and follows what they're supposed to do, then everything goes out of whack. Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
that. I understand you could say that it can be complicated if I'm saying that everyone is a Muslim, but women can only marry certain type of Muslims by way of what I'm saying, right? But
So
that still makes sense.
But
so
earlier, Kai said those women that are not following,
they are not Muslim. They say
that's
they are
where
not.
I keep getting more in conflict.
No, but I agree with you guys.
That's my
Muslim
issue. What y'all are
So
doing, y'all. If you guys are not part of a group, how are y'all disqualifying
We
other
are
Are
people?
you
part
a
of the
part of a
group.
group?
What are you
No,
talking?
no, to be
Hey,
honest with
Venus, are
you,
you
Oh
are you
wow.
religious?
Rahim,
No, no, no.
Rahim
One
Ali,
second, guys.
brother, the word
No, because
Muslim means to submit their will to the Almighty. Every human being does
Venus.
it. They just don't do it
but
willingly, and they
practical
don't do it with the
Understand?
haq.
That's
we can
fine.
Okay,
say
wait,
that
hold on
I
a
would never
second.
marry a
Hold on a
man.
second. Hold on a second.
That's fine. Venus, are you religious?
Why?
No way. No way. No way.
You know why, Miss Venus.
But practical
Rahim,
absolute
everyone
said,
has to submit
No,
their
like,
will
if
listen,
to
you
I'm
Allah
making a
subhanahu wa
Oh
ta'ala.
point.
my
This is my
god.
point. Because every time I hear you guys who claim you don't subscribe to any damn thing but
Oh my god.
yourselves,
But
you
you are.
criticize people who at least try. So if you see someone
That's
claim
my
they're,
point. Are you
wait, hold on,
religious?
hold on. When you see someone who claims they're a Christian, or like in her case, like she refers to the other women who are Muslim, but
Great
they
point,
may not
Kizzy.
be perfect. Here, you non-believing ass people come wanting to tell people about their spiritual beliefs when you have none. Make
Are
that
you
make
but
sense.
religious?
but
Are
I
you
agree
religious?
with you,
No,
Venus.
Kai,
No,
one
no, no,
second.
no,
Kai,
no.
Look,
please,
a lot
please.
of times.
Addie,
No, 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 no. Let's pin this on the butt. Venus,
But
are you?
please,
1 second, Kai. 1 second.
no,
Venus,
I'm
are
He's
allowed
you?
gonna
to.
get
You're the
dropped.
one
Okay, Kai, go
screaming.
ahead and be non-traditional.
No,
Interrupt me.
no,
Go ahead, please.
you're the one screaming, but I'll let you talk.
No, because you talked practical talk, and now you want to talk again. I want to ask a question to Venus because I know you are going to defend her. Venus, are
Yeah,
you
Let me come behind
religious?
you,
Yes
baby.
or no?
I consider myself spiritual.
What the fuck is that?
Oh
It's
my
whatever
God. So
I
do I.
just did
So
it
do
on.
I. So do I. Now what?
Me too.
I'm a
Jesus
Me
but
Christ.
too.
okay.
Oh my.
Listen, Fatty,
What
I
the
said
hell
it.
is that? Do you believe in ghosts?
I
What the
believe
hell
in
is that?
God. I believe in God, but
What
I do
God?
not. What do you mean?
What God do you
His
believe?
name
If
is
you believe in a
God. What
God,
do you mean? That's his name. What are you
It is
talking
a
about?
His
man.
name is
God was a
Allah.
German
His name
word.
his
is
name is
Yahweh.
God.
His name is Buddha. His name is
What
so
is
many
the
different
God?
things.
No, his name is
God
God.
was a
And what
German word.
Do you see this bullshit?
I don't
Like
believe
this
That's
in
what I'm
bullshit.
saying.
Buddhism. I
And then
don't
she got
believe
the
in
nerve to come at
This is
me.
Hinduism. I
bullshit right
That's
don't
here.
so
believe in
crazy.
any of that. So again, okay, what's your point? You got the answer.
Do
What happened
do
now?
because that's the thing, right? You are literally being judgmental and saying you guys shouldn't be judgmental, but you are literally judging us for
No,
being judgmental.
no, I'm
You are doing.
defending.
You are.
I'm defending people who want to practice any type of religion, or they're trying to, they're working on it, because people like you will get up here and say, oh my God, you're a Muslim, but you prayed only 4.5 times instead of
You
5.
are
You're not a
actually wrong.
Muslim.
You
Don't
are.
bother. That's what
You
y'all
are
do.
actually. You are
That is not
actually
what's
wrong.
going
You
on.
are
Wait,
actually wrong. I
so
praise
You
everybody
if
that
I
literally
you
just
if
believe.
said
I
that to her.
No, listen to what
Fatty,
I'm
you
saying,
just
right?
said that to her.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to explain myself. If you believe in whatever God it is and that makes you a better person, go ahead and do it. I have no problem with that. What I don't like is these fake religious people that use religion as a cover up so they can look bad in front of everybody when they are the most judgmental people in the fucking planet, right? And the second thing I want to say before you go, Venus, and do some bullshit, Kai, this talking point, I use it all the fucking time. The biggest religion on the world right now is feminism.
Oh,
You
Jesus
on the tweet. One
Christ.
second. One second. One second.
No, no, no.
On the.
I want to know what
Oh
he's
my God! You
saying.
see what I'm talking about?
Even
Yeah,
saying that is
tell
like
me what
so
he's saying.
disrespectful to
Let me
actual
finish
religious
my point,
people.
woman. Be
Talk, talk,
traditional.
talk.
Fatty. I know this is heated,
I can't
I
believe
and
y'all.
You see
Y'all
what I'm
literally,
talking about? Is
yo,
these traditional women
y'all.
can
I
even
see why Fatty
communicate?
is upset.
You
one
guys can't
second,
even
bro.
communicate.
One second,
Like, let
bro.
me finish my point.
Oh, my bad. Please
Let
continue.
me finish my point. The biggest religion on the world is feminism. Either you are Christian, either you are Muslim. Women that are raised, especially on the West, are if like they literally sweat feminism. The first day I was talking with you, I spent
What is
1 hour.
that? What is it? What Christian? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Fatty. I'm just trying to
No need
understand.
to
You
sorry,
said
just shut up.
no, you said feminism or familism. What did you say?
Feminism.
Feminism.
No,
Oh,
it's
feminism.
not true
Okay, I'm
though.
so sorry. I'm just trying to really
Feminism. You
understand
want
what
to
you're
move?
saying. I'm
Listen to what
so
I'm
sorry.
listen to what I'm saying. And again, I'm not mad. It's just performative. I just want to give a show for Aaron show. So listen to what I'm saying. The
Mhm.
first time I saw you, we spent 2 hours discussing if a man should tell the woman to change her dress. Or if you should, I know you do. I know you agree.
That
One
is
second, one second,
untrue.
one
That is
second.
untrue. Fatty, you were wrong
Is
that
this a
time. You
traditional?
were
So, Kai,
100% wrong.
Kai, you have to let me finish my phrase so we can get to an agreement. You weren't telling me that she shouldn't change the dress, but you were debating how should I explain it. I should be nice about it. I should have manners because tone matter. The
That's not
reality is,
feminism,
let
fatty.
me finish my point. The reality is, if she was a really truly Muslim woman, she will never debate that shit 1 second. As soon as I said change your dress, is done. End of history. No
That's my
discussion on
issue
the.
right there. You're not a Muslim man, but you have the audacity to come and tell a Muslim what she is and what she's not. That's my issue with
Practical
y'all.
absolutes.
Who are
Let's
you?
fix it.
I have a
Stop,
question.
This
stop.
is
Practical
sad.
absolutes.
Stop. Cheeky's
I
talking.
have a question.
Practical.
Look, but you're not a
Practical
Muslim, but you
absolutes.
This
defending
is
it.
sad, bro.
Let me ask you
This
a
is sad.
question.
Yes.
Practical absolutes. If
No, I have a
if you
question.
had a woman,
Whenever
right? If you
you
had a
guys
wife
feel
that was wearing something unacceptable and you told her to change, no matter how you said it, do you think she would argue about how you said it, or would she just go change?
She
so
shouldn't. She shouldn't.
Wait.
However, she shouldn't. To satiate what you're saying, she shouldn't from
Mhm.
that answer. However, there I can say it in a way that will be not how I'm supposed to say it. You know what I mean? Because it will be bad on my part. You know,
Should
because
there was should there be a
I'll be
discussion?
questioned for that on the day of
if
judgment.
I
I'll be
can,
questioned
Should
for that
there
on the
be a
day of judgment.
discussion about it? Should there be a
if I
discussion?
can,
Would you have to explain, hey baby, I want you to
no,
change that because should that be a
if I
discussion?
can,
No.
No.
Aaron, if I can, practical absolutes,
Yes.
practical absolute, if I can.
Yes.
If you told me as your woman, this is
Mhm.
the first thing I told to Fatty, right? Is it shouldn't be an issue. Why? I've never had any man tell me I have to change the way I dress.
That makes no
That is
sense.
one thing, number one. But let's say it's an issue where you see me and I'm wearing a dress that you feel is inappropriate, right? Tell me how you would engage with me. Would you tell me, hey,
With stone,
my
with
whatever,
stones on the
hey
hand.
love, hey love, sorry, we ignore Fatty. Hey
Shit.
love, yeah, it's true. Hey love, I don't like the dress you're wearing. Could you change it? Because I feel uncomfortable. One. Or second, would you say, I'm just asking you, second, would you say, take off that dress?
Okay.
You look
So
horrible in that dress. You're
so
disrespecting me. Why are you wearing that dress?
As
so
a
if
What
I can
would
Muslim,
you
answer
you
do?
should take it.
As a
if I can
Muslim
answer
man,
that right,
Fatty,
if I can answer that,
as a
sister,
Muslim man, practical absolutes, which one would you feel is most,
I,
most like
if I can answer that,
conductive?
sister, I would preface it by saying neither because it gives like it shows like a North Pole South Pole way. So I will say that right. I will say neither. I'll also say that also depends on the
Smart answer.
situation because if you were to go ahead and say like show objection or whatnot, yes, that will bring anger. That will likely bring anger if you show objection, not only because of what you're going against what I'm saying, but also you're going against what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, right? And also, if it's something that you're doing wrong, I wouldn't give a suggestion. It'll be the way how it should be, but it's the right way to go about doing it though. I wouldn't say could you. You know, I would say you need to, or you're
I
going
have
to.
3
Right?
seconds.
You know,
I have 3
inshallah.
seconds.
Am
I
I
have
not
3
agreeing? Am I not agreeing? Not just give me 1 second. Am I not agreeing with you? Because me, I never had that issue. Meaning, I've never worn something that anybody in front of me felt like they had to correct me in how I
Girl, why
was
you
saying.
feel like you gotta prove yourself to people on this panel? Like, what's that? What's
No, no,
happening?
no.
Shut
But
up.
when
Be
you're talking
quiet.
No,
about
you shut the
like,
fuck up.
Shut
no,
up.
You
Oh,
I'm
shut
look
You
at
up.
the
trying to
Christian
fat
coming out.
explain
Roman
Look at the
why.
Christian
And if
coming
I
out.
if
fat
I could if I
Roman
Jesus
could
Christ
Muslim
Listen,
woman.
crucified
look,
listen.
that
I
What
know
a
Because
I know
I
fat
don't
that
want.
rice
Did
dinner.
I call myself
I
a
know that we're
Christian?
very
Quiet.
charged right
I'm
now,
sorry,
right?
Venus, because I don't want to put things
Brothers and
on
sisters,
you, Venus,
I know we're
that
very
are
charged.
like.
Apologies, Kai. I apologize, Kai. I know that we're very charged right now, but I do want to add on what I was
No, because
saying
y'all going
previously
on and
about
on. It's like she
everyone.
wants us to know
Shut
she is
up,
the
you
perfect
fat
Muslim, and
face.
we get it. But like, okay, so what? Like,
So
Of course,
practical.
No,
But you
of
grew
course,
you're
Venus.
right, Venus.
practical.
One second,
Because
please.
I'm
Practical.
not talking to all of women. I'm talking about like
Hey,
there's a
no,
difference
I
between
understand what you're
religious
saying. What I'm
men.
saying is like you kind of
Exactly.
keep saying the same thing in different ways. I
practical.
guess
I
it's
will
just
pass you
Okay,
the
so
ball. I promise.
okay,
Practical. I will pass you
fine, fair
the
enough,
practical.
fair
I will
enough.
pass you the ball. I promise.
Okay,
See,
okay.
even Muslim men have to come around, pussyfooting around the woman. Baby, baby, get the like
Yeah,
it's
because
done.
I
actually,
didn't.
Over.
Okay,
It's over.
so fatty, so
Over.
fatty,
It's
yo,
over.
yo,
It's
so
over. It's
fatty,
over.
so fatty.
Oh,
Okay, now you
doesn't
pass the
matter
ball to me,
where you
right?
at. A man and a
Fatty,
woman dynamic
It's
just
over.
doesn't change,
Go
huh?
ahead.
Fatty, you'll pass the ball to me, right? I told you, and when she answered the question, when she asked me the question, I said that there wouldn't be an option if I were telling her. It's not going to be like I'm not giving her a suggestion. It's what she is going to or she needs to do. So fatty,
Shut up, Auntie.
fatty, it goes against what you just said. Okay, Auntie J, let's be productive, right? So me
no.
saying
You
that
were
she
supposed to check
needs to
Fatty.
do something.
You didn't hear him.
Uh,
can
so
you let him talk,
okay,
please?
so when she asked me that question, I said that she needs to do something. She's going to do something,
Y'all
right?
been talking for a long time.
I'll be quick and then I'll
Can
mute up and I'll just
practical
listen,
finish
right?
his point? Let him
It's
Yeah,
finish
the
his
two
point.
Muslims too. Do we
I'll
have to
be
be
quick and
discriminatory?
then I'll mute up, right? I'll be quicker than I'll mute up, right? I'm trying to maintain frame. So the thing is that I said what she's going to do and what she needs to do. I didn't give her an option. I didn't pussyfoot. I didn't do any of that. I said what she's going to do, inshallah, right? In that situation, right? It's not that you don't have to be disrespectful in the way when you say this, right? And there shouldn't also be a back and forth at all, right? That's why I said neither in that. So I'm not pussyfooting around. I didn't. It's not any of that, fatty. Now I'll also say end by saying this, and I'll mute. Right. When I said that everyone is a Muslim, I will have to slightly alter it by saying that everyone is born Muslim because everyone is born Muslim according to the Islamic perspective, and it is up to them if they're going to continue to observe what they're supposed to observe when it comes to the perspective of Al Islam. Right. They end up observing titles and whatnot that negate things, so they end up associating the Almighty with other individuals, which is shirk, which is the greatest sin you can endeavor in. Then yes, of course, you'll be going against the values of Al Islam. But I yield my time. I'll mute.
Oh my God, that's gonna start a whole nother
Auntie
conversation.
J,
No, we're
Auntie
not
J,
going there.
5 days
Oh
ago,
Auntie J,
we
I
were
will pay
talking
money to get
about
you off the panel.
S
We're not
play.
doing
Shut up.
this.
Auntie J was talking about S play 5 days ago with Bomb Sherry. Shut up.
Okay, so I just wanted to make this point. I
No
am not, for the
way.
people in the chat, I'm not Muslim. I do not subscribe to any one
Yeah, you
religion.
are
However,
spiritual. You believe in the devil. You old.
yeah, well, that's part of it. Yeah, if I believe in God, I have to believe in the devil. You're right. So I do. But
What
anyway,
God? Tell us
oh
the
my,
name of the
I
God.
don't know. You're a demon, so you tell me. I don't know.
That's fine. What about you? What do you
Um,
believe in? You have to be concrete about what you believe.
But I think it's unfair to talk to her in that way because
Why
like
are
she.
you defending it again? I know her, Kai. We have relationships here. We know each other even if we don't like
Okay,
each
okay,
other. You don't have to
sorry. I
defend every
shut
woman
up
on the
because
no,
I
don't
panel.
don't want to
apologize,
talk about
girl.
anything
Thank you
else
for
than what
coming
I
to my
said.
aid.
Don't
Maybe it's a
apologize,
Muslim.
girl.
Maybe it's because
Black
she's a
girl
Muslim.
magic.
She has a kind heart. You know, we need more Muslims.
Why
Yes,
doesn't
dude.
she has a kind of
Uh-oh. I hit a button. My bad, Aaron. Is that me?
That's me,
Oh.
big dog. That's me. We have reached
Oh, my
the
fault, dog. I thought I was
conclusion.
hitting buttons.
We have reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. I know y'all never like to leave, and it ain't never a perfect time to. But we're going to continue this conversation another time. I want to thank Kai from Canada for coming up. I got a new Canadian friend now. Now that's about 1, 2. I got like 3 or 4 of them at this point. And I like all of them. So it's something about Canadians I must concede. Fatty's going to go live because I wanted to make sure he said he needed about an hour. I didn't want to stop the conversation, but I want to let it grind. Let Fatty do his thing. I appreciate everybody. Now, look, I will bring this conversation up later on, possibly on that other show that I run that I can't talk about here. Secret Society. Not everybody's welcome. Y'all know how it goes. So listen, I appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all on the next show. We don't, man. I gotta watch that video now because I'm worried. I'm gonna talk to my brother. I need some enlightenment right now because I'm terrified based upon the information that was disseminated here on the panel. Shout out to my moderators. Y'all know how we do. We gonna get up out of here. This is a fun show. I appreciate y'all as always. See you on the next